I know where I'm going to be watching absolutely all the action today from the Champions Chess Tour. This is my Zen place. But I hope you found your Zen place, because today is going to be absolutely action-packed. And David Howell, yesterday we saw all kinds of crazy stuff going on. What can we expect from the day today?
I think it's going to be more of the same, more decisive games, more drama, and hopefully more surprises from Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, because you mentioned surprises. Simon, yesterday we saw an F3 opening. Today it's Liam Lee that Magnus Carlsen is going to play against. Can we expect the same?
I think something crazy is going to happen. Maybe not F3 again, but he's going to have some surprise up his sleeve, definitely.
But it's also quite an alternative setting for these guys. It's an esports studio. Do you think that's going to affect the players?
Yeah, definitely, because there's a major atmosphere in the studio. You know, there's lights, there's cameras, there's fancy chairs. So they're going to bring their best to the game.
Their best is probably going to be the best for us viewers as well. I recommend one thing: buckle up, get ready for a great day of chess.
8 players gathered in the Oslo arena.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean, like, he's not looking that cool, actually, is he?
We thought the night was going to go backwards. It's been offered up again.
What?
Here comes the breakout. Magnus has released the light square bishop.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn. Black, I think, has got a winning attack.
And there's a big threat on the board. It's going to be checkmate.
He's shaking his head.
As,
Oh, look at the bar!
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
This is the first major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022, and Magnus Carlsen said it himself yesterday. He got the perfect start to the Oslo Esports Cup, but so did the youngest player in the tournament, Pragnananda. Both of them won their matches after only 3 games. Now, this is an 8-player round robin. All players will face each other once in matches consisting of 4 rapid games. The winner of each match will get 3 points and $7,500. But if they tie the match, they will play tie breaks immediately after the rapid portion finishes, with 2 blitz games and potentially Armageddon. And the winner in tie breaks will get 2 points and $5,000. The loser, 1 point and $2,500. On the first day in the Oslo Esports Cup, already we got to see the clash between the 2 players in the lead on the tour standings, Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Things are heating up on the board and also the clock. Look at this, both players now around the 2-minute mark.
Oh, moving the knight. I mean, we were waxing lyrical about this knight.
Yeah,
Did you see Duda's eyes when he made that move?
Wow.
Duda's eyes just widened. Duda,
2 seconds, he's going to move, he's going to move.
he made it with 2 seconds left.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean, like,
He's
he's not looking that cool, actually, is he? I'll say he's pretty cool, but, I mean, there is a limit.
Oh, look at the bar!
Wow.
Is it a blunder?
Wow.
I think it's a big mistake. And look at this, Black can continue pushing his pawn, because now if White's rook goes up to capture one of the Black pawns, this pawn will continue pushing down the board. There we go, the pawns connect. White can't take that pawn with his own pawn because the Black queen would pounce and take the White rook in the corner. These 2 Black pawns are just going to win the game. White's king coming, trying to ride to the rescue, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, it is over.
It's over. Okay, well.
Did he actually lose on time? Or did he just resign?
I think he just let his clock run out.
Magnus's position is just awesome, actually.
Yeah, it is. I think Black's just better here, isn't he? I mean,
He's hovering over his king with his mouse. He's going to bring his king in.
He's going to bring the king in. Yeah, I mean, also, I have to say, Magnus has all the time in the world. He's got 10 minutes.
yeah.
A rook trade, and it's not just the fact that White's pawns are dropping, White's bishop as well. Terrible piece.
Bunch of moves in this one.
Bunch of moves, and this one still looks very, very good now for Black. And the reason I didn't mention that king advance earlier is because White's bishop actually got trapped.
Duda resigns, and that means he doesn't only lose the game, he loses the match against Magnus Carlsen. A fantastic start for the world champion. A fantastic start for Magnus Carlsen, and 3 points winning that match in the rapid portion. And actually, we had no tie breaks yesterday. All matches were decided in the rapid portion. Anish Giri gaining all 3 points against Erik Hansen. Pragnananda gaining all 3 points against Jordan van Forest, and Shakhriyar Mamdiara winning the match against Liam Lee, giving us these standings after 1 round in the Oslo Esports Cup. We have 4 players on 3 points and 4 players on 0 points. And Jovanka, what a first day it was in the first major. All of the matches ending up with winners in the rapid portion.
It was incredibly entertaining.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of fighting chess. We saw a lot of near misses, and we also saw some very quirky things.
Definitely. Magnus feeling very creative yesterday, Simon, with this 1F3 opening. Now, what did you think about that?
I mean, I'll be honest, at the time, I thought it was a little bit insulting.
Yeah.
Because I think if someone plays a ridiculous move against you, it's like, come on, you can't be serious. What are you doing? Yeah. But then actually, I think, you know, I sort of mellowed out a little bit and I realised he's having some fun. He's also done a little bit of work on this. He wants to use the psychology behind it, which is getting Duda really upset, and it worked. It worked perfectly because he went on to win both of his black games. So I think it was actually very clever, and I'm really hoping today we're going to see some crazy stuff as well. I'm guaranteeing we're going to see something a bit crazy today. I don't know what, but it's going to come.
I love that guarantee. And David, 1F3. Can you show us why this is such a weird opening? Because it's basically just a very bad move for Magnus when he made it.
It's possibly the worst move on the board on move one, and Magnus made it. He weakened his king from the start, and if we can show it's in this position, normally we expect to see Grandmasters open by occupying the center, but Magnus doesn't do this. He pushes a pawn forward. The reason this is bad is because the king now is weakened on the diagonal, and after Duda's first move, for example, if white was really reckless and pushed another pawn forward, this would actually be what we call fool's mate, a checkmate in just 2 moves. You weaken your king that much, and okay, Magnus obviously didn't allow that. He brought his knight out, and after a couple more moves, we see another drawback behind the pawn being on f3. Look at this bishop now. It's on a fantastic diagonal. White's king can never really castle, and somehow Magnus Carlsen fought back from this. It's a horrible position for white, but he's creative, as we mentioned, and he'd done some work behind it. So no disrespect intended, I think, from Magnus Carlsen. He just wanted to surprise his opponent.
The game ended up in a draw, but Magnus did go on to win the next game to win the match. And let's hear what Magnus Carlsen said about this creative 1F3 opening.
I've been kind of trying to experiment, seeing what first moves you can kind of make playable. But yeah, I cannot say that the experience was too successful, because I didn't remember really what to do, so I tried to improvise, and then wasn't great. But yeah, I don't think that experiment is going to be repeated anytime soon.
Okay, so I was going to ask, are you feeling creative in this tournament? Will we sort of see more very creative ideas for you, or was this a one-time thing?
No, I've definitely been trying to play creative in many of these events. So I intend to continue that, and I mean, not like as a rule, but once in a while. And you know, I think it's been working pretty well, getting my opponents a little bit out of book and keeping them on their toes, not really knowing what to expect.
Magnus Carlsen, he admits he will try to surprise his opponents. Today he is up against Liemle. And let's hear now from Liemle. Is he expecting some shenanigans from Magnus Carlsen?
Liemle, you said yesterday you had to prepare well to beat Magnus. Have you prepared well?
I think so.
Did you see Magnus's move yesterday with his f3 opening?
Yeah, I'm hoping he could do the same to me today.
Yeah, because I was wondering, do you expect him to do something crazy like this?
I mean, objectively, he's so strong that he can basically play anything and maybe still get a playable position or still beat people. So I expect everything.
A lot of people thought it was a little arrogant to play such openings. What do you think about that?
Nah, I think he was just having fun, and obviously that's just the first move, and the rest of the game he played pretty well. So, I mean, I'm still hoping he could do the same, because I could have really good chances in that case. But if he doesn't, then that's fine too.
Is this the first time in your life you're prepared for an f3 opening?
Probably, yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Liemle, we're going to follow his first game against Magnus Carlsen today in the Oslo Esports Cup. Remember, there is a total of 4 rapid games in each of the matches, and if they tie their matches, we will head straight to some dramatic tie breaks. And Liemle, well, he is up against the real-life Magnus Carlsen today, but after game 2 today, we're going to see how Liam did when we challenged him in our Play Magnus Champions Challenge to play Magnus at 10 years old. And after the first game today, we're going to talk a little bit about the future of the digital world of chess. Very exciting stuff. We do have a lot of cool content coming for you guys in the next 6 days of the Oslo Esports Cup. Here's a little taste of what you have coming.
We go set, and it would be there.
I think I hate more to lose than I love to win, if you know what I'm saying.
It's more about like knowing what moments you need. You need that hyper focus.
I wonder if we're missing a hint somewhere by 107. And working.
Oh, there is some question here. Oh, there's a question. Oh, I didn't know. This one is just. Oh, okay.
Moves? Yeah. How many moves? 3, 4.
You forgot the name.
Not gonna reveal how it went, but David, you had a very cool quiz for some of the players.
Yeah, I enjoyed putting them through their paces, taking them back to school, and some funny answers there. I can't wait for the audience to see what the players came up with.
Definitely. Sverre has made his way into our very cool Oslo Esports arena. Sverre, what is it like in there with all the lights and all the cameras and I guess the tension before it all starts?
I'm actually really impressed with what the players are doing here because it's a completely different atmosphere from what I'm used to from a chess arena. And talking to the players, though, it sounds like they're still able to focus on the chess. I mean, if we take a little look here on the backside, it's a setup that probably looks quite a bit like what they're used to from back home. You have the camera, might be a little nicer camera. You have their headsets. You have obviously the chessboard on the computer screen, but altogether, it's a bit intimidating, I find, with all the colors and all the blinking going on. And behind the camera here, it's already a Liam Le that's set up for his match against Magnus Carlsen. This is one of the most interesting matches today, and it's going to be really exciting to see what happens there.
That looks very cool, Sverre. And Liam Le, he mentioned it, is up against Magnus Carlsen today in round 2 of the Oslo Esports Cup. These are the other matchups as well. Pragnananda gaining 3 points yesterday against Shakhriyar Mamdiyarov, another player who gained 3 points. So this is one of the tough battles. Erik Hansen and Jordan van Foors, they both lost yesterday and will be out to get revenge today. Duda lost against Magnus Carlsen. He was upset after that loss, and he will be coming ready to fight against Anish Giri, who won his match yesterday. We're going to follow the first game between Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le. And David, what kind of styles are up against each other here?
Well, we know that Magnus Carlsen, he's got a very universal style. He's pretty much good at all areas of the game. Liam Le, though, he's a fighter. And here we see some of their stats, some of their aim chess stats. Very close numbers in general. Actually, Liam Le, slightly better at advantage capitalization and resourcefulness, but Magnus, the endgame maestro. So it's Magnus, the universal player, against Liam, the fighter.
Absolutely. What do you expect from this one, Simon? Do you think Liam Le will impose some big troubles on Magnus Carlsen?
I think it kind of depends on Magnus. I think, Magnus is the favourite by quite a big way. He's the best player in the world, but if he starts doing some really funky stuff, moving, maybe he'll do the St. George's opening. Where it is it's St. George's Day today, and maybe it is. So it's kind of our day, yeah, I think, in a little bit. National Day of England, and it is so. And he might start. The St. George's opening is basically quite a bad opening. It's played by quite eccentric and brilliant English chess players, but it involves moving the pawns on the side of the board. Oh. So that would be my guess, because Magnus likes these things. He likes doing something a little bit funky that maybe relates to the date or something. Really?
Well, that sounds like a Magnus thing to do. He's going to start with the white pieces, so we're going to look out for the St. George's. So, how do I say? Happy St. George's Day? Congratulations on the St. George's Day. What is the proper thing to say?
I think happy St. George's Day. Yeah. So I guess is good.
To all our Englishmen in the studio and to all the Englishmen watching. Fantastic. All right. Well, Ivanka, you know Liam Le a little bit. You had a long, deep conversation with him before this tournament started. We're going to talk a lot about that today. But who is this guy? Because he's a little bit anonymous, maybe. We don't know Liam too well. Who is this guy?
Well, you know, he actually, you know, is a very ambitious, very strong grandmaster, now also a head coach and program director at Webster University chess team. And what kind of stood out when I had a chat with him is how determined he is, how he thinks through absolutely everything. And when he was kind of reaching the stages of becoming the world's best, you know, he sat down and worked out a plan and how they're going to do it. And I have to say, he's overcome a lot of obstacles as well. You know, he's also very brave in actually moving country from Vietnam to United States.
Yeah. What a great guy. We're going to talk a lot about Liam Le today. Also, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Shakiryan Mamdiyar with a big smile on his face. We love to see that in a conversation with one of the other players, Pragnananda. He is up against Shakiryan today, looking focused and ready. All of the players are probably waiting for Magnus Carlsen. I hear rumors he just arrived the building. Typical Magnus Carlsen.
Typical Magnus. He likes to leave things late. He likes to keep us on the edge of our seats, and yeah, often that gets him in the mood. Actually, he just no distractions before the game, straight into the action from move one.
Eric Hansen also looking happy today. He did. Who is he waving for?
I think he wants his techno music, doesn't he? Or maybe he was about to like pump out some moves there just to get him there into the zone.
Maybe he's waving to Magnus, welcoming Magnus through the door.
Because look who is arriving in a very chill style. Here he is, Magnus Carlsen. He needs to speed up because his game started 1 minute ago. Will he now go straight into the arena? That would be if he turns left. Looks like he will. Nope.
He kept his guessing there.
He will go into his lounge and lose his coat, maybe.
Doesn't seem to be in a rush, does he? Considering the game has started. Just chilled out, you know. Yeah.
One thing we should mention is that Magnus has actually been in action already today. He played in a charity match, a solidarity match as well, Norway against the Ukraine. So he's played 4 intense games of chess against strong grandmasters already.
Wow.
Maybe feeling the effect of that.
Doing it for charity for Ukraine. He actually faced a legend in the Czech. Yeah. What was that like? If you followed the game, how did he do against Ivanchuk?
He managed to beat Ivanchuk. Actually, Ivanchuk ran out of time at the end of that game, but Magnus did end up losing 2 of his later games.
Oh.
So maybe not at his best. Simon, you went down to the Good Night bar where some of the Norwegian players were playing.
Yeah, I went down there and it was great setup they had there, great match. I mean, really good to raise awareness. But Magnus started with a win against Ivanchuk, which is quite impressive, but it's actually more famous for the historical value that when Magnus qualified in the candidates, his first win of the candidates become world champion, that's when Ivanchuk was a big part of that, and it all came down to Ivanchuk Kramnik in the last game, and had Kramnik drawn or won that game, maybe Magnus wouldn't be standing here now. So it was nice to see that history come back, and of course Chucky is a real legend. I mean, he's one of the most lovable grandmasters out there, certainly. But Magnus did lose his last 2 games there, so maybe that will affect him a little bit.
Will that affect him? He is coming now into the arena a few minutes late to face Liam Le with the white pieces. We are, of course, eager to see if Magnus Carlsen will bring some creativity to his first game with the white pieces today. And we should maybe also mention, because we did see him be kind of slow here, he has been feeling under the weather leading up to this tournament, actually been sick.
Yeah, not feeling 100% Magnus Carlsen, and yeah, that didn't affect his play yesterday, but it is hard to play chess when you're not fully there and when your mind is on other things. So, okay, he's not looking his most energetic Magnus so far today, but once he sits down, once he gets to the arena, I'm sure we'll see some real fighting chess from both players. Liam, meanwhile, I wonder how he's feeling, just maybe impatient for the games to get started.
Well, there is an arbiter in the room. We have seen him several times as Magnus Carlsen finally enters the Oslo Esports arena. And the arbiter will have been talking to the players to let them know. And Magnus, I think he apologizes for being late and sits down with his headset. The players can listen to music. And we're finally ready to go, you guys. Day 2 in the Oslo Esports Cup. The match between Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le. Magnus with the white pieces in the first rapid game. No surprise.
Not pawn to f3, this time it's knight to f3, the Reti opening.
He mouse slipped. He meant to move the pawn there, but he forgot. He just moved the knight there instead. So, yeah.
And one of my favourite openings, actually, just very flexible, bringing out of the knight. Now white has a selection of choices, which pawn to push.
And talking about mouse slip, a lot of people actually thought that Magnus's 1F3 yesterday was actually a mouse slip. He actually intended to play this knight move, and somehow by some
serious mouse slip.
Exactly, you know, where you can kind of click on the square, right, and maybe accidentally, you know, use your pawn and then, whoa, mistake. But no, Magnus had it all planned out.
Yeah, we have seen mouse slips throughout the tour, especially last season, actually. Here we do see Magnus just choosing his music, I think. The board is not up right now. So we have seen mouse slips in the past, but Magnus, he's so experienced these days with the mouse. He plays so much online chess. It's unlikely that we'll see that again. So, OK, just pushing the pawn in front of his king there. Very flexible. This is still very well-known stuff. And now, after black develops his knight, white needs to start challenging for the centre. I'm expecting white's c-pawn to push forward here.
Yeah. This is a bit... I mean, e3 is not the most normal move. I know Magnus had actually prepared one e3 for one of the Olympiads, I think. Isn't that right, as his main opening? But pretty... I mean, this now is going to a more well-known position.
Exactly. And one thing I've done in the past is studied Magnus Carlsen's openings, studied his games, and just looking on an opening tree that you can create by having that pool of information. He's played pretty much every first move there is. So no matter what move he starts with first, he often knows how to transpose back into more mainline waters. And this is, again, this has gone back into something more well-known. Black wants to castle the king away very quickly. Magnus, meanwhile, going for maybe an alternative strategy, pushing the b-pawn. It's not 1b3, but it's the same idea. White's dark square bishop is going to fianchetto itself. There we go, onto the longest possible diagonal. Maybe hinting at a kingside attack later on. The bishop poised on the same diagonal, pointing towards the black king. But black does try to open up the centre and at least fight for those central squares.
So there are 10 possible opening moves, correct?
20.
1, 2, how's it 20?
So there's 8 pawns, each one of them can move to 2 different squares. Yeah.
Of course. But how many second and when we come to move 3, right, is like insane amounts of possibilities.
Yeah, I don't even know the number. By the end of black's first move, there's 400 different possible positions.
Wow.
White has 20 options, black has 20 options. So 20 times 20, 400. And that's after one move. Imagine by move 2, move 3. It's...
like in the hundreds and thousands, millions, probably, actually.
Almost infinite.
Yeah, I think there's actually some mathematical formula that someone, found. So we can probably... That's a good question for the audience, I think. I mean, there's that legend, isn't there, how chess was invented, and this person invented chess, and the king said you can have anything you want in the world. And he said, well, I want 1 grain of rice, but that grain to be doubled for every square of the chessboard. And obviously the king ran out of rice. He thought, that's easy, I'll just give him, that's, what's that, bit of rice? But he'd run out of rice, and he's like, I can't do it. So that was sort of one of the legends around the origin of chess.
And what is Magnus up to here? It looks like he's just resting his eyes. It's his opponent's move, but it definitely looks like something's up with the world champion.
Power nap time.
It's not a good time to have a power nap, though.
No, power naps are awesome, actually. They give you...
Maybe not during the games.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you can actually have a power nap in like 45 seconds, and it will give you...
Really?
It will give you a boost for 1 hour.
Is that so?
Yeah.
45 seconds?
Yeah. Because I used to do it all the time, because at some stage in my life, I suffered from this illness, which really made me tired. And I was having power naps all the time just to kind of play chess.
Really? Oh, that's interesting.
You have to set an alarm, though, normally to try and wake up, and Magnus doesn't have that luxury. OK, meanwhile, we do see a trade of a set of pawns in the centre, both sides just with very solid positions here. I think Magnus will be happy with the outcome of this opening, just because there's not too much action. It's the type of position where you can just close your eyes for a minute or two. There's no direct attack, but it's Magnus's move now, and is he aware?
This
Does
is
he know it's his
very
move?
strange. Is Magnus Carlsen asleep?
No, I think he must be recalling some variation that he's looked at. I say that and I'm like, hang on a minute. I'm not sure. He can't have just fallen asleep at the board. I mean...
it's been like that for 2 minutes now.
Should we go and give him a shove?
Look at the breathing.
His hand... OK, the breathing does show...
Sorry.
His hand is on the mouse, though. Do you sleep with the hand rested like that?
Well, Magnus would.
Oh,
It's the most natural position.
He couldn't have just walked in and fallen asleep.
But if you're really tired, it's actually possible.
Moved.
No, but did you see he had that, when you wake up, you have that, he was asleep.
And when you get older, you tend to fall asleep doing things. So you'll be there with your mobile phone and then
and you know the other feeling when your head dips.
You could
like on an aeroplane.
Or he could have slipped with the mouse, couldn't he, and just put his piece somewhere if he's not careful.
But he's back to sleep again.
And he hasn't made a move.
He hasn't made a move.
Clock's ticking. And I mean, okay, so clock's ticking now for 1.5 minutes. Is this a moment to take a pause?
Not really. I mean, there's maybe 2 sensible moves I can come up with here. One is the most simple, castling the white king to safety, which he did eventually play. Another one was maybe developing the white queen, but OK, he castled and now he has perked up, avoiding now a knight trade. That's quite an instructive move. You don't want to trade off pieces when you have extra space here. It's very symmetrical, but white has a tiny bit more central control, slightly better bishops here. But OK, Magnus.
I wonder what the rule is if someone falls asleep in a tournament. I don't think you're allowed to wake them up because it's outside interference. I actually had this once at a tournament. My friend fell asleep in Ireland, and I sort of bumped into his chair by accident to wake him up a little bit, which is probably not allowed. But it was a fun tournament. It was a more relaxed tournament. But you know, it's just strange. It very rarely happens. There's been a couple of famous cases, but yeah.
Has there? What's the most famous? Well, I know there was the Sochi match with Magnus and Anand. Yeah, some images of Magnus falling asleep.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that one, and I remember Anand was just like looking at Magnus, kind of thinking, what's happening here? And also happened to one of my friends, but she had a good old 20-minute nap.
20 minutes?
Over the board. And the arbiters were really unsure whether they should do something, you know, because 20 minutes is a long time.
Yeah.
But in the end, you know, just when they're about to build up the courage to wake her up, she kind of woke up like that and played on playing.
All right, we do have a few moves here. Magnus is now awake, luckily.
Yeah,
is there anything happening?
Nothing too exciting yet. We do have a few moves. The strangest thing for me is where white has put his queen. Magnus, I don't think this was a mouse slip, but white's queen now has completely blocked in the rook in the corner. So a bit of a strange strategy there, maybe just trying to find a safe square for Her Majesty there, the queen, just to kind of create open lines for the other rook to land on in the centre of the board. So a bit of a strange one, I've got to say. I think black should be fine here, but black does have a problem with his bishops. Black's bishops lack kind of scope here, they lack open diagonals, and meanwhile the black queen also needs to move out the way to connect the black rooks. So very, very symmetrical, should be balanced, but some small details.
Yeah, sorry, David, I thought h6 might be a good idea because there's this typical plan of throwing the knight in with the queen there to try to get some checkmate ideas, and this move stops all those ideas at least. But it's a fairly symmetrical structure, isn't it? So unless someone can prove their pieces are better, it should be equal, really, when the pawn structure is symmetrical.
Yeah. And I mean, you mentioned they're symmetrical, should be equal, and I completely agree. That's why I'm so surprised the evaluation bar is in Magnus Carlsen's favour. I mean, the evaluation bar clearly doesn't know who the more kind of wide awake of the two players is. But either way, to give white a +1 advantage is very surprising when there's not actually that much direct action happening. Maybe we can try to jump into the position to explore why. The computer loves white's position here. We mentioned the strange position of white's queen. And Simon also mentioned maybe the idea was it was pointing towards the black king. If black had been careless and just made a random move, then the white knight might jump forward, maybe some hints at an attack later on. But this was stopped by Liam. He just pushed a pawn forward in this position, stopping the knight jumping. And now Magnus has indeed planted his rook in the centre, staring down at the black queen. I'm wondering, just because the evaluation bar jumped back down, I'm wondering whether white maybe missed a chance to push his pawn in the centre forward to try and destabilise black's knight, just to try and kick it away, gaining even more space before black's ready. But after the rook did move, the black queen now jumping out of the way as well. If black gets time to centralise the rooks, black is completely fine. Magnus needs something quick, something aggressive at this moment before it's too late.
Yeah, and some interesting lines there. Maybe a crucial moment, as you highlighted. And, well, Magnus instigating some action on the left side quite quickly, you know, destabilising black's pawn centre. But we do like it, you know, when the games are such fun, and we love it when everyone at home interacts with us. And you can always send us your tweets, your selfies, your questions using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And talking about selfies, I have to share with you two awesome selfies. One from Heidi Jawar, who is actually watching Magnus on the plane to Cartagena. That's pretty cool. And who's good at doing impressions?
Simon?
I'll try, but I'm rubbish.
Okay.
But I don't mind. I'll give it a go.
Okay, can you do Alan Partridge?
No.
Knowing me, knowing you.
Knowing me, knowing you. No, I can't, basically.
Well, anyway, I say this because Gary Agnew is watching our coverage at an Alan Partridge show.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a bit of a waste of a ticket. Is it that bad?
No, it's awesome.
Maybe we're that good.
Yeah, we're great.
That's the one.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that one as well. So if you want to send us your selfies, please remember to do it in landscape mode. Then tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps and we'll try and feature them on the show.
Definitely. Please do use the hashtag ChessChamps. Now, Liam has taken a little bit of a pause here. Now, Sverre, out in the lounge, he's able to get interviews with the players as they arrive. Erik Hansen today, he is fighting back after losing to Anish Giri yesterday. And let's hear what Erik said when he entered the building a few, 15 minutes ago.
Day of anticlimax yesterday. You played good chess, but you had one move that kind of defined the match. Do you take a good or a poor feeling into the day today?
I generally take good feelings. That try to take the good things from those games and get some sleep and just. Oh, that's my alarm going off. Okay. Treat every day.
You have to remember to play chess today, right?
Exactly. No, but every day there's a new match, a fresh start. So with a format, you can have a bad day and recover pretty quickly. So I'm hoping to take advantage of that and do well today.
Still got a good feeling going into this.
Yeah. I mean, the games aren't going to get any easier, but I'm building confidence when I play like the way I did yesterday.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Erik Hansen currently playing with the white pieces against Jordan van Foreest, and I love to see Erik in a great mood. Such a good player and great timing. Bunch of moves now coming out.
Yeah, the moves flying onto the board here, and again, it looks like it's maybe going in Magnus's favour. So what has happened is that after the tension was kind of clarified on the left side of the board, pawns just blocking up there, White's knight leaped into the middle instead of going for a trade of knights, which would only have helped White activate the queen. Instead, Liam just blocking things up, and he's trying to use the black knight in the centre of the board just to kind of stop White's active plans. But this last move by Liam is an offer of a pawn sacrifice. He's allowing Magnus to actually capture the black knight in the centre of the board with White's bishop. White's rook at the bottom as well, also eyeing up that square. So White can win a pawn, but it will come at the cost of a bishop for knight trade, and Black will then have the bishop pair. So the position will open up, maybe in Black's favour, because the bishops love open lines. So big moment now for Magnus. Is he going to capture the black knight in the centre of the board with his bishop? It's quite likely we'll see that, so we'll show it if it does happen. But if not, then maybe he needs to improve the white queen, improve that white rook in the corner of the board, because that one is asleep right now. And yeah, it looks like Magnus at least is awake. And he'll be looking for active ideas, because he does have a small time advantage. He has a healthy position, and still the critical moments are ahead.
Okay. The other matches going on, we see in two of them, actually, the bars have started moving. The bar is liking it for Anish Giri against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He was quite upset yesterday after losing to Magnus Carlsen and apparently struggling maybe a little bit here in the game against Anish Giri, their game number one. I also see the bar in the game between Erik Hansen that we just heard from and Jordan van Foreest. The bar slightly over to the Dutch youngster's side. He also lost yesterday, fighting for a comeback today. We do have a rook move on the board.
Yeah, and it was that transition that I mentioned. The bishop captured the knight and then the rook backed it up, and White is a pawn up now. Jovanka, what do you think?
I was shocked, actually. I was not expecting that at all, because it determines the position. Suddenly the position has changed its nature. It's a very dynamic one. Look at the bishop pair that Black has. And I was expecting Magnus to actually do what he does best, which is just to build, improve his pieces and wait for the tension to evaporate at a later stage.
It's not really like him to grab a pawn like that. I mean, yeah, it's a free pawn, but he's got to have some pressure against him now, and it's long-term pressure as well, because Black's got the famous two bishops, and Magnus loves those bishops. So I'm also surprised that he's gone for this. I mean, what about you, David?
Yeah, I mean, you know me and my bishops as well, Simon. I'm really, really hesitant to ever part with the bishop, even if you can win a pawn in the process. The computer might say +1 because White is a pawn up, but at least it's much easier for black to play now, and that's why Magnus has paused. Black's plan is simple. Black actually wants to trade off everything, which is not really intuitive when you're a pawn down, but if black does trade everything off, look at black's light squared bishop, it's unchallenged, and it's pointing indirectly towards some of white's pawns over there on the queen side, on the left side. So if we see a trade of rooks now, I'm not sure what else Magnus could be thinking about. Maybe he's going to push a pawn to attack black's queen, but there we go. The exchange of rooks did happen, and now Magnus has some serious questions to answer. How is he going to protect his pawns over there long term? And he protects his pawns by retreating his knight from the center. So already taking steps back, it doesn't feel right for Magnus. Computer still unsure, still thinks white is the one in the driver's seat, but not by much.
And how will he get that white rook into the game after sort of locking it in with his queen?
Yeah, he just needs 2 moves now. He needs to move the queen out of the way again, and then he can bring his rook towards the center. So right now, this was the position a couple of moves ago. I was slightly surprised we didn't maybe see a pawn push attacking black's queen, but after a trade of rooks and the knight jumping back, I'm expecting Magnus now, if he's given time, to move his queen forward. For example, if black just waits to move his queen forward, and then to unleash this rook, this sleeping giant. So he needs to bring it to this square, maybe to an open line, and he can team it up with the queen. That being said, Liam does have a couple of moves before this plan comes into action, so maybe we could see the knight jump to the side of the board at some point, attacking this pawn. Another move that comes to mind is maybe the queen coming forward just to stop that idea I mentioned of Magnus trying to occupy the open line. But then again, Magnus could maybe swing his queen across in a different direction and then finally unleash this rook. So still very complicated. Both sides have their ideas.
What would you say is most likely right now, Simon? A win for either of these players, or is this looking a little bit drawish?
I think it's a little bit early to say. I think it's getting to a very interesting moment of the game now, and over the next 5 moves, 10 moves, we'll have a much clearer picture. I mean, Magnus is a pawn up, so if he can just stabilise that pawn, swap some pieces off, is normally a very good thing to do when you're a pawn up, because you want to take out any tactics. If he's able to do that, he'll probably win. But if Liam can keep the pressure on and keep those pieces on the board, then any result is possible, that old cliche. But I kind of like what Liam... I think he's done a great thing here with the 2 bishops. It looked like he was under some pressure, and offering that sacrifice was a very clever idea to give him at least some chances to play for the win.
I think in practical terms, it's, as you mentioned, Simon, it's kind of 3 results are all possible, but it's also relatively simple, at least knowing what black wants to trade off later. I think this next couple of moves are key, just to try and contain the activity of white's pieces. And Liam just has to make sure he stays relatively kind of at a decent amount of time on the clock, but also that he can stop white's queen and rook entering the game. So he's paused at the right moment. He's given up a pawn. Good decision, I think. And now taking that time out. And I'm assuming this is Magnus's screen, not Liam's.
Yes.
Also, I was going to say it gives Magnus a chance to fall aslip if he has a little break as well. Have a little rest and see if he
needs to play some Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. What? Who? Magnus done. Wow. Of course. Yeah. Apparently, he's playing a Norwegian super hit song called "See the Fire Light." That was a bad translation, but yeah, it's a big hit from the 1994 Olympics. Apparently, that's what he put on.
Oh,
yes.
1994 Olympics. Is this Lillehammer?
Yes.
Oh.
And they made this beautiful song by Sissel Kyrkjebø.
Can you sing it for us, just a little bit?
No.
Come on.
She's like a Whitney Houston kind of singer, so you don't want to hear me sing that song.
I think we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I know an interesting fact about Sissel Kyrkjebø. She is the aunt of 2 Norwegian. Actually, maybe there's more Norwegian. 2 Norwegian chess girls.
Really?
Yeah.
See, she's a chess singer.
Yeah.
The blood here in Norway.
Yeah. Very cool. So Magnus, he's trying to get a little bit fired up with some Norwegian hit tunes, because he has been a little bit tired.
Sorry, Kaja, I was just looking at the position, and this last move surprises me again.
Hey.
I mean, I think this move that Liam played was very clever, just moving the queen, as I think David pointed out, but Magnus moving his queen into the line of a rook, it looks odd to me.
Yeah, it looks very odd. I guess the idea is the move that I actually mentioned earlier. My first instinct for white was to move the queen the whole way, actually even next to the white king, but that might have allowed the black queen to jump into white's position, to jump to the c2 square on the second rank, attacking some stuff. So white here, Magnus just wants to keep control of any entry square that the black queen wants to use. But as you mentioned, Simon, it's so unnatural. Queens feel extremely uncomfortable opposite opponents' rooks, and Magnus, he's going to have to waste another move later, putting his queen out of the eye line of that black rook at the top of the board. So Liam, it's not clear exactly what he wants to do now. I think Magnus is just trying to frustrate him for the next couple of moves and then think about how to improve the position later on. Very strange move, but that's why Magnus is world champion. He comes up with these strange ideas which prevent the opponent's plans.
And as we've seen consistently, actually, Magnus never follows the wisdom of the old greats. He's always breaking the rules, you know, playing something that they would not approve of. And here, I agree, it looks ugly, and it does feel like now is the moment to try to punish this move. But I don't see anything. OK, the queen re-centralizes herself. I mean, I guess that's an anticipation of the white rook actually moving itself to attack the queen on the open c line.
Yep, and the white knight now in front of the white queen is pinned. It cannot move out the way because the black queen will just capture the white queen. I think it's time for Magnus to get out of the firing line, move that white queen again. Maybe the white rook can finally join the action now as well, but OK, Magnus, he needs to be accurate. Liam, I think he's doing a good job of just making things difficult.
Yeah, I think so. And I was just wondering about something you said there, Jovanka, about Magnus breaking the rules and doing things differently. And I'm just thinking what the ghost of Bobby Fischer or the ghost of one of the old world champions would be thinking if they saw the future world champion playing 1F3. Can you just imagine what Fischer would do?
I think Fischer would approve.
Wouldn't he approve, yeah?
I think so,
I don't know.
but I think the Soviet ones, like Botvinnik, would be like, out. Get out.
Botvinnik. There's that expression that's there, throw them out the Soviet school. If someone plays a bad, you know, a really crazy idea, like get out of the school. You know, it's like, you can just imagine him, what is this modern day rubbish? You know, so I can just, you know, weird images.
Grandmasters have been thrown out of Botvinnik's chess school for much, much less than what Magnus did yesterday.
Really?
1F3, and also seeing Magnus fall asleep, Botvinnik would be having some stern words with the youngster there.
But isn't it a little bit interesting if this is some sort of tactic from Magnus to sort of psychologically put his opponent off? Even the sleeping incident and coming in a little bit late must put Liam a little bit, you know, off.
Yeah, you mean you would think that? I mean, you have to pick your opponents. There's certain people who are very principled and like, come on, well, what are you doing? You know, I'm a grandmaster here. You need to treat this with some respect. But you know, Liam doesn't give off that vibe, as we saw in the interview with Sverre, and also when I had a chat with him, he just seemed very calm, very happy, and I think he would just look at Magnus and go, oh, Magnus sleeping. Great.
Great for me.
Great for me. He's tired.
Yeah, and he is playing a good game. Simon also said it. You were liking sort of the road it was going for Liam.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I expect it's still pretty dynamically equal. I mean, just trying to look at some of the major considerations of the position, you can see white has this horrible backwards pawn, which the queen and bishop are both pointing towards. And this is like the one thing I think black can really try to go for. But on the other hand, Magnus has, because of his extra pawn, a very important square in the centre of the board. The centre of the board, the most important part of the board, as you can control all areas. And that square that David's highlighted, you can put a piece there and it can never be kicked away because your pawn, your extra pawn, supports it. So I think these two things seem to me to be the main sort of essence of the position. So, you know, going along that way of thinking, if I was black, I'd be looking at moving my knight to attack the pawn. Then naturally, white can try defending that pawn using both of these concepts we've talked about. And here, maybe I can try to get rid of that knight by, you know, moving my bishop. I know I can't get rid of it with a pawn, but I can try to exchange it. So something like this seems quite a logical way to continue in the position.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is what Liam is just trying to evaluate right now. These, as you mentioned, these moves by black, at least, they create threats on every turn. Therefore, they're very natural. They come to the mind first, checks, captures, and threats. And here there is this threat of taking off the white knight from the board. And then next move, once it's gone, capturing this pawn. This pawn, remember, is attacked 3 times by black's knight, queen, and bishop. So here, there's also pins along this diagonal. There's some calculation to be done. That's why Liam is spending so long right now. After knight takes bishop, for example, he'll be working out whether maybe he can think about taking this bishop, or whether he takes this knight. If so, whether it's with the black queen, whether it's with the pawn. But for example, at the very least, you could imagine a situation like this. There's still some tension. Black's knight still on a good square, tying down white's army to this pawn, and also this pin on the board. So still some stuff to calculate here. That's why Liam is pausing, but I expect exactly what Simon's just shown. Knight to the edge of the board. I think that's the only logical way to start right now. It's difficult otherwise to improve Black's position.
And taking under 4 minutes now, Liam led at a sensible time to make some calculations. And we are mentioning Ivanka's deep chess talk with Liam. It's going to be launched tomorrow. If you head to chess24.com tomorrow and click on the collection tab, you'll find that interview with Liam. I'm really looking forward to get to know him a little bit better, basically.
Yeah, you know, it was incredibly fascinating to hear his journey because it's not a story that we hear so often. Yeah. I mean, what is it like? You know, when I went into the interview, I was like, what was it like growing up playing chess in Vietnam?
Right.
And yeah, he shed some light into the difficulties and obstacles that he had to face. And a series of exchanges, and it wasn't quite what we predicted.
Well, the bar's just gone crazy. I don't know. It was literally like a yo-yo. You know, get the yo-yo bar out and swing it. I mean, what was happening there?
Yeah.
I mean, did they miss something?
I'm not sure actually. I'll have to backtrack there, but sure. It does look like Magnus maybe has just stabilized the position, and we talked about the advantage of the two bishops as being Black's main compensation for being one pawn down. The two bishops have disappeared. Black traded off a bishop for a knight, and this last move by Magnus, maybe this is the key. Maybe this is one that Liam missed. It's not an obvious move, just parking the white rook behind a bishop, but indirectly it protects that pawn on the b file, and now it's not easy for Liam to win his pawn back. Yeah, maybe there was something even better for Magnus. We'll have to take a look. But
the bar went all the way to the top for a second. I mean, I didn't see it, but there could have been. I mean, this looks like a very logical, as you say, David, way to play for Magnus. But I don't like what Liam Le Quang has done here.
Yeah.
In this so far, giving up a bishop, and you can see that he's not winning a pawn back. So yeah, it's strange.
It's strange, and now we should mention, if Black does go and capture the very strong knight on, in the middle of the board, the knight on an outpost, if Black does trade it with his bishop, White's bishop will recapture out of the way, and then White's rook at the bottom of the board will protect a pawn. So White is just a clear pawn up now, and minimal compensation. White's still a bit tied down. White's rook not on the most active square, but Magnus, if you're given this type of advantage, and now as we edge towards the endgame as well, he normally converts these types of positions, and also the clock times very much in Carlsen's favour. So he's woken up, his position looks good as well, and Liam faces an uphill struggle.
Seems the song that Magnus put on, it really did help. And I just want to make a little bit of a recommendation to all of you. If you're not already following Meltwater Champions Chess Tour on Twitter, Champions Chess Tour is what it's called on Twitter, I really recommend you to do. They have, for example, a post with a bunch of the playlists that the players are listening to, so you can actually check out what kind of music they're listening to, and a bunch of moves.
Yeah, a bunch of moves, and okay, we did mention bishop takes knight was the most natural move in the position. White's knight was just too strong. It's gone now, but after this trade, the black knight jumping back to attack the white bishop. White has defended it now with his rook, and things are just getting liquidated, getting exchanged, getting simplified, and White's still got that one extra pawn that's likely to decide the game. Simon, do you think there's any drawing chances here? The evaluation bar not too excited, but to me it looks like White is just a clear pawn up.
No.
No, to save it.
I mean, I think this is going to be very hard for Black. It's an extra solid pawn to my eyes. I mean, okay, you still have this weakness we pointed out of the white pawn, which is attacked now by the knight and queen, which, you know, it is a backwards pawn. It is a weak pawn, but pieces are getting removed from the board, and when you're a pawn up, generally, you know, you remove the pieces, you get nearer to converting. So, I mean, I say that, okay, clearly it's not game over yet by any means, and Black can try to create some opportunities. He moves his queen here to pin the rook down, and there's a bit of work for Magnus to discombobulate well, his pieces are discombobulated. Bobulate, is that a word? I don't even know. To undiscombobulate his pieces.
Yes.
Maybe.
It's your favourite word, discombobulate. It's a difficult one to say.
I do
but,
like it.
I have to also agree with you both, Simon and David. I just think that Magnus is in his element here. You know, he can just keep on improving. And I love the little moves that he's just played, you know, pushing Harry one square, give the king a little bit of air, and now look at the queen and rook. He's primed to take the central D-line. It's just looking great. And of course, you've got the bishop as well. Bishop is superior over the knight in this particular position.
There's one tactic here, which maybe is Liam's final chance. I think long term, if he just does nothing, White will start to improve the position, coordinate the bishop, the rook, the queen, and it's going to be hard for Black to ever hold this position. But if Black's rook now comes down to the bottom of the board, attacking the white queen, we would actually see a trade of rooks. So you distract the white queen away. Maybe we can show this, or maybe Liam's going to play it. It looks like he's about to make a move. What's it going to be? He needs to move fast. 1 minute now on the clock. But if the black rook comes down to the bottom of the board, White's queen has to take it, and then Black's queen can actually pounce and capture the white rook. So we could see a trade of rooks in this position, and I think this is what Liam has to do. Bring his rook down to the bottom of the board, deflect away the white queen, we see a capture, see a trade, and the only chance now, I think, for Black is to go for this, because at least he will try and win this pawn next move. White has annoying checks, but I think this is his best shot, at least practically.
And sorry for laughing, David, but Magnus was deep into some music digging there.
Okay, and he's played it. He's played this move, and yeah, he'll need that rhythm now in this endgame. It's still not so easy to win, despite what the evaluation bar says. Queen takes rook is about to happen, or it has just happened, sorry, and queen takes rook. I'm expecting a check here, because what else? But at least Black has some counterplay against this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, at least the queen and knight are famous for coordinating extremely well together, and you can see that weak white pawn is actually it's a serious issue here. So this is, to my eyes, at least not so clear now, and I think things have improved certainly for Liam a little bit here by all standards. But how does he guard that pawn? Is there a...
Well, he doesn't need to guard that pawn. He can actually go along and do his counterattack. So I was thinking check, or and then.
Maybe something like this.
Yeah, And one other idea that I had was just attack the knight, you know, drop the queen back along the c-line. And again...
This is a critical moment, isn't it? If he can find the right way, both of these ideas look quite dangerous. I mean, does queen g4 even force the exchange of queens? Because if it does, that's a very safe way of playing.
Yeah, I think maybe Black can push this pawn forward, but then there are going to be tactics all the time against the Black king. Some ideas of taking this pawn at some point. Some kind of pin, not right now, but at some point later, of pinning this king. It's a lot to work out, and actually Magnus, I'm surprised he allowed this. But either way, Liam fighting really hard. We mentioned before the game, his style is very much kind of a street fighter. He's not always dominating, controlling games. Sometimes he does, but in general, he's always looking for tactics and ways to transform the position. So, yeah, still some real life ahead in this game.
So a critical moment. We're super eager to see what Magnus do. Critical moments happening other places in the Oslo Esports arena as well. Apparently, Shakhriyar Mamadjarov has made a huge blunder against Pragnananda, and we see the bar. Loving it for the 16-year-old.
And we can just see it from his body language there. We saw Shak go, and
realizing maybe there that he blundered.
And it just goes to show how resourceful Pragnananda is, you know, how confident he is. You know, we saw him yesterday in his game against Jordan Van Forest. You know, he took some really gutsy decisions. And now, I mean, this is great news for Pragnananda, because I have to say, his score against Shakhriyar in previous events has not been that great. And, well, anything can happen, of course.
Of course.
I mean, they say there's no luck in chess. And maybe there's not, and you create your own luck. But he was, as you said, Jovanka, yesterday, he was losing 2 games against Jordan, and he won both of those games. And here he was losing this game. He may be winning this game now, and he's certainly, I want to know what he's doing, because he's certainly doing something special to turn the positions around. Very resourceful, I guess.
Yeah, and I just peeked over at their game just to see where the mistakes were in the game between Prag and Mamadjarov, and it's as if he just flicked his magic wand, and out of nowhere, some crazy tactics happened. He just sacrificed a piece, sacrificed another piece, and he's winning. So he's down, but a big attack for Prag. And normally, actually, we see Mamadjarov doing that to his opponents. Normally, he's the one flicking his magic wand and checkmating them. This time, Prag, and there we go. He has won the game.
Wow,
the first game has finished on day 2 here in the Oslo Esports Cup. Pragnananda, the 16-year-old, he won his match yesterday, getting a great start also now to day 2, a win against Mamedyarov in the first game, taking the lead in that match. And the question is, will Magnus Carlsen do the same against Liam Le? And here we have the answer to that big decision.
Okay, so some very quick moves. We did see a check, and the White Queen choosing a different square, not one that we mentioned, but also was threatening checkmate on the last turn, teaming up the Queen and Bishop, and that has been stopped now by Liam. So White does have kind of the safe option at some point of using the White Queen and going back down to capture Black's pawn on the b4 square. So Magnus has actually found a very safe way of proceeding. And even if that weak White pawn drops now, White will be a pawn ahead. Still very difficult to win. Queen endgames, it's all about passed pawns. Neither side has a passed pawn right now. But yeah, Magnus trying to squeeze out the advantage. Liam fighting really hard.
Yeah, I mean,
that pawn did drop.
I guess if the queens come off, you're really going to put Magnus as, you know, nearly 99% favourite. So this is why Black's kept the queens on the board. He has more chances to trick Magnus. And of course, we mentioned the knight and queen work very well together. Saying that, it's a safe pawn, isn't it, really, now? So nothing to worry about.
It's what we call a 2-result game, right?
Yeah.
I guess so. Magnus playing for the win, but even if Liam defends perfectly, it's only going to be a draw. I think it's going to take a miracle for Liam to win this game. That being said, he is creating some sneaky threats, using that Black Knight, going towards the White King, threatening some checks, and the White King running away to safety, preempting any checks.
Maybe, I'm not sure about that king running away to safety.
No, I was wondering what you do against this move.
Yeah.
Wow, and look at, I missed that one as well.
I mean, knight a2. Oh, and look at Magnus. He's shaking his head a bit. Did he just miss it? Oh, my words, look at it.
Look at that
And his mouse slipped.
Oh, no.
And Magnus's mouse slipped. He just gave away his queen.
And he's lost.
Game over.
Incredible.
What?
Wow.
Oh, this is so dramatic. What just happened? A huge mouse slip?
Yeah.
A blunder first and then a mouse slip. It just fell apart for Magnus in the space of 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And Liam Le wins game 1 against Magnus Carlsen in their match. Magnus Carlsen, it was looking good for him in the first game, with the white pieces as well. But a moment of madness, and Liam Le takes the lead in the match. Magnus looks frustrated. Liam seems to take it a little bit slow behind there. I assume Magnus will walk back to his lounge immediately. Yeah. How about Liam Le? Will he stop by to give a comment to Sverre? Look at that. I mean, what do you think Liam Le is feeling inside right now? He must be excited.
That was incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible how things could change in 30 seconds.
We're almost speechless here because we've never seen that type of thing happen, really.
No.
And Liam is going to stop to give us a few words, it looked like.
Yeah, I also saw our tour director, Arne, snacking up on some sushi. Let's head out to the lounge to hear from Lia after that fantastic win in the first game.
It make it more difficult to face an opponent that comes a little late to the game and looks like he's not 100%?
No, it doesn't really matter to me that much. But I was just wondering if something happened to him or not. But I mean, he still play pretty strong, so I'm pretty sure he really tried to win. But it was really unfortunate that at the end he made a mouse slip and basically gave me the win. Very unfortunate, but it happens in online chess.
How do you react when you see that happening?
Yeah, I was totally shocked. I was expecting queen d4, and I'm sure that was the move that he wanted to make. And after queen d4, I was planning to play queen c3, and then he would give perpetual after queen e4. So, I mean, a draw is perfectly fine for me there. I wouldn't dream about winning but that position at all.
Yeah, I was going to ask that, actually. How would you assess the game before what you call a mouse slip?
Yeah, so I think it was better for most of the game, and I'm sure he had some better ways to play it. But this, after knight c1, I thought I have decent chances. Maybe he had to play something else instead of bishop c3, maybe king h2 first. But I think he clearly missed this knight a2, and after that he got upset and he made that unfortunate mouse slip.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
What a great start for Liam Le, taking the lead against Magnus Carlsen in what turned out to be a crazy game. What happened, David?
Yeah, we just have to rewind and show those last few moves. I mean, it's still hard to explain some of those decisions by the world champion. Liam there, he just referenced this bishop move by Magnus, maybe being a small mistake, maybe the start of the downward trend for the world champion. But now it was this really clever knight move that made the world champion panic and just fall apart. Here, we mentioned this king move being a small mistake. The white bishop actually had to save itself first, maybe going to a safe square. There's a few squares potentially. But instead, after this king move, Magnus had missed this knight fork, attacking the white queen and attacking the white bishop at the same time with the black knight. And this was where that fateful mouse slip happened. Both those pieces are attacked. You have to save the queen. She's the more valuable piece. And Magnus wanted to play this queen to d4 move that Liam mentioned in his interview there. And this would have led to a draw. After the black queen takes the white bishop, defended by her knight, white can actually give perpetual check. There's no way for the black king to ever escape these checks. If the king retreats, for example, the white queen continues checking. And if you block with the pawns, the white queen will also continue checking the king. There's no escape, and the game would have ended in a draw. Of course, though, we saw not that move, queen to d4. We saw Magnus mouse slip, and this check just allowed the white queen to be taken for free. Magnus resigned.
So should Liam have offered a draw? Because it was a clear mouse slip? I mean, I love starting a bit of controversy. You know, you've got to start a little bit. You know, I mean, you get that take back on online chess, don't you? You play a blunder and you're like, take back, you know, which no one ever gives, by the way. But, you know, it was a mouse slip. Had he played the move he meant to play, it would have been a draw. I know some players probably would have offered a draw. By the way, I'm just starting controversy. I think take it is part of the game. It's part of this online portal, and it adds to the drama. But I don't know. There is a little argument to say he should have offered a draw. Maybe.
All right, we have to follow game 2 now also between Liam Le and Magnus Carlsen coming up in 15 minutes. Magnus looking to make that comeback. Do you think he's gonna, with the black pieces, what do you expect, Jovanka, from Magnus in game 2?
Well, you know, he did play very well, and he was actually doing great against Liam Le. And even though he looked tired, his move still had a lot of energy, and it just was a very unfortunate turn of events. So I don't think he'll be too downhearted. And, you know, the world champion is fantastic at comebacks.
Absolutely. Still, 3 games to go for Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le in their match today. There is a total of 4 rapid games to decide each match. And if anyone is tied, we will head straight to tie breaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon. Now, Liam Le is having some success against the real-life Magnus Carlsen today. And after the next game, we're going to see how he did when we challenged him to play Magnus at 10 years old in our Champions Challenge. But right now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, so let's send the challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 in the first major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. This is the Oslo Esports Cup. We had a dramatic first round, and the second round today is coming up in about 10 minutes. But right now, we're going to talk about something very exciting. We're going to talk about the digital future of chess. And I'm joined by a special guest. He's the co-founder of Saxo Bank. He is the owner of several world-known restaurants in Copenhagen, as well as some big sports club. But most relevant right now, the founder of Concordium. Lars, welcome to the Chess Show.
Thank you very much.
First of all, you have to explain to us a little bit, what is Concordium, and also this new word that we're going to hear a lot about, blockchain?
Well, I mean, Concordium is what we call a foundational blockchain. So it's a piece of infrastructure that if you wish to build something on a blockchain, we deliver the infrastructure for that. So if you should compare it to something, it's like we build the internet, you build the Amazon or the Google or the Saxo Bank on top. So it's an infrastructural thing, and then we build various things on top with different characteristics of a blockchain. And a blockchain is a secure way to store data and to register ownership of various things that I'm sure we'll touch upon. And it's a way that you can get a group of people collaborating around a technology project that they all join together to make very secure.
And we're definitely now seeing this become a part of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, definitely a part of sort of the future of chess now being even more a digital sport. Now, what is your relationship to chess?
Well, I played a bit as a kid, but I don't think I would do very well against the kind of people that you show on this channel. But I find it exciting, and I like the new way of chess. You know, in my childhood, it was Cold War in Iceland and things like that, and now it seems very vibrant and with a big following. And obviously, it's one of the biggest games in the world, and a very inclusive game. I think that nearly anybody can play.
Absolutely. And of course, this is the Oslo Esports Cup. So chess also sort of going even more into esports. Esports must be big also in the blockchain world. So how do you sort of see the future for esports, for games, for chess going forwards in the blockchain and NFT world?
Well, esports and games are obviously much more established industries, much bigger user bases. But as we in the blockchain industry see things that we feel we could add to those games, it's very interesting areas for us. And the things that we can add is closer relationships between the various iconic stars, be it esports, be it traditional sports, etc. Through a closer relationship, through various items that you can own on a blockchain. And secondly, many of the problems in traditional games is that the internal economy in the game is very much dependent on the person running the game. And we think we can offer something that can build a more true economy and a more safe economy for many of the players. So we think blockchain has a role to play in gaming, in esports, etc. And there's a lot of stuff going on both sides to integrate the two.
Absolutely. And you're also, as I mentioned in the start, you're also active in the restaurant business, also in other sort of sports, with other sports clubs. What kind of trends are you seeing in those fields?
Well, you know, relating to blockchain, then I think that we see blockchain sort of getting its foot in everywhere. And certainly in the traditional sports sector, we see a lot of particularly what we call NFTs, which are ways that you can own little electronic memorabilia, you could say, relating to the persons that you admire in sports, etc. So that's the first real big use case we've seen, that people like to own stuff related to the people that they're fans of. There's a lot of other opportunities in the long run also in for example, the restaurant industry that you mentioned. We see that bookings can be much more efficient through blockchain. People being able to transfer their ownership of anything, could be a memorabilia, could be a booking at a restaurant, etc. But really having true ownership of the stuff that they purchase in games and the reservations that they have at restaurants, etc. So this is just a beginning, I would say, and we see early use cases that make a lot of sense. But I'm sure, just like when the internet was young, we can't even begin to foresee where the real killer use cases will be many years from now. But I think in sports and in games, it's very much about getting a stronger relationship between the player, between the fan, and then the people that he wants to engage with.
Wow, this is super exciting. And for Concordium specifically, what are you sort of working? What is happening with Concordium nowadays?
Well, we're working on a lot of things, like several other blockchains, of course, in the same space, trying to make themselves as attractive as possible. We are building a lot of stuff, in particular, to make it easy to interact with the blockchain. If you remember, well, you probably don't, but I do, from the early days of the internet, that people thought that was very nerdy and very difficult, and many people were very skeptical. But there we built a lot of bridges, a lot of interesting applications that made it so easy that everybody today uses the internet without even thinking about it. And that's a process that we should have in blockchain. We should make it easier to interact with, less nerdy, less difficult, and then all of a sudden people can do things that they cannot do on the internet due to the security of the data and the clear ownership of various items, in a way where they don't really have to speculate too much about that they use a blockchain, but just benefit from the advantages that they get. And in many ways, I was an internet pioneer myself and very early engaged in that, and I see many parallels there between those two time periods.
Yeah, I would say internet has gotten quite big. Yeah, definitely.
And we think blockchain will be something in that level of transformation, whether it's as big as the internet or it's difficult to say, but it's a transformative technology that, just like the internet, simply makes a lot of things much more efficient, much more clear, with much clearer ownership of things and registration of things, and it's more truthful than the internet. What you post on a blockchain, you can't really manipulate, whereas as we all know, people manipulate various activities on the internet in a big way, and that's part of the problem we're trying to solve. So it's a transformative technology with a lot of potential, but I don't believe we have seen much more than a very small fraction of what it can really do yet.
Wow. Well, and we're now definitely inviting our viewers to become a part of this very exciting world that you predict will become a big world as well, to actually collect 3D pieces from the chess champs. And we can actually show you the Black Queen. This is very cool, you guys. So Concordium and Chess Champs are celebrating the Oslo Esports Cup by giving away the Black Queen digital collection. So if you head to chesschamps.io, you can get your hand on one of these Black Queens. And if you open then a wallet at Concordium, you can actually get your first, maybe, NFT, the Black Queen, for free. And Lars, why do you like the Chess Champs NFTs? I think this is super cool. You can actually have NFT chess pieces. What do you like about it?
Yeah, the great thing here is that you know exactly how many there are, and once there are no more, you can't get any more, and that's a difference between the internet, where we could just keep printing them, right? So that's one of the ways you can see the difference, right? But what is exciting is that one thing is that you own a chess piece like that, but we're going to do a lot of gamification so that you can play with them in actual games. You can own, in the longer run, pieces associated with individual big chess players. So whoever you support the most, you can own a little piece of merchandise that is yours and only yours.
Fantastic. Lars, it's been so inspiring to talk to you, and I hope all our viewers now feel inspired to start collecting those NFT chess pieces. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. All right, you guys, it's all about now starting to collect NFT chess pieces. This is very cool. And I hear rumors in the future, in not a very long time actually, you can start using those NFT chess pieces in your actual online chess games. Super cool. All right, and this is an online tournament, and round 2 is coming up in a few minutes. Let's head out to the lounge. Sverre is out and about with the players, with the sushi. What's going on, Sverre?
It's funny, I was actually talking to Pragnananda recently. He started out as, you know, this young gun coming in here. He was a little bit timid, a little bit shy in his approach, but as you can see, as he's playing well, his confidence is really starting to build. And I decided to ask Pragnananda right about that, whether his confidence now is rising or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the game went because it was very complicated in the middle, and in rapid it's very, you don't know what's really happening and you don't have time to assess. And it was just a crazy game, and I'm just happy to win.
Do you have fun in this format? Is it enjoyable?
Yeah, it's definitely enjoyable when you win.
Good luck to you, Prag.
Yeah, thanks.
It's so nice to see Pragnananda smiling, and it seems he is enjoying for the first time being in an esports arena. The arbiter coming over to help him set up his screen. He did win the first game today against Shahriar Muhammedyarov and is in the lead. And here comes Magnus Carlsen. He lost game 1 against Liam after a big mouse slip by the end of that game. Game 2 is coming up. Magnus will have the black pieces. Jordan van Vries, he is playing against Erik Hansen today and got a great start today. The young Dutchman, he won game 1 against Erik Hansen. And it seems the game has started. Liam with the white pieces might have made the first move, but we are waiting for Magnus to arrive in the final match. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Anish Giri. The first game ended in a draw. All right, and we do have the first move here. Liam has not made any big surprises, I guess.
No big surprises yet. He's played his pawn to d4, and he has, of course, done a chessboard course on openings that do start with this move. So will he play the London system? Will he play the Queen's Gambit? I'm sure once Magnus arrives, we'll find out the answer, but Liam, very ready, very focused. Ever since I've known him, he's actually 1 year younger than Magnus Carlsen, but ever since I've known him, he's been very much focused on chess, always studying openings, big expert in a lot of lines. So he looks ready, focused. And Simon, earlier you mentioned potentially offering a draw if the opponent had made a mouse slip, but we can't blame him, right, for taking the opportunity, taking the point.
Not really, no, I don't think so. I mean, it is part of the game, but I do possibly think that some players might have offered a draw, potentially if it's the other way around, maybe. Maybe Magnus didn't give the chance, maybe he resigned. I didn't actually see how the game actually ended. He might have resigned before a draw offer to come through, just not given the opportunity to put any mental questions there. You know, that could have possibly happened, but it was a real dynamic end to the game, very unsurprising. Can Magnus now bounce back with the black pieces?
Yeah, that is the issue. I mean, on the subject, I just wanted to give my thoughts. I just think it's part and parcel of internet chess and the players developing, black establishing a triangle formation with his pawns. And, you know, I have to say, I have to read you a tweet from Casey Grows Nose, who actually says, Magnus was late, fell asleep at the board, one blunder, then mouse slip. No draw offer, no way.
Yeah.
So, I mean, many people saying no, absolutely not.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, if he'd have played 1F3, no way would he have got a draw offer, you know. And he did turn up late to the game. You could argue that's not entirely correct, but okay, we're into the second game now. So Magnus needs to prove something now.
Yeah, and Magnus himself, I don't think he would want that generosity from his opponent.
No.
He wants to, he wants things to be decided on the board anyway. So, okay, a few moves into the opening, nothing too special has happened. It did start out as the Queen's Gambit, but as Jan-Krzysztof mentioned, Black has kind of established this triangle formation with his pawns. Black's pawns in the centre, making that triangle, and it's just rock solid. We did see a trade of dark-squared bishops. Meanwhile, Magnus back to taking a power nap, potentially, and there we go. Definitely not full of energy, even after that first game. And, OK, Magnus has a healthy position. He's just castled his king as Black. White needs to develop his pieces, but this is the type of position you will need energy later on as Black, just to equalise, let alone try to win this game. It's very much White with a small space advantage, the better pawn structure. So, OK, Magnus perking up there again. opening his eyes and maybe ready to move. I'm expecting the black, okay, rook or knight to come to the center. Black's pieces over there. They just need to, I keep saying wake up, but I can't say that anymore. They just need to join the action. They need to join the game. Yeah. And yeah, white's bishop or queen now most likely to move.
Now Liam with the white pieces in this game, getting a win in that first game, a little bit surprisingly after that mouse slip. With the black pieces, do you think his mentality in this game is to just go for another win, to go 2 points up to the world champion?
I mean, I think he's just going to play with, you know, he doesn't need to go crazy because it's the world champion. I mean, if he loses this game, you know, that first game is irrelevant. So a draw, good result, really. He gets a bit closer to the finishing line, and that's $7,500, which is pretty tasty.
Oh, yeah.
So just play the position, don't take too many risks, and see what kind of mood Magnus is in as well, because, you know, it is over to him now. He's really got to prove it. He's going to be very upset after losing that game. So maybe give him the opportunity to blunder.
Yeah, and we saw time and again last season on the tour that the kind of professional approach, once you take the lead, no matter what the colour, is to just kind of play safety first, and not necessarily meaning you're playing for the draw, but just kind of playing sensible chess, and as Simon says, wait for your opponent to do something, wait for them, because they are behind, to kind of take the risks, and then you can maybe take your chances if they do come. But yeah, especially with white here, what Liam's doing is just really solid, really sound. He's put his pieces on good squares. And black is the one with this last pawn trade, and now with this move, black is the one trying to equalize, trying to trade off pawns in the center to make things symmetrical. And yeah, Liam's just done a very sensible job here. He's castled his king as well now, so white is ahead in development. And after this pawn trade, white will take back with his knight, most likely. He doesn't want an isolated pawn in the center. And still a move or two before black gets organized. And a nice move there by Magnus, just getting ready to bring his knight out to challenge white's knight in the centre of the board. It's very balanced in general, but zero risk at all for Liam right now.
Yeah, and that's what he kind of wants. You know, I totally agree with you both. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. You know, as chess players, we love patterns, and we saw it in the Charity Cup and the Air Things Masters. Players couldn't actually recover when they were 1 point down, because the opponents always kind of locked the position up, and they played very solidly. And I mean, I can even think of the Air Things Masters, the match between Liam and Magnus. I mean, Magnus won the game, and Liam could make no headway.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest improvements I probably had was when I was young, and I was looking at the games of grandmasters in English tournaments, and you could note that these older grandmasters, they'd often win games by doing nothing. And that sounds like a very strange thing, but they'd wait until their opponent made the mistake. And they wouldn't even try to do many things. They'd just sit there. They would play very risk-free. They wouldn't try to attack because it weakened their position. And they just wait and wait and wait. And the pressure will build in these match situations on Magnus, because at some point he has to win. So he has to take a risk. So I think that is certainly the right approach.
Yeah, old man chess, Simon. That's exactly what I try to do nowadays. I try to do nothing and just wait for my opponent to come at me.
But you do nothing very well.
Yeah,
you do it very, very well. So,
it's a decent strategy. It does work.
You know, I had the Grandmaster do that to me once. He just literally shuffled the pieces, and it was a bit of a mind kind of, I want to some bad word came out, but it was really mind-boggling, because every time I was like, why is he playing like this? And I ended up burning time on the clock. And in the end, I was the one that lost patience, and I did something, and of course, backfired on me big time.
Yeah, and there's this famous example, right, of one of the greatest strategic players, one of the greatest positional players of all time, Ulf Andersson, and he just did nothing for 15, 20 moves. Actually, it was against Ulf Andersson, where his opponent, was it Mike Basman, did nothing for 20 moves.
Yeah.
And then, and eventually Ulf just got frustrated and lashed out. And
that was at the Hastings tournament, I think, and Basman's one of the real mavericks of English chess, and the St. George is actually one of his openings, really, him and Tony Miles, so it's quite appropriate to mention him. And I also remember that was a quiz question at the Reykjavik pub quiz. They showed a position, and Magnus guessed the two players, guessed the year.
No way.
Yes, and it was a bizarre. Yeah, he did. He guessed everything, which shows his incredible memory. You know, impossible question to get. The weird position, which two players, which year.
And he guessed Mike Basman, who is one of the legends of British chess, but maybe not so well known outside of the UK.
And Magnus, of course, knew the answer.
Wow,
no one else
incredible.
did. Just Magnus did. So it was crazy.
Yeah.
So,
if I ever write a book called The Art of Doing Nothing, then that game will feature. And, maybe this one as well. Who knows? And in this game, there have been a few developments, but nothing too special. It's actually very reminiscent of the early stages of the previous game between these two earlier today, at least the opening stage. It was basically identical pawn structure. It's completely symmetrical right now. And just pieces flying off the board. Bishops have been traded, a set of rooks have also left the board. Now black has lined up his queen and rook against the white bishop. I'm expecting that bishop to be defended by white's rook. There we go. And finally, a threat actually against the black queen. White's bishop was threatening to jump out the way with a check, hit the black king, and then the black queen would have been under fire from white's rook. So you never want your queen opposite your opponent's rooks. That's why Magnus stepped back. And look at this, Liam, he's actually barely paused. Magnus actually with more time than he started with, but both players just trading off all the pieces. The Hoover has come out, and all the rooks have come off. A set of bishops. It looks like Liam just very happy to consolidate his extra point from earlier today.
Yeah, I think
heading towards a draw.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way. I mean, it's always a bit dangerous to do that, I find, but when you're this caliber of player, they can do that in these positions. I mean, there's no weakness. And again, go back to Ulf Andersson, one of the most interesting things he said to me, I was playing the same team as him, and I said, well, I always try to play the best move in the position. And he said, I don't. I was like, well, you're one of the best players of all time. What do you mean? And he goes, I just try to play a move that doesn't make a mistake. And I thought, oh, hello. Well, it's a totally different way of looking at the game. Rather than trying to find the best move, he tried to play moves that didn't make any weaknesses, and that was his style. And I found that really interesting as approach to the game of chess. So, yeah.
I have to say, on that subject, I was actually on the same team as Simon and Ulf Andersson, and it was so wonderful to be watching these two players who have completely different styles. Simon, let's say he's a quite optimistic attacker. Likes coming forward, very, very dangerous. And Ulf is very much safety first. And if he gets a little niggle, we would kind of get together after the team finished the games, and we would kind of analyse, we would play chess, and
they would just completely disagree.
No,
it was like some meeting of minds. That was the most wonderful thing.
I remember a great incident from that, because Ulf really is one of the top players, Scandinavian players of all time. He's a legend, and I sacrificed my queen for some dodgy compensation in some game. We looked at the game afterwards with some wine, and Ulf, he could just calculate so well. He saw all the tactics. He saw them much quicker than me. He's just pointing out all these ideas, and I thought, well, hang on a minute, he's never playing like this, but he could play like that. That was the point, and he was quite a unique and very nice, brilliant player. So, yeah.
Wow.
That's the thing, actually. It's a myth that positional players don't calculate or that they don't do tactics, right? But they use their calculation skills and use their tactics to prevent their opponent's ideas. And, it's a bit like another individual sport, tennis. Simon would be the guy who's going for a winner with every shot, trying to win the point immediately. Ulf would just be trying to get the ball back into play, just wait for the opponent to hit it out. So.
That's an interesting,
It's a very nice analogy.
Yeah.
But that's one of the beautiful things about chess. I mean, not much is, I have to say, happening in the game here. We'll come to it in a minute. But one of the beautiful things about chess is you can put your personality onto the game, and that shows at the higher level you get, and I think that's a really beautiful thing about the game. You can sort of see that in the moves that are played often by players.
Yeah, and the reason we haven't been talking too much about the moves is because not too much has happened. Queens have been traded off. It's just an endgame now with bishops and knights, but it's still perfectly symmetrical pawn structure. Black can block up either side of the board later on if he wants to, and it's minimal hope for either side to win this game. It's simply impossible to create a passed pawn, and if you can't create a passed pawn, push forward, promote, make a new queen, then no real chance of winning this one.
Well,
both kings have centralised, and it's just very much headed towards a draw.
And that is good news for Liam Le. He won the first game today. Let's take a look at the results in all the matches in the first games of today. So Liam Le is up by 1 point against Magnus Carlsen. Remember, a total of 4 rapid games to decide each match. Jürgen van Forest, he got a win against Eric Hansen and is up by 1 point. Pragnananda, he's just having such a good start to the tournament. He won his match yesterday, and he won the first game today against Shahryar Mamedyarov. Duda and Giri, they played a draw in the first game, and all the matches are now ongoing with game 2. And I guess by the tone of your voice that you're maybe expecting this one to
fizzle out
Yep.
into a draw.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the game is in really calm waters at the minute, and I don't expect it to last too much longer. And it will be settled peacefully. And I think it's a perfect time to show your selfie
Yay.
from Dmitry Stanislav, who is watching the show from traditional Cyprus, which is a lovely island with amazing nature
and weather.
There we can see it. Yeah. But we're also having good weather in Oslo
We are,
as well.
yes.
So normally I'm quite jealous, but here, you know, it's great to be watching in beautiful nature.
What is the weather like in Bergen now, where you live?
It's actually not bad.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been really, really sunny. And I have to say about Bergen, it's Norway's second city. And usually the weather is just rainy and it's horrible and grey. But when it's beautiful weather, you feel like you're living in paradise. It's a stunning place.
For those few minutes every year when the sun is shining in Bergen, it's paradise.
The rivalry coming through.
Go Oslo! All right, we do have a few moves on the board in this rivalry. Is it fizzling out, David?
Yes. If you look at the pawn structure now, it's pretty much as blocked as it can be in the centre of the board. I slightly prefer Magnus's position if I had to choose, just because White's pawn in the middle of the board slightly blocks in his bishop, but it's not really a significant factor right now. We could see White's knight come and give the black king a check. White could push some pawns on either side of the board, but still no way to imbalance things. And just look at the clock times for both players. They've barely paused, and that means that they both know what's about to happen. A draw is imminent. Here we go, it's a check. Black's king has to be slightly careful where it goes, maybe. But once it finds a safe square, I'm expecting the players to play a few more quick moves, maybe trade another set of pieces off, and then just repeat the position to make a draw. I'm not sure whether they can offer draws or whether they will offer draws. Normally, that's a sign of pride. You don't want to be the one showing weakness and clicking the draw offer button. But yeah, it's just a...
This time in the arena,
Right
they
position.
can actually just look at each other and go, hey, draw. Yeah, that's kind of unusual.
Just wink at each other. Yeah,
Shouldn't it be like a peace sign or something?
yeah actually, in over the board chess, especially when I was young, when I was playing people who we didn't share a common language with, the common sign to offer a draw is kind of like that. Yeah, just offer the draw, and then the opponent will nod, and then...
Well, sometimes you can even offer a draw just by a smile. You know, I remember playing a grandmaster friend, and we just like looked at each other, and we just kind of laughed and went, you know, and then started analysing the game. And but it kind of like it didn't occur to us until a few days later that, you know, we actually hadn't offered a draw. We just kind of agreed.
Yeah, but could it sometimes happen that it's some confusion and?
I remember there was a Russian grandmaster, and he was played at Hastings, and he just had a permanent smile, and it was really weird. He was like the Joker, and you look at him, and you're like, why is he smiling? What have I done? What have I done? It's like, oh my God! And it's like, yeah, don't know if you know the guy, but I won't mention his name, but it was really disturbing.
Russian grandmaster.
A Russian grandmaster, yeah. He just had a permanent smile. It's like, why? And you just like, you know, 5 hours smile.
Oh wow!
Just really loves chess.
That is.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Or the mental game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, Magnus has been playing the mental game in, so far in this tournament. Yesterday, playing an odd opening to put Jan-Krzysztof off. Today, arriving a little bit late, falling asleep. But in this one, it's calming down. Magnus with the black pieces, a draw here must be sensible. Yeah. And then going all out for the win in game 3.
Yeah, the position we see on the board right now, it's very much the type of position where you could imagine a player falling asleep, to be honest. So yeah, it's strange that Magnus fell asleep earlier when it was maybe the start of a more exciting game. Now it's just really not too much happening. And body language, if you look at the two players, Liam, I mean, he's so stoic, right? Just never breaks pose, never seems to panic. Even in the last game where for a moment or two he was maybe in a bit of trouble, never really breaking sweat. Magnus much more expressive. Magnus at least looks fresher than he did maybe an hour or two ago. And yeah, okay, pushing a pawn here, not changing the nature of the position at all, really. And yeah, black might push a pawn, black can just wait with the bishop.
So we will follow this game until it has finished, because we want to follow the players out to the lounge to see if they give some reactions to Sverre. And after that, we're going to jump into another game, of course, in this round.
Yeah. And whilst the players are just moving their pieces around, I'd like to ask both you and David a question from Luffy, who says, if you had to play e4 or d4, which is moving the king's pawn 2 squares forward, or the queen's pawn 2 squares forward for 1 year, which one would you pick?
Well, I mean, Eva's cool with me. I mean,
would you just roll the dice and
I'd
go?
probably just roll the dice. I mean, they're both great moves. I mean, I think in general you should generally stick to the same opening when you're learning. But as you get better, you can sort of adapt to other openings to increase your knowledge. Especially nowadays, how chess has developed. When we were young, you should stick to the same opening, play the same ideas. But with the information available now, it's much quicker to learn things. I mean, maybe for me, I'd have a change and play the king's pawn for a year, because I normally do the other pawn just to, you know, mix it up a little bit.
Okay, and now I'm going to say the exact opposite. I normally, well, at least when I was younger, I used to play e4, but I'll say d4 just to mix things up a bit. And it's funny you mentioned rolling the dice as well, because when I played a recent tournament, I literally couldn't decide my first move. So I rolled the dice, and it came up 1 d4. So I had to play d4 the whole match.
Was F3 on the dice?
F3 wasn't on the dice. Only sensible moves. Only sensible moves. Luckily, there was only space for 6 options on the dice. And, yeah, I played d4, and the match went pretty well. So.
Yeah, I've actually tried some dice chess and just played around with some different rules where you know, you play a move, you have to roll a dice to see what piece you move, and some stupid variants. But nothing beats traditional chess, though.
Yeah, no, talking about dice chess, you know, it's a good one actually to play when you're playing against a beginner, because you just roll the dice, and you know, it tells you what piece you have to move. Sometimes it's
quite interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Okay, and meanwhile, a couple more moves. So actually, Liam going for maybe a more ambitious option than I thought he would, just pushing a pawn forward, harry the h-pawn, maybe a potential winner of this game. If you look at all the pawns, that pawn that has just moved is the most far advanced pawn on the whole board, and therefore the pawn actually in front of it, if you look at black's h-pawn, it's potentially a weakness. If you could imagine white's knight jumping and trying to grab it later on, then white's h-pawn will run through. Very quick pass pawn there. The problem for white is that the knight, no matter where it jumps into black's half of the board, it will get eliminated by black's bishop. So if you look at actually all of the minor pieces, the bishops and knights, white's bishop is controlled by the black knight and vice versa, and also white's knight is completely controlled by the black bishop. Meanwhile, Magnus pushing this a-pawn forward, actually saw on his computer screen just a few minutes ago, he was itching to play this move earlier, but he delayed it, and he changed his mind a couple of times. Now he has pushed this pawn forward. It's just going to completely lock up the position, I think, in the next few moves.
I think the only way either side is going to win this position is by a big blunder, you know, a mouse slip. And this move now is locking it up more. Slightly dangerous putting your pawns on the same colour square as your opponent's bishop. It's the only thing you have to be a little bit careful of. But you can see there, I think again by Magnus's face, really, that he knows this is a draw, and neither side's. I mean, if they blunder here, it'd be pretty amazing, really. Yeah. So
it's hard to imagine anything too drastic happening now. And yeah, as you mentioned, Magnus's face was like, come on, let's get out of here, let's take a break. And it's actually interesting who this will favour more. The quicker game. Maybe Liam wants to keep Magnus at the board for longer. Maybe he knows Magnus is a bit tired. Maybe he'll just keep the game going and going and going and not click that draw button anytime soon. Magnus clearly looks like he wants to get out of there.
And play that mental game right back at Magnus, basically.
Exactly.
That would show some, I'm not going to say that, but it's going to show something.
I've done it before, you know.
Some tennis.
Exactly, thank you.
Okay, that's all right.
No, but why not just keep your opponent at the board? It gives them less time to prepare the openings. And Magnus has white in the next game. Maybe give him less time to prepare.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, okay, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see now. Will Liam Le try to, play on here?
Commentator's curse. He'll probably click draw off the button anytime soon, but it's just a different strategy. Liam is quite a respectful guy in general. He'll probably just think, okay, let's just make the draw. Fair result.
Totally dead now, isn't it? Now they've locked the queen side as well. They've locked up. There's no pawn breaks. I mean, if you're going to win a position like this, you have to really have. I think it's going to come. Yeah.
It's going to come.
Free fight.
White is just going to shuffle the king backwards and forwards. Black is going to do the same.
Yeah. All of the minor pieces are on their perfect squares, so the kings are the only ones that can really do anything.
That's when Magnus wakes up, of course. But is that it?
Magnus does win endgame sometimes, but he's not going to win this one.
I thought he's had his head. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Wow. He's gone for something.
Okay.
Wow.
Risky move there by Magnus.
And Liam does have a reaction.
Yeah, he didn't. I mean, this is avoiding a draw because he could have really moved his king back and they could have mirrored each other, done a threefold repetition, taken a draw. But he's actually trying something. Looks really risky. Yeah. Probably doesn't change anything, but still.
Well, how could Liam take advantage of this? Is there anything you're seeing?
Well, the first thing he'd look at is actually capturing the bishop, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. He could take that bishop in two ways. White could capture it with his own bishop or with the knight. And either way, eventually, Black's pawn structure would have to change. Black would have to recapture with his pawn on the next move or the move after. And rather than this kind of complete blocked up symmetry that we see, suddenly the pawn structure will change. And that's why we said there's risk involved. Black will end up, he's going to end up with an isolated pawn. But the reason it's still a draw is because anytime the white king comes forward, the black king will actually come forward itself and block it off. We're just going to see a dance of the kings now. Still nothing to be done. Magnus calculated it. It looks super risky, but that's just a standoff. It's almost, yeah, I mean, it's just nothing to do.
Rumble with the kings here.
Yeah, and we're going to see the position repeat. Yeah, they're going to dance a little bit more, and there we go. It is a draw.
All right, eventually a draw between them in game two. That means Liam Le, after 2 games, is still in the lead in the match. He won the first game. Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces in the next game, and I bet he's going to go for the win in that game. He's going to have to win either that one or the final rapid game to take it to tie breaks. He can also win, of course, the 2 final games to win the match. So still drama coming up in this matchup. The player is heading out to the lounge. So let's head out to Sverre to see if any of them stop to have a chat.
Liam is actually just walking by me right now. I'd like to have a chat with you. It was a slower game right now, Liam. Was that the plan?
No, I was just trying to play a normal game, and I didn't get much after the opening, so draw is okay.
And how do you envision the last 2 games now?
Well, the next game definitely will be critical, and he will try to put as much pressure as possible. So I just have to hold, and if I can hold the next game, then I have very good chances.
Magnus doesn't look too sharp physically. Does he feel sharp the way he's playing against you?
I guess this game he didn't really try to complicate the position too much, but it's always a strategy. You know, you have to be solid with black and you try to push with white. And since he lost the last game, it doesn't make sense for him to go on out right away. So I mean, this was a very, very logical strategy. And if I overpush, maybe if I had lost this game, things would have been much better for him. But I guess the way it is, I'm fine with the draw.
Good luck to you, and thank you for your opinion here. It's a Magnus that just walked by. He's obviously feeling a bit under the weather still. He's not in any shape to stop and take time, so I think he's going to spend his time now actually relaxing in his room.
All right, thanks for that report, Sverre. We have seen Magnus look a little bit under the weather today, so maybe he is feeling sick, tired? I don't know. We're jumping into game 2 between Erik Hansen and Jordan van Vries. Jordan has the white pieces. He won game 1 today. He is up by 1 point. But in this one, bar slightly over to Erik's side. What are we seeing?
Slightly
to Jordan's side.
Yeah, to Jordan's side. But it is very imbalanced, and it could go either way. I guess the reason the computer at least prefers white is because white does have 2 passed pawns over on this queen side, on the left side of the board. In any endgame, white will be winning because of those 2 pawns. So if, for example, Jordan is able to trade off the queens, trade off the rooks, those 2 pawns will run up, promote, and end the game. So the stakes are higher for Erik here. Erik has very much gone for kind of a counter strategy of putting all his pieces on one side of the board. Jordan's all on the opposite flank, of course. And yeah, who will be rewarded? Right now, it looks like black has the safer king, but a lot to play for.
Yeah, sorry, David. Ivanka mentioned this as well. I mean, I don't know if it's possible to show, but on move 12, one of the most amazing moves I've ever seen was played. I think it was move 12. And yeah, Ivanka, you mentioned this. There's something, but what is this move? This is incredible.
Yeah. In this position, we would expect to see white castle the king away to safety. Looks very logical. Maybe white's queen can just step forward, delay that decision, but Jordan combined both of them in a way and moved his king in front of his queen.
Oh!
Just
crazy.
Crazy. And I think this must be opening preparation. It looks like a mouse slip. It looks like, we keep coming back to that word, mouse slip. It looks like white wants to play this move, but accidentally clicked on his king instead. But I think the idea is that he wants to simply castle and put his king on this flank, and he does indeed have the time. And there are some traps involved. For example, if black's knight does jump forward, it looks like this is very, very good for black. It looks like white's king is caught in no man's land. But we'll catch up with the game in a moment. But if black had got greedy and traded here, it turns out that white is actually winning. The black queen is actually caught in the crossfire. White's knight is going to jump out of the way next move, and this rook was actually going to target the black queen. So Jordan, that's the reason he was hired as Magnus Carlsen second, because he comes up with these weird, wonderful, crazy ideas in the opening, even breaking all the rules and putting his king.
And in fact, we did kind of get a comment from Johan Sebastian Christiansen, who is the second of Jordan van Forest, who says, no, definitely not a mouse slip. In fact, they discussed it 1 minute before the game started.
Oh.
Incredible, right?
I mean, I've never seen anything like this in my career.
Well, I mean, there's some famous... Korchnoi has a couple of examples where he played this in the French, and you've got Karpov, I think he played this against Kamsky. So there's some, but not in the position like this.
Not when it's relatively open. Maybe when the pawn structure's locked in the centre. But OK, if we catch up to the current position, Jordan with that creative idea, he's trying to put the pressure on, and look at the evaluation bar. It's shot up in white's favour. And I think that's because black started retreating. Just to show what happened the last couple of moves, this is where we left it just a moment ago. And black here, instead of moving his bishop, which is actually under fire from white's rook, I was expecting it to just find a safe square, for example, here. It does look a bit odd because all of black's pieces are kind of doing nothing on one side of the board, but at least your pieces are relatively active. Instead, he retreated, and retreating is never a good sign. And this was the signal for Jordan to start pushing these pawns. It's actually not that far away from its end goal, this guy now, and after the knight centralized itself, white has established a full bind now. This is full control. Look at these pieces, super active. And if you compare them to black's major pieces, the queen and rook, black's queen, passive, black's rook, unable to move. And with that in mind, comparing all the pieces, what do we think? Looks pretty good for white?
Looks great for white. Just quoting Tony the Tiger there from Frosties. Yeah, no, absolutely. Looks great, just simply because you can push the pawn, as you said. And
simple plan.
Full control for Jordan.
Yeah.
And I have to say one thing about Jordan. He's such a dangerous player. You know, he has such, as David mentioned, you know, incredibly creative ideas in the opening. And if you, this is big chance actually that most people don't survive the kind of tactical ferocity that Jordan displays.
He's very brave as well. I mean, to play ideas like this, which look stupid, if they backfire, you just look like an idiot. And everyone's like, well, I suppose you could blame it on a mouse slip then. But I mean, you have to be very brave to try ideas that it might not. I don't know if it's computer's top choice, but you know, he's a very brave player and imaginative player, so he's great to have in this tournament.
He got his tennis balls in order.
He certainly has, yeah. Yes, he's right. I'm not even going to get involved there. I just get myself in trouble. Simon, just say no. So, yeah.
All right, I do hear a move.
Yeah, black's knight just retreating from the side of the board. Very logical. Knights on the rim are dim after all. And yeah, I first met Jordan, I think he was about 13 years old, and I played for a Dutch team in Groningen, and he was playing for the team too, and they said, okay, watch out for this guy. He's super dangerous, super scary, really creative. And I thought, you know, 13, nobody's that special. And also, I think relative to his age, his rating wasn't kind of spectacularly high, but yeah, he's progressed so much, and he's retained that creative spark. And
we should mention his family, because I think it was great grandfather
and grandfather.
So
great grandfather and his great uncle.
Great uncle,
okay.
yeah.
They were both Dutch champions.
Dutch champions. So he's got a real history of chess in his family, and his brother is a grandmaster. His sister is touted as one of the most talented female players in Holland as well. So he has this great tradition of chess running through his veins, really. Mm-hmm. So.
And look at this move. This is really kind of brutal, but cynical at the same time from Jordan. He's just killed all of Eric's hopes by trading off the queens. And we did mention, once the queens have disappeared from the board, those two white pawns are just going to pick themselves up, hold each other's hands, and march to their promotion squares. And Eric is almost helpless now. What can he do? He just has to hope for a miracle. White has full control. Look at the white knights as well. They defend each other. They're rock solid, stabilized. This black knight trying to fight on its own, and okay, we can see Jordan's computer screen. Is he going to just pick up a pawn and attack that black knight that's entered his half of the board? Is he going to just improve the white king?
Ooh.
Okay, he's going to push that pawn. He's going to attack the black knight. Oh, he changed his mind.
Oh, this is interesting to see.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
being inside his head.
Exactly. He clicked that pawn. Okay, he's gone back to his first instinct. Is he going to click the square to confirm the move? No, he changes his mind again. Just some second guessing, doubting himself. Okay, we're expecting to see that pawn move, but... Ooh, rook now.
Would that surprise you?
Yeah, moving the rook across. The rook's on a really active square on the 7th rank. It's got lots of targets there. It also stops black's rook getting any active squares.
He does that?
He does it. I think both moves are good, to be honest, but I don't really see why he changed his mind there. It looked like that pawn move, his first instinct, was also very strong. And it'll be interesting to see what Eric does. Okay, he pushes a pawn in front of his king. He has to do something. He does have a pawn majority on that side. And normally you should push pawns on the side you're stronger. It does look like white should win the race, though. White's 2 unrivaled pass pawns on the queen side, far quicker than any pawns black can push. Yeah. Any hope here for black?
Well, I mean, there's always hope, but you know, Jordan will have to go horribly wrong in order for Eric to get anything here. And I think the speed that Eric's moving just proves that he knows it's kind of over. I'm kind of feeling a bit for Eric. I have to say, he's like, you know, he is the underdog in this tournament, but he's played so well in the tour, and he played so well yesterday. And I'm kind of wanting to get his first win, you know, soon, hopefully in the next games, because he's going to be, you know, 2 down, I think, after this one. With his big fan base. I spoke to him earlier. We were down the Good Night doing a bit of filming down there, and he seems to at least be having a pretty jolly time in Norway. So you know, he's got a good fan base here, and he's enjoying the hospitality of the Good Night pub and of Norwegian people.
Definitely. Eric Hansen, he did lose the match yesterday to Anish Giri, but you guys were quite impressed with his playing. He played some really nice games.
Yeah, I mean, he completely outclassed Anish Giri, and it just made a few unfortunate mistakes. But it was Anish who really struggled, actually, to score something. And in the end, it was just Eric blundering in one critical way. And here, well, there's been a few changes to the position. For instance, Jordan has one material, but, you know, he has given, in return, Eric a bishop. And the bishop is quite a nice piece with long range.
Yeah, black's bishop now, one of his better pieces. And, OK, he's trying to use his rook as well, just to stop the advance of white's pawns. It looks like Jordan's about to move his knight over, there we go, to defend his pawns. He's much more confident now with the clicking, with choosing his moves. All of white's pieces gravitating towards one side, and Eric just trying to cause a distraction on the other flank. The distraction, though, is not going to work. It's just going to end in trades. And, OK, wow, interesting move there by Eric. Leaping forward, trying to trade off a set of knights. If the knights disappear, black's bishop will replace, and actually white's pawns might start to drop off. And there we see 2 players leaving. We have another result. It's Mamedyarov and Prag, and it was a draw.
All right, so that means young Praggnanandhaa is still in the lead in that match. He won game 1, and he's going to have the white pieces in game 3. If he wins that game, he's actually going to be the winner of that match as well. It is so much fun to follow the youngest player in this tournament. He seems super confident, young Praggnanandhaa, and the bar has gone all the way over to Anish Giri's side in game 2 against Duda. They played a draw in game 1, so maybe Giri taking the lead in that match. And a few moves here. Is Jordan getting closer to another win?
It's hard to say, actually. It still looks very, very good for white. White should still win this game objectively, but I like what Eric's done. He's traded a few things off, and we mentioned those 2 connected white pass pawns. White only has 1 pass pawn now on the side of the board, and that means the margin for error is much smaller. If Eric can somehow give up his bishop for all of white's remaining pawns, even if white ends up with an extra knight, it should be a draw. So that's the dangerous one, the white b pawn. If Eric can eliminate that one, it should definitely be a draw, but still uphill struggle for him. He still needs a lot of good moves, and he needs to hope that Jordan maybe gets a bit nervous.
It's possible we might not have playoffs again. I mean, it'd be quite unbelievable with 4 games going on. This just shows how much fighting chess is going on at the moment. Lots of wins happening, which is great to see. But I agree with you, David, about this position. I mean, it was, you know, those 2 pawns looked very convincing, but it was a clever idea from Eric to give himself some chances. Still losing, which is a bit depressing, actually, isn't it? It's still losing, but you've got some chances now.
Yeah, but you'll be feeling more optimistic about the position. And as a defender, it's very, very important to be happy about your position and approach it in a very positive way, because that way you're always on the lookout for opportunities and you can be resourceful. We've seen it countless times that people who, not pessimistic, just keep believing in themselves, well, they eventually will get lucky.
Yeah.
I mean, it might not be in this game, but it will be further along down the line.
Yeah. Bravery. All right. Well, clock is ticking now for Jordan van Foreest. If he wins this game, Game 3 will be a dramatic one for Erik Hansen. It's going to be a must-win situation to have any hopes of taking it to tie-breaks. A draw will be enough for Jordan to win that match and make a comeback. He lost yesterday's match and he has 0 points, but he could be on his way to take 3 points today. It's looking good for the young Dutchman. And he's playing some fantastic chess. Super entertaining, sacrificing. Has there been any piece sacrifices in this game?
No, I think it's just this one move that Simon mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
This kind of crazy king move, breaking all the rules again. I don't know if he's been influenced by Magnus Carlsen or Magnus Carlsen's been influenced by Jordan, but they're just breaking the rules in the opening. Of course, they know what they should do, but they also know what they can get away with.
It's probably one of the most shocking moves in the whole tour that I've ever done. I mean,
really?
Over the years, yeah, just moving your king into the middle of the board, giving up castling rights,
blocking your own queen,
blocking your queen, going to an area of the board which looks risky, all the pieces on the board. You know, that I can't think of anything that really is more dramatic, you know, more creative or interesting than that in the opening.
And especially when the king has to actually move a few squares to get into safety.
Yeah, free moves.
Definitely,
So,
yeah.
And looking at the position right now, is it basically the winning move as well? I mean, that white king is super active versus the black king trying to get active here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I try and do my 10,000 steps every day. This white king has done it's done a lot of exercise so far in this game. I mean, white's king kind of danced around, castled on the queen side by hand. Now it's stepping up the board, and look how as well the king and knight combined together. We always talk about how a knight is a king's best friend, and the white knight is stopping any checks from the black rook. So the king and knight completely neutralize that black rook, and now all that Jordan has to do is move his rook up the board and try to push his pawn forward. That white pawn is definitely going to cost black his bishop. It's just about whether Jordan can keep the other pawns intact. White's pawns on the king side, on the right half of the board, which will be targets. So remember, Erik wants to eliminate all of the white pawns, even at the cost of his own bishop. Jordan needs to keep at least one pawn alive to win this game.
I mean, there's some chance it might get down to rook versus rook and knight. This, as you just mentioned, this is the one chance Erik has that his king, the black king, can come towards the pawns in front of it, try to give them up. You have to give your bishop up at some point and try to get a draw that way. So I'm just wondering where the rook should go. I mean, if I was white here, I'd put it behind the pawn maybe, because I don't want to allow the black king to move any further up towards my pawns, and he has put it behind. But there's a bit of work to do here, and now Erik is going for those pawns with his rook. So it's you know, some chances. Fighting very hard.
He just made a bit of a face there, Erik, as if he wasn't too happy, but he looks like he's doing the right thing. He's trying everything he can.
I'm not sure about Erik's last move, actually, because, yeah, it looks great, you know, attacking some pawns. But, you know, if white were to move the knight out of the way, the white pawn on h2 is actually untouchable because the white rook can just drop itself down, and then you'll see all the pieces that are important on the second row.
Then the black rook can give a check to the white king, maybe. Maybe black can get away with it, but as you say, Jovanka, black's pieces are a bit discoordinated right now. They're not centralized at all, and maybe they'll walk into some pins, some knight forks. Erik has to be very, very careful where he puts his pieces in the next few moves. Are we expecting Jordan to push his pawn forward and force black to capture that white pawn with his bishop?
I mean, maybe you could show that, Dave, because that could, you know, eventually just go to a draw, because black's going to trade off that last pawn of white's, and this is the obvious move, isn't it, to push this one, but now you get this drawn position, I think, anyway.
So you give up your bishop for this very important pawn, and as you mentioned, Simon, now white is only left with one pawn. Is easily going to be traded off by one of black's pawns, or even maybe won by the black rook or by the black king. And if this pawn disappears, rook and knight do not beat a rook. So actually, maybe going for something that Jovanka was highlighting instead. If we rewind a couple of moves, instead of pushing this pawn, allowing the black bishop to take it, we saw the white knight jump forward And after rook takes pawn, the white knight continuing its journey. The threat, the big threat now, is to jump back with a knight fork, hitting the black king and hitting the black bishop at the same time. And if you can eliminate this black bishop, then your pawn has a free run to become a queen.
I think that's a very clever move because the one resource you both pointed out was this rook check that black has, but then you're moving another piece into that position where the white, and has he resigned, where the white knight wants to go. Maybe it's looking like he's realising now it is hopeless. So this was the key move I think that Jordan has certainly found. So well done. Yeah.
Yeah, I think this game continues though. There's still a lot of fight ahead. So for example, if the king drops back, attacking the knight, and then where is white going? We have to move the knight to safety. If you retreat, for example, hitting this black bishop, maybe the black bishop can block or at least slow down white. It does feel like it's close to winning, maybe after the rook slides across with some checks, but okay, we might see this line happen on the board. Let's go back to the players. Erik is fighting for his life. He needs to eliminate both white pawns.
Yeah, and well, drama seems to be happening between, we see him in the yellow shirt, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Anish Giri as well. The bar has been all the way over to Anish's side, but over the last couple of minutes, it's been swinging back and forth, and now it's roughly to the middle. So maybe Jan-Krzysztof Duda is saving a draw in this game.
Yeah, and I just had a moment of confusion for a minute because I just flicked over to look at the game between Duda and Giri, and in that game as well, white has a pawn on this same square that we see in the game between Jordan and Hansen, and it's also rook and knight against rook and bishop. So it's weird how things happen in chess.
Yes.
It's like a mirror image, the two games, very similar to each other. And yeah, it looks like that one is going to become maybe something that we were talking about in this game, rook and knight against a rook. So very, very interesting stuff. And there we see Giri about to make a move. And yeah, both games now deep into the endgame.
Wow. Well, and it's been looking good for Anish Giri. I guess he's not going to be too happy if this one ends up with a draw. We see him looking at his options in that game and a few moves in this one. Is Jordan still winning this one?
It looks like he is. He's just given a check. He's also just won the black bishop for his pawn. And now once the black king retreats, and remember, it has to retreat now to the back rank, I think it's going to be difficult for black to round up this lone remaining white pawn. The white knight's going to jump forward, attacking some pawns. I think black is just one move too slow. And we see it's a check. The king was highlighted in red there because the black king was hit
so they
and
do
it had to move.
They
do. And if you look at Jordan, he's clicked the king and you saw there were little dots on squares where the king could go. And
yeah.
Okay, wow, Erik just resigns.
Yeah,
and there we see what that looks like when the players resign. It's another win for Jordan van Foreest, and it's very bad news for Erik Hansen. He is now down 2 points in this match. He has to win game 3 coming up in 15 minutes to have any chances of taking it to tiebreaks. It's looking good for Jordan, smiling. Let's head out to Sverige. Maybe Jordan stops to have a chat.
Jordan, could I have a quick chat with you? Thank you. I mean, some of these positions, they look so easy when you see the computer evaluations, but you really had to find a fine line to secure that win at the end.
Yeah, I think I misplayed it at the end. He got a lot of counterplay, and I was not really happy with my conversion at all, but I got there in the end, so I'm very pleased with that at least.
Did you feel a sense of relief when you actually found the plan?
I never really was playing with the plan. I think the problem was I kind of lost focus when I thought my position was winning and the position was so easy to play, but then he started to defend really well. And finally, when I spotted this knight e6 move to go to f4 with the knight, then I was pretty sure it was winning.
You're at least secured a tiebreak play today. You're up 2-0. How are you going to defend to a draw in the next game?
I think it's more up to Erik to see how he's gonna go for the win. Let's see, and I will just react to whatever he will do.
The reactionary Jordan van Foreest, he's happy about his play, and obviously he's won 2 games here against a very strong Erik Hansen.
Definitely, Jordan van Foreest. What do you think about Jordan's play so far today, Simon? He seems to be confident.
He's playing great chess. I mean, he's very confident. He's coming up with new ideas, which is great for us to see. I mean, I still can't believe this King D2, King C2, King B1 is one of the most imaginative ideas I've seen. So, and I think it was quite interesting at the end of the game. He's very good friends with Eric, and he clearly wanted to smile,
Yes.
but he had to get away from the board, so he didn't smile in front of Eric. So he saw. It was very polite, I think. Yeah.
And Jan-Krzysztof did that, rushing back to his lounge. The game with Anish Giri ended with a draw. They have played 2 draws, so still tied in that one. But David, this game with Jordan and Eric, Simon said maybe the most spectacular move he's seen in the Meltwater Champions chess tour. What was it?
Yeah, we have to show that one move again. And it was in this position, very standard position. White has what we call the Maroczy bind with these 2 very strong pawns in the center, making it hard for black to break out in the middle of the board. And maybe because those pawns are so strong, Jordan felt the luxury of moving his king into the center of the board, blocking his own queen, giving up the right to castle, but with a clear plan in mind to plant his king in safety on the queen side. And this move later led to a winning position. And just to show why Eric resigned, it was here. There's no time to win this pawn, because if you step back with the rook, you walk into a knight fork. Both opening genius and endgame genius by Jordan van Foreest.
We're going to follow Erik Hansen and Jordan van Foreest in the next game, starting in 11 minutes. It's drama for Erik Hansen. He must win that game to have hopes of taking it to tiebreak. Any other results, and Jordan van Foreest takes all 3 points in that match. But now, you guys, Liam Le, he is up against Magnus Carlsen today and is having some success. He is in the lead before game 3, Liam Le. But before the tournament, we challenged him in our Champions Challenge to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old. And now we're going to see how Liam Le did against Magnus 10. Liam Le is now going to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old in our Champions Challenge. Are you feeling a little bit nervous, or are you feeling ready, Liam?
Yeah, a little bit. I think I played Magnus before on his app, and I tried H10 before. I think I beat it, but also once I got tricked. So it's not going to be easy.
What's going to be your tactics to try to beat him?
I'm not sure. I think I will have to play fast because time is a factor here, and I have to try to maybe attack him quickly.
Yeah. And how old was Magnus the very first time you played him in real life? Do you remember the very first game you played with him?
Probably at that time he was already the world champion.
Ah.
I think that was the rapid game in 2016.
Okay.
Something like that.
So
Yeah.
he was quite old the first time you actually met him.
Yes. Well, I met him in the World Youth Championships before, but we never played before.
Okay. All right, cool. Now, you're going to play Magnus at 10 years old, but Liam Le at 10 years old. What was your life like back then?
At 10 years old, I was in Vietnam, and I was traveling a little bit to play those World Youth Championships, and my best was the silver medal in World Youth Championship.
What year was that?
2001.
2001. You came second in World Youth Championship. But did you do anything other than chess, or already at 10 years old? Was chess sort of all-consuming in your life?
No, actually, I was still mostly doing school at that time, and chess is just a small part of my life back then.
Really? Yeah. So in school, what was your favorite subject then?
Probably math.
Math?
Yeah.
Cool. And now you're going to play Magnus, 10 years old. Sure. Are you feeling ready, Liam?
Yes, I am.
All right. So Liam, he's going to have 2 minutes on the clock. The goal is for our Grandmaster is to beat Magnus in as few moves as possible. But if they lose, then the goal is to last as many moves as possible. And if you're ready, Liam, go ahead and make your first move.
Okay.
This is the Champions Challenge. And I'm excited now to see your tactics on the board.
Okay, it's a
Magnus no theory.
Magnus did know a bit of theory at that age.
He did, and both players playing very actively. And Magnus is always responding very quickly, applying the pressure early on.
Yeah, and very quick from Liam so far. Nice position now for his knight in the middle of the board. Nice outpost there. Okay, Magnus trading some pieces, but this looks pretty good for white right now. And I think Liam's gone for the right strategy, just a positional approach, not letting Magnus H10 show the tricks he's capable of. And another trade, and this one definitely favors white. Look at white's bishop, super strong.
Are you feeling happy about your position so far?
Positionally, I think this is a dream position.
Hey,
but,
cool.
It's tricky. Oh, that's not a move I expected.
Magnus there losing time, putting his rook back where it came from. Surprising.
Is that the thing about Magnus 10? He keeps bringing these surprises that you really wouldn't expect.
Yeah, it's never what you expect. There's always a reason behind it, and you just have to watch out for that sudden change of pace later in the game. So lots of quiet moves from Magnus. At some point later, there might be a trick.
And now there's a nice pressure on the d6 pawn, and that's actually left the board. So looking really, really
I think
good.
I blundered 94. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
You've got to watch out.
What happened?
The Black Knight jumped in the way, breaking the connection with the two rooks, and suddenly it's not so easy anymore. But, OK, nice recovery there from Liam. Still really complicated. Actually, it's going to fizzle out to level materials, so still anything can happen in this game. It's still very balanced.
And still a lot of time. You're playing super fast, Liam. Do you see chances to win this game?
I think I'm still better here, yes. Whether I can win is a different story.
But that's a really nice move, lining up the white queen, the white bishop.
Yep.
The white king's super safe.
And did you notice all the pieces are on light squares? And whoops, it seems like Magnus is actually falling for the tricks.
OK. Good news for Liam.
This should be positionally. This is technically winning for sure.
White has an extra pawn.
Yeah.
It's straightforward now. Just push those pawns.
And it's 50 seconds on the clock. Is that enough for you to win this game?
Hopefully.
I think it will be.
Impressive stuff by Liam Le.
He's looking like he's going to win, David.
Yeah, Black's running out of moves. Nothing else to do. And look at this. Slowly but surely, White is pushing forward.
But this is tricky. Oh, no.
Oh.
Suddenly, Magnus coming up with some tricks. Magnus, though, losing some time, not taking the white pawn. And
that's a bit bizarre.
White will make a new queen. This is just a matter of time now. Is 36 seconds going to be enough to checkmate Black?
Oh, we have a queen on the board. Great news for Liam.
Yes, just pick off the remaining pawns. This one, yeah, 30 seconds. It's going to be enough.
Fantastic, Liam. How are you feeling now?
Pretty good.
Yeah?
I mean, anytime you beat Magnus, even if it's Magnus 10, you should be very happy.
And look at that. 2 queens on the board.
OK, mate in 1. Yes. Made it.
We have a winner. Wow, impressive. And if you press continue, let's see how many moves it took you. 68 moves to beat Magnus Carlsen. That's 1 move better than you, David.
That's right.
Oh, last time you beat him in 69 moves?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow, yeah. Magnus is definitely very strong at that age.
Definitely. But how do you feel about your game? How happy are you with this result?
Yeah, I think overall I play a pretty decent game, a very positional one, not as tactical as I expected. I blundered once in the middle game, but luckily I was still able to have a good position after that.
Definitely. And now the strategy and tactics that you use in this game, will you use the same ones when you face Magnus in the actual Oslo Esports Cup?
I think he has improved quite a little bit from 10 years on.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that tactic will still work, but I have to try my best.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And any win against the world champion is a great win, right?
I think it's actually my first win against Magnus. Even it's a virtual Magnus, but
a historical day for Liam Le.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, congratulations on your very first win against Magnus. That was an impressive game by Liam Le. In 68 moves, Liam Le was able to win against Magnus, 10 years old, taking the lead in our Champions Challenge, beating you by 1 move, David. You won in 69 moves.
That's right. But that was an impressive performance by Liam. 68, he deserves the lead there because he completely outplayed Magnus from start to finish.
And Simon, you won in 50 moves. So you still have the...
I'm the champ.
Yeah.
These guys are all amateurs.
What was interesting to hear him say, that was the first time, so this was recorded before the tournament, first time he won against Magnus, but he won the first game today. So in, real life, today's win, that was the first time he beat Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, incredible.
That's how it goes. Sometimes you struggle against a certain player because of their style or something psychological, but once you beat them once, you end up kind of breaking that pattern and beating them several times. And even though it might have been the app, clearly that boosted his confidence.
Definitely. And Liam Le, he is an interesting character. And tomorrow, released on Chess24 for premium users, you can watch Jovanka's chess talk with Liam. Here is a little bit of a taste of what you get if you watch that interview.
In 2021, he became head coach and director of the Webster University's chess team. Today, you can find him inspiring the minds of today and also playing against the world's elite. When it comes to teaching and also playing, do you have a certain motto that you go by?
Let me tell you a little bit about why I'm passionate about it, especially the international students. When they moved to the United States, they also took a big leap of faith, just like I did in 2013. I feel it is my job, my responsibility to help them, to provide them with a good environment to thrive in academics and in chess. I'm not helping them only on the chessboard, but I'm also kind of helping them building a team spirit for all, where everyone feels welcome and everyone feels appreciated.
And Liam is having a great day here so far in the Oslo Esports Cup. He is in the lead against Magnus Carlsen, Game 3, coming up in a few minutes. But it's even more dramatic for Erik Hansen. He has lost both of the first 2 games against Jordan van Foreest, and he has to win. It's a must-win situation, Game 3, for Erik Hansen to have any hopes of taking it to tiebreaks. And he did stop by Sverre to have a talk after Game 2.
It did seem like you were going to put up a heroic defense at the end there, but Van Foreest, he found a way eventually.
Yeah, I think I crawled back a little bit into the game, but it wasn't quite enough. Just pretty sloppy after the first game. I'm still pretty upset from the first game today that I was probably close to winning and I got tricked and actually lost it. So I got to recover, got only one more game, must-win game. So I got about 10 minutes here, but yeah, not very good so far.
But I mean, you're known to your streamers, you're known to your fans as someone who could pull off the spectacular. Are you ready for a spectacular comeback right now?
Definitely going to try, definitely going to make it a fight.
We look forward to that fight.
Thank you.
We love hearing that. Erik Hansen is ready for a fight. And look at this, a lot of life and things happening as we see Erik Hansen heading out of the lounge towards the Oslo Esports arena for Game 3. Must win. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov also getting ready. He is down in the match with Pragnananda. So Mamedyarov as well. He needs to find a win either in this game or the next one to take it to tiebreaks. For Erik Hansen, it's this game. He has to win this game. And David, what do you expect will be his tactics then?
First for Erik, I think he wants to just survive the opening. He's had 2 nightmare openings against Jordan so far. The first game with White, he was already much worse after only about 10-15 moves. So for Erik, he just wants to get out of the opening, ideally with a position where he can kind of get in the flow, get maybe some of those techno tunes on and start pumping up the energy. But he just needs to survive because Jordan so far, just another class in the opening stage.
With the white pieces here, Erik Hansen, he makes his first move. I'm not even sure if Jordan is there yet. Oh, he is. Here we go.
He must be there, and it's no more Karakan. He used the Karakan actually to defeat Erik earlier today, but it's the Berlin defense. Rock solid, one of the most solid openings in chess. So Jordan only needing a draw, he's trying to lock things down, and this is exactly what Anish Giri did against Hansen yesterday when Anish only needed a draw. So Jordan taking a leaf out of his Dutchman's playbook, his fellow Dutchman's playbook there.
Yeah, but that game was quite interesting actually because Erik had a golden opportunity to strike back, and he didn't. He missed the shot, and well, now we're going to see how this develops. What do you think? Berlin, good choice.
For Jordan, it's not his style, so I'm very surprised he's gone for that. Jordan is much more creative. The Berlin is kind of one where you just try and lock things down, and Erik has actually chosen a different strategy to the game against Anish yesterday. He traded off a bishop for a knight, which means we get a slower game. Here, Erik just pushing a pawn forward. White has the better pawn structure, but Black does have the bishop pair, so White normally just tries to close the center and slowly maneuver around. It makes a lot of sense in must-win situations just to keep the tension, to not clarify things too quickly. Erik had a chance, as you mentioned yesterday, Jovanka against Anish, but things kind of raced very quickly towards that draw, and he just never managed to get the opportunity to kind of stamp his authority on it. And at least today, this game, it's not going to be a quick one. It's going to be a lot of tension left, and Erik there offering a trade of bishops, trying to get rid of Black's bishop pair. Yeah, it's too early to say maybe, but I think Erik's opening choice is a pretty decent one in a must-win situation. Yeah, especially against the Berlin, there's not much you can do to keep life left. So this is one of the better options there.
Play d4 and move 1.
D4 and move 1 is a good one as well, but it's not Eric's style. He's been an E4 player his whole life.
But I kind of like what he's done, because taking on, as you say, C6, if you need to win, you need to unbalance the position, and at least by changing the structure, it gives him those chances. It's quite funny in the position there. I was wondering if Eric had castled, would Jordan have pushed the G pawn? That would have been a very interesting push. But I expect Eric will go queenside here. I don't know, but he maybe should again look for ways to mix it up a bit more if he can.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waiting game with the kings, right? Because if white commits too early, as you mentioned, then black will attack that side. If black commits too early, white has the option of attacking that side as well. And that's actually how Eric lost the first game of today. Against Jordan, he castled too soon and walked straight into a pawn storm. Jordan threw all the pawns towards his king, and he's not going to make the same mistake twice.
And talking about waiting game, only 2 games in my database, and it's telling me you are spot on, David, once again. White's 2 moves that have been played have actually been waiting moves with both knights. So one knight has moved to the square in front of the king, getting ready for potentially some kingside maneuvers, and the other knight has also relocated itself to the square in front of the queen, getting ready for some action on the left side of the board.
Yeah, so we're expecting maybe one of the white knights to move. You could make an argument maybe for the white queen to move as well, just to kind of keep your opponent guessing. If the white queen steps up the board, then white does have those 2 options, castling either side of the board. I guess the problem, Simon, is no matter which side white castles, there's a potential kind of avalanche of pawns. If white castles that way, then there might be pawns running down, and likewise if you castle on the king side.
Yes, maybe this idea of just manoeuvring your pieces to the best squares you can makes a lot of sense. I mean, I quite like... well, I mean, I really... OK, if Jordan doesn't play G5 here, do you want to bet?
No, because I think he's going to do it.
OK.
OK, we're seeing his screen, and hopefully we can stay on this picture, because we're expecting Jordan to pick up a pawn over on the left half of his screen, but the G pawn, and push it forward 2 squares. I said he wouldn't make the same mistake twice, Eric, but this is really playing with fire. Don't try this at home. Don't allow your opponents to throw pawns towards your king. And
this is so well known, and I mean, the reason why the pawn move that you guys are mentioning is so dangerous is because white has actually picked up Harry and moved it 1 square.
Yeah.
And this means that the contact points between enemy pawns is actually going to be on the 4th row, which is an easier row for black to get to. Oh, so dangerous.
I agree. I mean, this is a rule in... OK,
well, we would have lost the bet.
Yeah, I mean, David, you know, you should have taken it again like the world champs, I think, but...
Too good at the betting, Simon. I'm never trusting myself, and I think that move will come, it's just not yet.
Yeah.
And, OK, first, Jordan took a moment to solidify the centre to stop white pushing any pawns forward there, and now he's brought his bishop out. And look at how Jordan, he's not committing his king. White's now kind of put his target out there. He said, OK, my king is on the king side. You go for it if you want to, but it might take you a while to build up that attack. And Jordan, meanwhile, is saying, yes, I will build up that attack, but first I'm going to keep you guessing.
Yeah.
And, OK, it looks like...
I mean, Berlin has a very boring reputation, maybe a little bit unjustified, and I normally don't say that, but I mean, it was Gary Kasparov who said that even the queenless ending was very interesting to play. But when you see positions like this, they often in the middle game come really to life with pawn storms, with attacks against the opponent's king, which is good to see. And there's a lot of play left here, which I guess is good for Eric at the moment. Still not entirely sure what his plan will be. Is he gonna move the pawn Freddy 2 squares? Is that something you do here? I'm not sure. Maybe not here, but at some point.
Yeah, white's f pawn could go forward, just as you say it, Simon.
Yes.
It has happened. So offering a trade of pawns. So just before I think Jordan got a chance to push forward and start attacking him, Eric has taken the opportunity to trade a set of pawns, trade a set of bishops. And I'm expecting Jordan, yeah, look at this. He's about to castle on the long side to the queen side. He's got a choice of either side to castle, and there we go. He is an aggressive player.
Yay!
Yeah, good for him. We said yesterday the best way to get a draw is to play for a win. And I think that move is, well, we'll find out if it's a good choice or not.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we were talking about the Berlin defence. It's the most drawish opening in chess, but no matter what opening you choose at any level, you can put your own spin on it, right? You can play a drawish opening for a win, or you can play a really aggressive opening for a draw. So, yeah, Jordan embracing his inner his inner instincts there and just saying, okay, I am going to go for the win. I'm going to castle on the opposite side as you. And okay, there we go. Eric, I don't like that move, I've got to say. Just a very slow
look at that.
Okay, there we go.
I'm just like,
Very
suddenly
slow.
I'm looking at it and I'm like, hang on a second. If the queen can magically hop over the bishop, she could plant herself on the e5 square and attack the knight and the rook. I mean, is there any kind of...
So is there a tactic bishop
Yeah,
takes
I mean,
pawn?
there's something on the dark squares.
For example,
probably not, but...
Yeah.
No,
Just to show the
probably
idea, this bishop, if it wasn't in the way, then the black queen, for example, let's make a random move, it could create a double attack, hitting the knight and hitting the rook at the same time. Loose pieces do drop off. And Simon, yeah, you mentioned that this is very tempting. Bishop takes pawn, for example. I don't think it quite works here because you can just bring the knight back and defend your rook. But
yeah, he's played it.
He's played it, yeah.
He's going for it.
He's played it.
Moving forwards.
There we go. Gary, the g-pawn, steps forward this time, hitting the white rook. And when the white rook retreats, I mean, he can pretty much pre-move this. He's going to push his pawn forward. And this is the idea Jovanka mentioned. This pawn is a hook, as we call it. You can kind of break open lines for your attack by using this pawn. And when there's tension between pawns, it's nearly guaranteed that a line will open up. And for example, if white ever dreams of taking this pawn, which he shouldn't, then suddenly this rook is open for the black rooks. The black queen is already threatening to sneak in sometimes and deliver a nasty checkmate. This white king is so open. I mean, from the lines, but also from the diagonals. And I think Eric's in big, big trouble right now. So, OK, he actually retreated to a different square, this square, but the same idea is happening. This pawn push is going to devastate the white king and its shelter.
Super dramatic for Eric.
And it happens.
Yeah. These moves, like you pointed out, the hook, as you call it, are very important. I mean, when you've castled, you have to be so careful moving pawns in front of your king. You often do it to give an escape square for a back rank, but I remember there was a story about Bobby Fischer and he lost the game by playing such a move early on, and he couldn't sleep apparently for ages just about this little pawn move, which doesn't seem to make much difference, but it's a major target. And look at black's pieces now. Whose king is safest? It's clearly the black king, and that's the most important thing in such situations. But it's getting a little bit murky here. I mean, OK, black's just going for checkmate.
One-track mind here, Jordan. He's attacked the white queen with his knight, and when the queen moves, I'm pretty sure his idea is to actually jump forward with his queen. I don't think it actually works right now. Trying to threaten checkmate, this white king has no escape squares, but if you just shuffle the white rook forward one square, suddenly, whoops, there's a pin on this diagonal, and it's only one check. It's only one check, and suddenly, after, for example, a queen trade, look at this black knight, it is trapped. So Jordan, this was his plan, but he can't quite break through to checkmate, so he has to go for a backup. And in this position, maybe he just needs to give this knight support, maybe with his rook, maybe by bringing his queen forward, maybe even pushing Harry the h-pawn.
That was
to
the
open
move
up
that
more
occurred
lines.
to me, actually. Push Harry and open up those lines. I also quite like, I was thinking about bishop takes pawn as well, just to cover the square that the rook wants to go to.
But maybe this was slightly premature, though. I mean, you didn't need to rush the attack. I mean, I love rushing the attack if it works, but you're giving Eric some chance now to bring the queen forwards 2 squares, to consolidate, to maybe start kicking some of the black pieces away. And the danger here for Jordan is if he overdoes it. You can easily get too excited, move in, move that queen in, as you pointed out, David, and suddenly realise I'm not checkmating. I've done a bit of premature attack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and actually this would be a losing blunder. It looks like you're threatening checkmate, but you lose because your knight is trapped. So Jordan is still doing well, but suddenly the stakes are higher and the margin for error.
All right.
Also.
Well,
he's gone for h5. He's trying to open up more lines.
He's trying to open up this rook to break through to the white king, and Eric has to shut that down. He attacks the black knight.
all right. Eric Hansen, he is fighting for his life. He has to win this game to have any hopes of surviving this match. These are the results so far on day 2 of the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus Carlsen is down by 1 point against Liam Le, losing the first game. They are now playing game 3. Magnus with the white pieces fighting for a win in that game. And Pragnananda, he won the first game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and is in the lead in that match. They are also now playing game 3. And of course, so is Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. 2 draws between those two, so they are tied now playing game 3 but it's most dramatic for Erik Hansen. Losing 2 games, he has to win this game, but it's not looking good for him.
It's not looking good at all, and Black's knight, we mentioned it did need support, and it's been supported by a black pawn. So no opening up of the lines for the black rook yet towards the white king, but the black knight on a nice outpost, and still that white pawn on g4 that Jovanka mentioned, it's up for grabs next move. Black's bishop is about to pounce and capture it. Black's rooks are going to start lining up towards the white king, and if we just think about the grand scheme of things, everything's happening on the king side. Black's king, never in any trouble. I mean, it's going to take white 5-6 moves to even have a serious threat against the black king, and he's not going to get that time, not going to get that luxury. So, yeah, it's looking very one-sided traffic right now, unfortunately for Erik.
I was going to say, you know, the bar's evaluation, am I misreading it? Looks like it's in favour of white, but, you know, the position is quite treacherous. Or if
it's on black side.
It's on black side, OK.
Yeah, it looks like black has a +1 advantage right now, +1.3.
I mean, I was thinking of some drastic moves here, like moving the rook 2 squares forwards, just to try to get the queens off, just to try to block things off. But maybe a better version of that is moving the knight into the centre. If I'm white here, I really want to swap the queens off, because I know I'm going to get checkmated if I don't do something drastic. And understanding the change of pace in a game of chess is really important, that you have to do something, otherwise you're just going to lose. And this is the situation I think Erik's in. If he doesn't do anything drastic, he will just get checkmated. So hence why a move such as this is kind of logical, I feel.
Yeah, it looks good, Simon. I agree with this kind of suggestion, because here, if the queens do disappear, for example, even if black ends up winning the pawn back, and suddenly no more checkmate threats against the white king, suddenly white's rook's actually maybe superior to black's, open file and some pressure, some targets. So if this happens, I don't think black should get tempted to trade pieces. Black needs to keep pieces on the board, keep that ammunition for your attack later on, and maybe moving the queen. And I also like your other suggestion. This one is complicated. Black still has ideas such as taking this pawn. I like this one just from a visual point of view, planting the rook on this square. And this is definitely one to remember for viewers at home. Sometimes you can break the trend of your opponent's attacks just by giving up material. And here I'm not quite sure it changes too much, but just kind of visually, just this type of pawn structure, rock solid. And here, yes, maybe black can continue the attack by bringing rooks across. But in general, giving up material just to change the nature of the position, getting rid of your opponent's best pieces is quite a good idea to keep in mind. So here, yeah, I don't see anything else, to be honest, other than this knight move. You could make an argument for maybe retreating the knight to try and remove black's best attacking piece, but it's just too slow. Black will suddenly capture this pawn, attack your rook, and you're running out of squares. You can move it up 1 square, but every move comes with a threat. And
it's getting pretty drastic.
Very scary now.
You have to change the pace here if you're Erik, and give yourself some chances. I mean, he probably doesn't want to swap the queens off, but you must when you're about to get checkmated. And it seems like that is a serious danger to his king here.
Yeah, if he doesn't find this move, I think Erik's just doomed over the next few turns.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, a slow queen move. That is not going to help too much. Now, this pawn can be captured. Black's rook can even come across to take it. Oh, that feels a bit too slow. Okay, the black queen moves. Very surprised, actually, Jordan didn't pause before playing this move. And
that's a bad sign, actually. Yeah. It just shows that you're a bit over-eager.
Yeah, the bar there.
Yeah, because, you know, he had all the time in the world to calculate what would have happened after bishop takes pawn, and maybe there might be some rook takes pawn. But, you know, it's good to sit there and calculate and kind of try to get to the nuts and bolts of the position. Just playing quickly just means it's a little bit superficial at times, and you can potentially make a mistake. And, well, Erik just inviting a piece that wasn't working to the defence. I wasn't going to say party, but that's the wrong move. Word, rather.
It's definitely not a party for white, this position. At least he's centralised now with his pieces, so any attack that comes, he will have some chance of stopping it. And this is one thing I've noticed from Jordan in the past before. Whenever I play him, I've played him a lot in over the board chess and in blitz chess. He's a bit impatient. He often gets great positions against me, but somehow, as long as I can stabilise, I know that he gets kind of trigger happy sometimes, and he tries to attack too soon, or if it's just a very quiet position. Earlier we were talking about the art of doing nothing. When I play Jordan, I do nothing, and he lashes out. He'll do something. Sometimes it's great, but sometimes it's just premature, and he's just not ready. So, okay, he's pausing now, which is a good sign. He needs to think now.
I was just thinking about your book that you kind of
Art of
said
Nothing.
you might write, The Art of Doing Nothing.
Sounds very Eastern, doesn't it? Like very Eastern philosophy.
Yeah.
The art of Zen.
Yeah.
Chess.
All right. Well,
It would be quite a thick book, right? Wouldn't it?
Or it's the opposite, right? It should be just an empty book.
The opposite of War and Peace.
Yeah.
I was going to say, the engine here is really liking it for Jordan van Foreest. And I was going to mention that because I just saw a tweet that the engine that we are using, Stockfish, just won the Top Chess Engine Championship, setting a new record, winning by 19 points. I'm not 100% sure what that means, but I guess the top engines are up against each other in chess games, and Stockfish won.
Yeah, they're often given a set of positions. They're given a variety of different openings, different styles of positions, and they compete against each other. They play one game with white, one game with black, and Stockfish is just the best one out there these days. It calculates so well and understands everything so great. And wow, big moment.
Big move on the board. I was just going to say, I mean, Eric's grabbed the pawn, but it's so risky.
And Jordan's about to push Harry the H pawn slightly.
Yeah, so scary, that move. So scary.
Look at what Jordan's done as well. He's hovering over the square. He hasn't dropped the pawn. But that looks like a good move. One move away from checking the white king, promoting a pawn then.
Yeah.
That's Eric's plan.
I mean, Eric, it's like a tempo away from doing very well because he's also about to bring his queen in, take the pawn on the left-hand side, get to the black king, or this
going for
move.
an attack himself, though.
Yeah, this is really heating up
Look
now.
at the bar.
Really heating up.
What's happening?
Has Jordan just prematurely gone for this attack? Because it still looks very good for black, but it's not one-sided traffic anymore. White is threatening checkmate in one move. Look at the white queen and knight. I mean, you can look at it on either board right now, but white's queen and knight are threatening to take the pawn in front of the black king, and that would be checkmate. The pawn on the c surface.
This is crazy. Crazy position now. Absolutely
Why
crazy.
is Jordan not pausing to calculate?
Yeah.
He's about to push that pawn forward, stopping checkmate. But he needs to pause.
They've got 10 minutes.
Really
they
worked
have 10 minutes in a very complicated position. They're not using their time properly. I mean, it has to be said. You've got this position where one mistake will change the game. It's such a complex position. Just slow down. First of all, can you look for the most forcing moves? Moving the black pawn on with check, promoting to a knight. Well, OK,
that's another check.
I love promoting to a knight. I mean, how many opportunities? That's what you look at first because they're forcing moves. So just slow down here.
That's what he's done. OK, for Jordan fans, that is a good thing that he's paused and didn't rush with this pawn move because, as Simon says, we'll show it actually on the board in a moment, but there is a very, very tempting option. Black's h-pawn can step towards the white king, checking, and after the white king moves, you can't promote to a queen because you actually lose time and you will get checkmated, but you can promote to a knight with a
Maybe
check.
the problem is he's on the computer and he's got auto promote to queen on and he doesn't know how to turn it to promote to knight. So when he moves the h-pawn down 2 squares, he needs to get a knight because if he gets a queen, he will fall into checkmate. So it could be, I mean, I've seen this happen before in some games where you have to work out, I'm sure this is not the case, but if you have the, I mean, a lot of people do this in blitz chess because it's very rare when you get a pawn to the other end of the board that you don't get a queen. Extremely rare. But in this situation, Jordan has to get a knight if he goes to that plan. I mean, it's possible, unlikely, but possible. Maybe the arbiter, therefore, you know, he could ask the arbiter if that's the case, something like that is, well, you have to think about it.
Yeah, I've played on this this cool new Chess 24 play zone before, and I think there is a button with settings where you can change it during the game, and Jordan does have enough time to do that over 7 minutes, but he is going back to the other plan. Maybe that's on his mind, Simon. He's about to push his pawn. He thinks there's no reason to rush and go for a promotion to try and promote to a knight.
He's gone for it.
Yeah, he's stopped the checkmate threat, but now white's knight can go and capture a pawn, for example, with a check. Suddenly it's really unclear.
Well, I mean, suddenly it looks like Eric's going to have the first punt.
Look at what he's just done, Simon. He clicked on the settings and the screen changed slightly. Maybe he was looking for that button.
Oh, wow. So he might be looking for
he's just clicked away the settings again.
I mean, can you get the arbiter here? I mean, because there are arbiters live to possibly, you know, ask them, how do I get a knight? You
can. For sure. You can call over an
to.
arbiter to help you resolve those kind of things. I was just thinking, though, you know, Eric's attack looks, you know, like it could generate something, but is it more than
Sorry, Ivanka, he's about to put his king on what I think is a losing square.
Oh!
He's about to drag it towards the white knight, but I think that loses.
Really?
And I think he has to go towards the centre. I think he has to step up the board and...
because of a Czech winning the knight at some point?
Yeah, I think...
yes, of course, yeah.
There we go.
You could just win
It's a blunder by Jordan.
A big blunder, and not only can White give a check first with his queen, but he can actually give up his own knight first to blow open the...
Wow.
That's incredible. Defences around the Black King.
Huge developments. Eric Hansen, he has to win this game. And suddenly it's looking good.
But Jordan, he only made this move because he needs a draw. He thinks that Eric is forced to give check, check, check and make a draw, and he thinks that will guide him through and win the match. But Eric has more than just a draw here.
We have to check out what Eric's...
Yeah, we have to show this, all of this on the board, because so much has been happening, and it's fascinating. Hopefully, we can keep an eye on the players. In this position, we were talking about the knight promotion. That would have started not by defending against the checkmate threat, as Jordan did, but by pushing forward. And Simon, now this cool move. I've got auto-promote to a queen on my
This is the problem. See, this is the problem. We can show what happens if you get a queen, because maybe this is something you have to think about when you're playing these events. If you get the queen, it's an auto-promote, then White checkmates.
Yep.
And this is the incredible sort of extra drama here. So you have to get a knight with check.
Yeah, so actually in this position, Black has to promote on this square to a knight. And the knight, I can't even show it because I've got auto-promote on the board. But this knight would actually check the White King, and this would lead to a very good position for Black. But look at Jordan. He suddenly realised, after not going for this, after not pushing his pawn forward, instead defending, suddenly after a knight check, he should have run away. Whoops,
played it. He's played it. I think he's played it. Great news for Chess Bra fans.
Yeah, I got to show this, Simon. But he should have run this way to the centre. But instead, as you mentioned, great news for Chess Bra fans, because suddenly after a queen check, this knight is falling. This knight is dropping to the queen and rook. And suddenly Jordan, with his head on his hands, it's turned over. It's completely 360 now. White is winning. White is several pawns up.
He's also kind of, this is Jordan, it's kind of turned a little bit crimson. Did you notice that? Like, he was in trouble,
I've done that before many a time. Very easy for a ginger to go red, I tell you.
Maybe what Jordan missed as well is that after a check now from the pawn, he can just hide in front of the black pawn. And this White King is it's a great blockader. Let's go back to the players. Jordan is in huge trouble.
It's definitely dramatic right now in the Oslo Esports arena. Eric Hansen, is he making that comeback that he has to do in this match? And same situation for Magnus Carlsen. The bar is now all the way over to Magnus' side in his third game against Liam Lea. He is down by 1 point in that match, but in this one, look at Magnus. Is he making a comeback just like Eric Hansen? It's drama in the Oslo arena right now.
And we saw Jordan talking to himself a minute ago, cursing himself. Just, what has he done?
Well, you pointed this out, David, from having experience of him. I mean, that's where he needs not just a chess coach, but maybe like a life coach in some respects. It's like, he's playing great moves, but when you're winning, just slow down. As you said, you pointed out, and he's run straight into that error. How much time has he got? He's got
6.5 minutes.
He could have used that time to at least get a draw in this game, and now we expect Eric to win, and that will take it into another game.
And look at Jordan, the kind of disappointment on his face, the devastation there. And I played him in the Mr. Dodgy Invitational last year, and I was able to knock out Jordan from the tournament because he kept doing the same to me. He would build up these great positions, and then one premature move or just a bit too much haste, forgetting about the opponent's resources as well. He often forgot about my ideas, and still that's a bit of a weakness in his game. And he puts the headset down. He's not resigning yet, but he knows that he's losing this game. White's knight is just a great defender. Now Black's knight has gone, no way to break through.
Look at that, though. I mean, look how upset he is. I mean, that is quite dramatic, just his body language there. And if he loses this game, it's not just you lose and you still a draw next game. It's a good position, but he's got to get over that. Yeah. So psychologically, again, he's going to be kicking himself. And that is a big, big thing.
Yeah. And the reason he's losing is because he's 3 pawns down on the position. And the attack now is just too slow. White's offering to trade the queens off now. Eric doing a good job there. If the queens disappear, it's game over.
Yeah, I think he kind of needed that moment of desperation. Just look at him now. He's like, okay, right now I need to recover. Now I need to get back into full focus mode. I mean, whenever I'm in that kind of situation where I've made a massive blunder, I go, well, if I could make a blunder, so could my opponent. So always fight on. And the queens have come off, which is not great news for Jordan's fans. And now Jordan offering a trade of rooks.
You mentioned Simon, the chess bra fans. It's going to be a party for them after this game.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's great to see Eric win a game. No, nothing against Jordan, who's a fantastic player. It's just nice to see another game as well. We're going to get another game out of this match, meaning Eric still needs to win with the black pieces. It's going to be tough, but he's fighting so well in this game.
Yeah, and all White needs to do here is move his king out of the way. There is a threat to capture the White knight, the black rook staring down at the White king, but just move the king out of the way and...
Yeah, it's game over.
3 pawns down in an endgame. Yeah. Not much else to say about it.
No, I can remember like going red. My worst time this happened to me. I think we've all done it. I played a horrible mistake. I fell into stalemate. I was a grandmaster. I was leading a tournament. I was 2 pieces up, and I fell into a stalemate against a FIDE master. And it's funny how the crowd can smell. They can smell blood. They're like wolves. This grandmaster. They were there before I played it, and all of a sudden there's 25 people just obviously laughing and like, look at this idiot, and they're just there, and it's just, oh my words. I just try to hide in my hands, and I was a beacon of tomato beacon. So I was like, go away. The wolves are there. But yeah, he's found the move, David, and
credit to Eric. He's played. Ever since Jordan's blunder, he's played perfect chess. He rebuffed the attack, traded everything off, still keeping his 3-pawn advantage, and look at this, just putting everything on safe squares. It's the last few moves, I think, of this game. Jordan just going through the motions, getting over his disappointment. Yeah, it's maybe about to be a 4-pawn advantage for White.
Yeah.
It's a lot of pawns.
And it's going to shift momentum, right? So still a draw will be enough for Jordan in game 4. But making that comeback and getting that win must be a huge boost for Erik Hansen going into game 4.
Yeah, it certainly will be a big boost, and he will certainly be primed and ready for game 4. And when it comes to Jordan, we have to think about him, and here is where the role of his second will be super important, because we know that his second at this particular tournament is Johan Sebastian Christiansen, and so Johan has to be ready to think about what he's going to say, how he's going to prep Jordan. Is he going to be like, yeah, you can do it, game 4, or is he going to be like, well, now you know what you have to do, or whether he's going to just be a bit more realistic or pragmatic.
I mean, that's when you need someone who knows you really well, because sometimes you need someone to speak to you, but sometimes you need to be left alone. So it's sort of what is the right approach? You need someone who's not just a coach, but a good friend in these situations, I think. So, yeah.
Yeah, and Jordan, he's still visibly upset. He needs to really get it out of his mind now. And I don't know what the best answer is. Just keep playing till the end of the game, play till checkmate, get it out of your system at the board, or just quickly go and kind of take a longer break now before the next round.
I would take a longer break.
Resign and just have a break, and just go to your room and eat some sushi. So,
4 pawns down now. It's 5 pawns against 1. And actually, just from experience as well, Jordan, he doesn't resign very often. Well, not as early as some players as well. I think Mamedyarov is one of the earliest resigners in world chess, at least at the top, and Jordan may be one of the kind of slowest resigners, as we say. I've seen Mamedyarov resign in positions where he's just slightly worse, but Jordan, he often plays on.
Well, we do like it when they play it all the way to checkmate.
Yes, we love that. Yeah, never resign, especially when you're first learning the game, or even, all the way up to Super Grandmaster level like these guys. Why resign?
Do you think it should be a rule? We do have rules. You cannot offer draws before a certain move. Should it be a rule? You have to play until checkmate?
I would love to see that, especially on this tour in rapid chess, but it is a bit harsh on the players if they're depressed with their positions.
Yeah.
Not great for the mental health, kind of sitting there just thinking, oh, I'm no hope and I have to sit here for another 45 minutes.
All right, well, this is great news for Erik Hansen. Is he making that comeback to have hopes of taking this to tie breaks? Magnus Carlsen, the bar all the way over to his side as well, trying to make a comeback against Liam Leh. The bar is really liking it for Magnus. He is down by 1 point in that match, so a win here will mean that they are tied before game 4. So drama in that one as well. Pragnananda is in the lead in the match against Mamedyarov, and the bar is slightly over to Prag's side in game 3. If he wins this game, it's going to be over. He's going to decide the match again after only 3 games. Mamedyarov in a little bit of trouble. He needs at least a draw in this game. Dudagiri played 2 draws so far, and the bar is in the middle in game 3 as well. We will definitely see a game 4 in this one.
Yeah, Jordan, I want you to play on to the end on one hand, but on the other hand, there are so many other exciting games.
Yes,
Magnus Carlsen's position is crazy right now.
Really?
So
that looks fascinating. I mean,
he does. It looks like your type of position in that game.
Yeah, I'm just looking over and I'm like, hello. So it's like, I mean, the game is over here. Eric's going to take that pawn with his knight. Next move probably is, well, that's one way to win, one of the simplest. But
3 pawns up, there's plenty of ways to win this one.
Yeah, plenty. You can do many different things. But Magnus in a must-win situation, really, at some point with the white pieces. Well, not actually quite must-win, but this is his big opportunity.
Must not lose.
It's must-not-lose situation. That's a better way of saying it. Yeah.
It's actually funny because in this position, Eric is 3 pawns up and completely winning. In Magnus's game, he's 3 pawns down.
Oh!
But he's winning.
Whoa.
So he's gone all out for the attack. He's kind of channeled his inner Dubov, Magnus Carlsen, sacrificed 3 pawns for a winning attack.
Or even his inner Jordan.
His inner Jordan, exactly.
Yeah. We're going to jump straight into Magnus's game when this one finishes. It looks like Eric is winning. Is it hard for Eric now to sort of guide it to that win, or is this just about Jordan finding...
This is about Jordan just simply playing out his frustration and...
Eric's body language is pretty relaxed there. He knows he's winning. He can do anything. He doesn't need to rush even. He can just slowly bring the white king.
Maybe Jordan's just thinking how he can dodge the interviewer. You know, you know, I've seen Duda just, you know, like a bit like, what's it, British Bulldog? Yeah. There's this game, a bit like rugby, where you play in the playgrounds and you've got to, you know, get to the other side of the pitch and dodge them. I want to, you know, maybe thinking, do I go left when I get to the interviewer, then go right? Because I really don't want to speak to anyone after this. So I want to get to my room.
And there we go. And he just runs off Jordan van Forest. He resigns game 3, but he is still in the lead. Erik Hansen making a comeback. He still has to win game 4, though, to take it to tie breaks. But he will feel optimistic. And we are going over to Magnus Carlsen against Lee Emle, the world champion, down by 1 point. Is he making a comeback? We see the bar is definitely liking it.
1000%. I mean, just look at his pieces. You know, there's an open H line. Hello, Simon. Yeah. It's your favorite thing. And all he has to do is just line up the rooks, line up the queen, and it's going to be checkmate.
Yeah, and first he just blocks this diagonal towards his king. Really, really nice strategy there. And actually, look at all the pawns. This is the weirdest pawn structure you will ever see. Black has this massive pawns. Looks like they're all about to promote to new queens, but it's not about the queens, right? It doesn't matter how many queens your opponent has, as long as you checkmate. And like Jovanka says, I don't think there's any way to stop White's rook coming over. For example, if pawn takes pawn, White's rook is just going to shift, and there's going to be a nasty checkmate either on this square or maybe even... Oh, sorry, the board's not even up, but on the h7 square or the h8 square. Yeah, this is just completely winning for White. Checkmate is coming. White's rook's going to come to h1. It's going to be the end of the game.
Yeah. Domination on the dark squares, you know, a fantastic position for Magnus. And I'm just trying to see, is there a way for Liam to avoid the checkmate without losing the house? I don't think so, is there?
Black's king is devoid of defenders. That's the problem. You only have the dark square bishop as a defender, and that's going to get traded off. Black's queen is on the wrong side of the board as well.
Yeah, the king kind of needs to get on a magic carpet and just...
Yeah,
fly over to the other side of the board.
Like if you could do the Jordan and move it to the other side, you'd be winning. I mean, Black's pawns, they're so close to queening, but it's checkmate. I mean, you've got one defender, Black's bishop, but White's bishop right around the Black king is just so strong there. Open file. Very easy checkmate plan here, which David pointed out. And we could even see resignation here because he's got 41 seconds.
Look at his body language as well. Yeah. Normally he's super cool and calm, right, Liam? But
this is going to be
he's
tough.
Ready to resign, I think.
I think you showed the checkmate. You bring the rook over, you have to go queen h8 checkmate.
Yeah, you have to give up your queen.
Queen sacrifice rather than doing it the queen h7. They're both the same, but visually it's always nice to, you know,
20 seconds.
This is good. He's making moves. He's going to show us the checkmate. Hopefully he doesn't resign. We want to see the checkmate on the board. Yeah. The other game, we can understand the resignation. It would have gone on a while, but the result was inevitable. But here, yeah, it's just bringing the white rook over to the h1 square, lining it up behind the white queen, and checkmate is coming in the next 2 moves. can you even prevent it? It's forced checkmate. Maybe you can give up your queen, but it's forced checkmate.
I'd love to see it. Maybe he heard us. Maybe we're going to... It'd be lovely to see a checkmate on the board. I don't know how many times we've...
Commentator's curse.
Disappointing there.
No checkmate on the board, but a win for Magnus Carlsen. He makes a comeback. He is tied now in the match with Liam Le. One more game to play in the rapid portion. But it's, well, it's dramatic. In another game going on in the Oslo Arena, Magnus heading out, getting ready for Game 4. But Pragnananda, the man on fire in this tournament, he can decide the match against Mamedyarov with a win in Game 3. Is he winning this game?
Yes.
Wow.
He is winning this game. It's an end game. The queens are off the board. It does look a bit chaotic. There's still a lot of mess that Pragnananda needs to clear up here. But, for example, he can just remove this black knight from the board. If we do a quick count as well, which we should always do when we come to a new position, white is 1 pawn up. But it's not just the pawn. White has very active pieces, especially if we look on the left side of the board. There we go. He clears things up, actually, by giving up a rook for the knight. So now it's a rook for Pragnananda's bishop and 2 pawns. But more importantly, white's bishop now. Look at that light square bishop. Just too strong,
Playing
right?
so well. He's so
good.
I mean, the thing that I think was mentioned, he had this break, didn't he? Oh, it's over. Sorry, yeah, over.
It's over. Pragnananda is the winner of the match against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, shaking his hand. Wow, Pragnananda, he won his match yesterday after only 3 games, and he does the same again. Jovanka, how impressed are you?
I'm incredibly impressed, and you could also see from the footage there that Shak himself was impressed because he kind of gave Pragnananda a congratulatory kind of hug, and he said, well played, amazing stuff to beat Shakhriyar Mamedyarov in 3 games.
And let's head out to Sverre, who is ready to get some reactions if players will talk to him. Magnus going straight to his lounge. What's happening, Sverre?
It's understandable that Magnus is passing. I think he's really mobilizing to try to get a bit of a good feel here. He's struggling. He's really going fast towards his break room, and I think it really took a lot of mobilizing to perform like he's done in his game right now. So he asked kindly to please be allowed not to take an interview right now, but hopefully we'll get a chat with some of the other guys exiting right now.
Thanks, Sverre. We'll keep an eye on the lounge to see if some players will stop for reactions. Pragnananda, the winner of the match against Mamedyarov. We came in very late in this game, David, but let's take a look at that final win for Prag.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight this final moment. Just as we showed it, it kind of ended very abruptly. White is a pawn up, as we mentioned. White also has these really active 3 pieces on the queen side, but this was the final blow. Rook takes knight, removing black's best piece, and after the bishop slid back, white has actually sacrificed a bit of material, but it's all about this square. The bishop hitting this square, the white rook hitting this square as well, and no sufficient way to defend it. Next move, the bishop is going to capture this pawn. Black's position is falling apart, and Mamedyarov just resigned. No other way to keep fighting. Really, really nice win there by Prag.
And I'm joined in the corner by Pragnananda, winning in 3 games. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
So describe today's match with Mamedyarov. What has it been like?
I think the first game was very crucial. I was having a bad position at some point, but then when I got this G6, I think the position was already dangerous for him. And then in a rapid game, it's very hard to defend after that.
So you're winning today in only 3 games. You did the same yesterday, deciding your match in only 3 games. How good are you feeling about the way you're playing?
Yeah, definitely I didn't expect to win like this today. And yeah, I'm just happy about it. And it just gives me confidence. I think the last game was, last game I outplayed him. So it definitely feels good.
Yeah, are you simply enjoying yourself being in Oslo, being in an esports arena?
Yeah, it's a new experience for me to play like this. You know, being in person and playing in a computer, it's a different experience, and yeah, so far I'm enjoying it.
I'm so glad to hear that. And you're now going to be definitely in the lead in the tournament after 2 games. Are you now starting to think about ambitions, maybe winning the whole thing?
Yeah, it's too far. Like 5 more matches, so yeah, I'm just going to take 1 match at a time.
And I don't have it in my mind who you are playing tomorrow. Do you know who you're playing tomorrow?
I think it's Liam.
Liam Le. David nods his head. Liam Le tomorrow. What's your experience playing with Liam?
I always had a bad score with him. I think I've never beaten him in this meltwater at all.
Okay.
I mean, the CCT. I think so. I think I have a bad score with him. So definitely, I would like to equalize it at least.
All right. And I know you have your coach here, right? Ramesh is here with you. How are you working now after the games? You finished early today as well. Are you relaxing and enjoying Oslo, or are you working?
Mostly we are not working in the night, but just checking my today's game, and then probably will do preparation mostly tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Prag, we wish you best of luck tomorrow as well. Congratulations on a great day.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for joining us. And out with Sverre Shakriyan Mamadjaro is giving his reaction to losing to Prag.
It's a tough game today. How would you describe it?
Okay, for first game I missed winning chance. I mean, it was absolutely winning position for me, and I just missed and I lost, and for this reason, I mean, everything is finished in first game.
How would you summarize Pragnananda's play?
I mean, again, I mean, first game he played bad, but I missed absolutely winning position. I mean, okay, it's a very tricky player. He removed some tricky moves, but it was a very good match, interesting match. He deserved it. I mean, he played better.
Thank you, Shakriyan.
Thanks.
Mamadjaro, he did win his match yesterday, so he has 3 points in the Oslo Esports Cup, but losing to the man on fire, Pragnananda, today. We're going to hear reactions from more of the players after round 3 and start looking forward to a dramatic round 4 today. But first, a commercial break.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
The French is the opening you play against one e4. It starts with e6. We prepare the central push d5. Chess openings are always about fighting for the center, because if you control the center, you can go to any direction very quickly. After d4, we play d5, and already white is at the crossroad. He has to either give up the e4 square, trade the pawn, push the pawn forward, which will then counter with c5, with counterplay against the d4 pawn, or after knight c3, you can pin the knight. And that's the French defense.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now.
Welcome back to the Oslo Esports Cup. You did see that commercial for the Chess24 Quest, and remember, you can win some really cool prizes if you join the Quest Challenge. It's basically a very cool challenge. You go into the Chess24 Tour page, you click on quests, and you can see all the cool quests that you can accomplish in your online games. I know it's if you promote a pawn, you get 2 points, a lot of cool stuff, and then you can win some really cool prizes. So do try out the Chess24 quests. And now it's time to learn a little bit. And this is something you can bring with you into your online games. It's time for David's Lisaveta Learning Point.
Today's learning point is about counter-attacking. This position was a game between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, one of the matchups we haven't had too much time to cover today. And here it looks like black is in big, big trouble. White's bishop attacks this rook, but also this rook, a double attack, and you can't save both pieces at the same time. Or can you? Because here, Duda unleashed a really clever idea. Rather than worrying about the pieces that are attacked, he went on the counter-attack. He brought his rook across, threatening a nasty checkmate to the white king. If the bishop now gets greedy, for example, this does end in checkmate. The white king has nowhere to go. His escape squares are covered by the black knight. And with that in mind, white stopped the threat, white moved the king across, but now another counterattack. Rather than moving the rook, dropping the black bishop back. This is a bit of a pin, and if the black rook had been captured, white's rook drops off as well. The checkmate threat persists. So always look for ways to counter against your opponent's pieces. You don't always have to run away if your own pieces are attacked.
Okay. Taking notes, as always, in the Lisaveta Learning Point. The round 4 on day 2 here in the Oslo Esports Cup is coming up in 10 minutes. Let's take a look at the results so far today. Magnus Carlsen was able to make a comeback in Game 3 against Liam Le. They are now tied. So if we have a winner in Game 4, that will be the winner of that match, gaining 3 points. If they play a draw, then we will go to tiebreaks in that one. Now, Erik Hansen, he was able to make a comeback after a blunder by Jordan van Foreest in Game 3, but it's still pressure on for Erik Hansen. He has to win Game 4 to take it to tiebreaks. Any other result, and Jordan van Foreest will be the winner of that match. Pragnananda, 16 years old, against the oldest player in this tournament. After only 3 games, winning 2 of them, winning that match against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, gaining all 3 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Anish Giri, it's calmer in that one. 3 draws so far. They are tied, and if the 4th game as well is a draw, then they will head to tiebreaks. Do you guys think we will have tiebreaks today?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, the matches are so close. You know, we have Erik Hansen, who just had a miraculous comeback. And then, of course, you've got Magnus, who's just equalised the score against Liam. You know, who knows what can happen there. And, of course, Anish Giri against Duda. You know, everything is even. So there has to be, right? Yeah. There's going to be a tiebreak at some point.
It would be shocking if not. And maybe where it's least likely to have a tiebreak is in the match with Erik Hansen and Jordan van Foreest, because Jordan, he only needs a draw in Game 4, but he did lose Game 3 after a blunder. But he still stopped by Sverre to give his reaction.
Jordan, defending a 2-0 lead, can that be quite difficult at times?
Yeah, but I was just completely winning in this game. I don't know what happened in my head. I shouldn't just no words.
And how does that change your outlook for the last one? Is it difficult to focus when you know you need a draw and you've had the same situation before?
Yeah, I'll try to refocus, but this is definitely unexpected. Yeah, but I mean the match is still good, looking good at least. I mean, looking at it optimistically, but yeah, what just happened is pretty ridiculous.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Jordan, I'm impressed. He stopped to give his reaction even after that, devastated. We saw his reaction in the game. He was just devastated by his blunder.
Yeah, for fans of Jordan, that's a good sign that he did stop. It means that he's already started to get that loss, that blunder out of his system, and he needs to continue doing that. He does have the white pieces in the next game, and yeah, he is still the big favourite in that match.
Yeah. What is it about for him now? You mentioned it also, Ivanka, talking to his second, getting over that. He only needs a draw in the next one.
Yeah, I mean, he has a kind of relatively straightforward task, just to draw the game. But he has to just get out of his head. He has to forget about what happened before. And, kind of Jordan said it there, he was completely winning and then he just overthought and let Eric snatch that important win. And it's all about psyching himself up and just calming down at the same time, just thinking about it's not about emotions, it's just about the moves. Keep making good moves and the result will follow.
Yeah, and I said, only needs a draw. Getting a draw against these top players is extremely hard, but with a draw, Jordan van Foreest will win the match against Erik Hansen. Liam Le, if he wins the next game, he's going to win the match against Magnus Carlsen. And Liam, tomorrow, his chess talk with Jovanka will be released. This is a little bit of a taste of what you get with that chess talk.
In 2021, he became head coach and director of the Webster University's chess team. Today, you can find him inspiring the minds of today and also playing against the world's elite. When it comes to teaching and also playing, do you have a certain motto that you go by?
Let me tell you a little bit about why I'm passionate about it, especially the international students. When they moved to the United States, they also took a big leap of faith, just like I did in 2013. I feel it is my job, my responsibility to help them, to provide them with a good environment to thrive in academics and in chess. I'm not helping them only on the chessboard, but I'm also kind of helping them building a team spirit for all, where everyone feels welcome and everyone feel appreciated.
And it's been a little bit of a historical day for Liam Le today. He won game 1 against Magnus Carlsen, and that was the first time in history he won a game against Magnus, but he did lose game 3, Magnus making a comeback there. And we're going to head out to Sverre in the lounge because Magnus, he hasn't looked too good today with his hoodie on, maybe a little bit pale. What do you think, Sverre? Is he sick?
Well, first of all, we just had a guy hugging the camera here because Anish Giri, he's been acting a lot more outgoing in this break than he has in the past. But when it comes to Magnus, I don't want to go into Magnus's head or be a doctor to evaluate on how he's feeling, but my impression is that he's looked to have a little bit more energy now than he had early on the day. Maybe that is a result of winning. Maybe that is maybe that is why he won. It's hard to make some kind of evaluation, but it's been a lighter atmosphere here now. You have Van Foreest, who we talked to earlier, who's still positive, even though he lost the last one. You have a Hansen who wants to complete that spectacular comeback. But also Anish Giri has been eating so much sushi that I think he should be well rested, full of energy, and ready for his final game prior to a potential sudden death.
It's nice to hear that Anish is actually enjoying the sushi. He said yesterday that he thought it was too much sushi in Oslo. And we do know the sushi bar is there. Also, Meltwater, our promoting partner, is there today. So is a lot going on basically in the lounge today, Sverre?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's really nice. It's a good atmosphere here, and there's people playing chess. There's people having a bite. It's players who have been a little bit more focused on their games today than what they were yesterday, because yesterday it was quite light-hearted, but there was a lot of early ending games yesterday. Today it seems a bit tighter, and it seems like there might be quite a few that might be decided in the Blitz or even Armageddon. So I think we're in for a fun evening.
Absolutely. And of course, one player or two players have finished the day already, Mamedyarov and Praggnanandhaa, again winning in only 3 games. Did you see some celebration from Pragg, and maybe his coach Ramesh, I know, is in the building as well? I was
speaking to Pragg for quite some time, and he told me that he feels that this is confidence building. This is something that he takes with him for future reference, because it's hard for him to sometimes evaluate where his game is at after this long COVID period and how he matches up. And he views this as being closer to classical chess than if he only plays in front of the computer screen at home. So he's building confidence right now. But as you could have seen, possibly saw behind me, that was Magnus, who was walking back now, who's out of his room getting ready for his 4th game today.
All right. Thanks, Sverre. Yeah, we did see Magnus in the back there, so maybe he will enter the Oslo arena in just a few seconds. Game 4 will start in a little over 3 minutes. Anish Giri, is that him? I think getting ready in the very cool Oslo Esports arena. That is the arbiter as well, helping out with something.
Helping him open a bottle of water.
Yeah, I said it. Anish. They played. We haven't followed too many games between Anish and Jan-Krzysztof today. 4 draws, but the bar has been going back and forth.
Yeah, I've been taking a bit of a peek at some of the games, and it's definitely full of content, lots of drama happening on the board, but as I showed in the learning point, lots of great defensive resources by both sides. So balancing each other out for now, neutralizing each other. Still, we will find a winner though, and the margins are tight.
Definitely. Anish will have the white pieces in game 4. If we have a winner, that player will gain all 3 points. If it is another draw, then tie breaks between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And the other player is not arriving. Anish strikes me as that one player that will arrive. Just always earliest.
Yeah, get on time, get on the zone, get himself ready. He has his headphones on, he's getting his music ready. I mean, it's just a matter of choice. Some players like to just dash in, adrenaline pumping, they get some small pleasure out of making their opponent wait for them. Not saying these players, but some players do. And others just like the calmness of it all, just to remember the outline of their opening preparation and get themselves in that calm state of mind.
Yeah. 1.5 minutes to go until a dramatic round 4 of games. And here Liam Le gets back to the computer. He is tied with Magnus Carlsen, and he will have the white pieces in game 4. If he wins it, he will be the winner of a match. A draw means we head to tie breaks. Anish Giri digging some Dutch music. We've seen the arbiter as well. You're always very strict with the arbiters. Simon, what will be the arbiter's role in an esports arena like this?
Make some coffee, cup of tea, sushi, chill out in the seat, little kip now and again. No, their role, I'm only joking, is to just keep an eye on everything, make sure the players are happy, make sure there's no problems with the computer, make sure there's no issues whatsoever. So it's that comfort blanket really that the players have got, that they can play in confidence. There you go. Give the players a bottle of water, open the water, treat them like babies, change their diet. No, I meant, no,
treat them like kings.
Treat them like kings. That's better. Yeah. Better than babies. Yeah.
We could have actually seen the arbiter being called into action if we had seen Jordan, for example, want to promote to a knight, and if he wasn't sure how to do that, or the settings on the computer. There's always going to be stuff that the arbiters will be useful for. So we got to give credit to them. They are the players, the arbiters. They are the people who make us tick.
They are. And actually, as they're in the building, they do a fantastic job. No, they do. they do. It's really important to have them there, and the players need them. And if some problem comes up, they've got to be there. Otherwise, it could be a disaster.
Absolutely. And Jordan Fanfor is getting his headset on. He lost game 3 to Erik Hansen, but he won the first 2 games today. He only needs a draw in game 4, and I keep saying only needs a draw. I know it's extremely hard to get a draw in these top games, but with a draw he will be the winner of the match against Erik Hansen. But Erik, he must be feeling inspired after winning game 3. Jordan with the white pieces, and here we go.
And Jordan goes to 1e4. This is one of his favorite moves. How will Erik react? It's the Sicilian defense. Erik, meanwhile, is in a must-win situation with black, and there's pressure on him. And okay, the Alapin Sicilian, and also one of my favorite openings, the C3 Sicilian. I have to mention, Jordan's second, Johann Sebastian Christiansen, has done a chessable course on this opening. So Jordan definitely being influenced by his second there. And that chessable course by Johann Sebastian Christiansen was one of my favorites. Favorite opening, and so many ideas here for white. Also, minimal risk compared to an open Sicilian where there's so much drama happening, where you can't really control things. In this opening, in this variation of the Sicilian, it's easier for white to control things at least. And I think Johann Sebastian there was recommending often white to push the G-pawn forward 1 square. Okay, Jordan occupies the center instead. More classical approach. And we see a position with white having very strong pawns in the middle, but black having an equally strong knight on an outpost. And this is maybe the older move, pushing this pawn, creating a square for the black light squared bishop to come out to. This kind of fell out of fashion when computers started arriving on the scene. Black has to know a lot of stuff here. But Erik, he needs to take risks. He needs to win this game. So he may be trying to choose an older line to confuse his young opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the positive side for Erik as well, he can't get a worse opening position than he got in the last game. So even though he's got the black pieces, he survived that. So all he's got to do is survive the opening, get a position, at least the pieces remain on the board, which he needs to give himself winning chances. Whenever I played against you in a Sicilian, I feared the move C3 so much. I really did not like playing against this move because it's very hard to get a dynamic position. You could say this is one of the best chances Black has, possibly, a position like this?
Possibly, yep. I'm expecting Black now to maybe bring the queen out to attack this white pawn that has just captured towards the centre. Black's light squared bishop could also develop itself. Lots of moves here by Erik. There we go. The queen does attack this white pawn, and you pretty much have to defend it now. Usually, white defends this pawn with a bishop. We see the move, the white bishop going to d2. That's kind of the most principled move, or at least it was when I was younger, when I used to play this more often. But Jordan, he unleashes some opening preparation, bringing his bishop out. Imagine, he only needs a draw, but he doesn't care. He's sacrificing pawns. And wow, Ivanka, is this a new move?
No, it's not a new move, and it actually has a pedigree. Anish Giri played this in 2019 to secure a draw against Ilyas Smirin. And, well, the main move actually isn't to capture the pawn. The main move is actually to develop the light-squared bishop. And I do have to, whilst the players are having a little bit of a think, you know, you mentioned that Jordan's second is Johann Sebastian. And Jyrki Wallstad says, always when I hear Johann Sebastian, I expect Bach.
Yeah, I know.
Then I hear something else. I mean, it is true. It is fair enough comment from Jyrki, who actually incidentally gave us some chocolates last time for I think the World Championship match.
Oh, those were so good.
They were very, very good.
Yes.
And yeah, so in the meantime, Jordan has just forgotten about the pawn that's under attack and simply castled the king.
Yeah, and Erik now needs to try and do the same. He needs to get the black king into safety. And I'm expecting to see Black's dark squared bishop just come out. The reason Black isn't going and getting greedy, capturing a pawn with the black queen, is because you lose time. The black queen will get kicked around. She'll get attacked by a bishop, maybe a rook. And I think here, moves and time is more important than a mere pawn. So, OK, the black bishop does get out the way for the black king to castle. Simon, who would you rather be in these types of positions? I guess maybe white with your taking chances.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I'm such a big fan, as I mentioned yesterday, when I got the white pieces, when I played pawn to the king's pawn on move 1, of getting my pawn to the square it is there in my opponent's half of the board, and it's so easy to base an attack around white's most forward pawn. It cramps black's position. If black castles, I have a lovely diagonal that the white bishop, the light square bishop, can jump back to. And just in general, white has good attacking chances, and I love to attack. But, you know, at least there's counter-attacking chances for Erik, and we saw him take them in the last game. So it's going to be a very interesting encounter, this one.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point there. For example, if white does just take a timeout, I think there are more ambitious moves. But your point here about this diagonal being open for white's attack, and yeah, just the fact that this pawn stands where it is, kind of cutting the board in half, but also the fact that black can't get a knight to the defense of his king. It's going to take an age for this knight to leap over. For me, that was always the main attraction of this type of opening. You have this really strong pawn, and your opponent's pieces are kind of on the wrong side of the board. So Erik, just like in the last game, maybe shouldn't rush necessarily to kind of give his opponent a target on this side of the board. We're seeing a bit of a waiting game, and Jordan, I think, will be looking at ways maybe to give his pieces more energy. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a move like, OK, jumping forward with the knight, he brings his bishop out first. Again, he's tempting the black queen to take this pawn, but this is not really something you want to do. This pawn is poisoned because the white rook will come across, and maybe once the black queen moves, will start to enter the position. So here I'm expecting black to maybe just castle. What else? Maybe the black knight could come out as well. Lots of options for Erik.
Yeah, and whilst the players are thinking, OK, we just have a move. Erik has, in fact, castled. Wow.
Brave.
Very, very brave.
But he's in a must-win situation, so he has to make the brave decisions.
Definitely. And, well, it's a little bit of maybe drama happening already in the other matches. The bar all the way over to, not all the way over, but slightly over to Liam's side in game 4 against Magnus. The winner in that game will be the winner of that match. A draw means we head to tie breaks. And, OK, the bar Oh, look at Magnus. I thought I saw a smile. But is he in trouble in that one? Is he in trouble?
No,
Okay.
not really. I think it's just a
Early days.
slightly suspicious opening, but it's still very, very early days.
Very exciting, actually. I mean, he's playing an opening which is used to be one of Mikhail Tau's favourite openings. Fischer played it as well, which is known to be positionally suspect, but you get lots of aggressive tactics. So he's going for tactics, Magnus, in his game, which is nice to see. He wants to win. He doesn't want to play off. Yeah.
Yeah. The computers hate the Benoni defence, but yeah, it's perfectly viable for humans.
Yeah. And in the meantime, Eric is developing now. We were talking about Magnus, and someone who is cheering all the way from Kazakhstan for Magnus is Shokan, and says, remember this young supporter of Magnus from Kazakhstan. Magnus, you are the GOAT. Best wishes from Layla.
Oh, that's nice.
Very cute. And Jonatas Veerman, they send us a beautiful picture, actually very artistic. It says, really like the picture I took while watching Magnus Carlsen's games in Oslo Esports Cup.
Super nice.
Yeah, and there's still time to send us selfies, questions, and remember, you have to send those selfies in landscape mode, and you can do this by tweeting us using the hashtag ChessChamps, and we will feature them in the show in a quiet moment.
Yes, we do love those selfies. And also, do follow Champions Chess Tour, Meltwater Champions Chess Tour on YouTube. Not YouTube, but on Twitter is what I'm looking for. And Instagram. They're posting so many cool behind-the-scenes things, especially now during this major with all players on site in Oslo. So do follow for more behind-the-scenes stuff. As we're seeing Erik Hansen against Jordan van Forest. Jordan, in a moment of think here, is he learning from previous mistakes where he has maybe been a little bit trigger happy?
Yeah, whether it's a conscious decision or not, I think Jordan has definitely slowed down. Maybe it's just confidence being affected by his previous blunder in the last game, but yeah, this is quite a critical moment as well. If he doesn't whip up an attack for white, then black is a very healthy position. And to be honest, despite what the evaluation bar says, I think this is the best position Erik has had out of the opening in the match today so far. So, okay, Jordan, after taking a bit of a think, improves the white queen. I'm expecting the black rooks to start centralising themselves over the next move or two.
I mean, this is a prime position to push the H-pawn as well. Very standard idea. I mean, you're always looking at attacking black's king. This is the thing that white generally needs to do with that pawn, which we've mentioned before, the white pawn advanced. So you just got to build up your forces on the area of the board where the king is, the king side. And, well, the last move is a very sensible start for that operation.
Yeah, so we're expecting to see white attack on the king side and black just centralise the rooks, try and kind of push play towards the centre, where black maybe has decent influence. So.
All right. Well, tomorrow, you guys, today is Saturday. It's we love Saturdays, but we also like Sundays, and we especially like Sundays now because Chess24 and Chessable, they will start something called a Sunday, Sunday study starting tomorrow. So every Sunday at 4 o'clock CET, a new special kind of course together with a top grandmaster for all of you to follow if you'd like to at 4 o'clock CET. So that's tomorrow will be the first Sunday study. So don't miss it. We might miss it because 4 o'clock is quite close to when we start this show. Well, maybe we can take a peek.
Yes. We will.
Yes, absolutely.
We can put it on the lounge.
We can. That's a good idea, Ivanka. We should put the Sunday study in the lounge tomorrow as we warm up to the show. And maybe we'll see all of you there, our viewers. We can all prepare together and warm up for day 3 in the Oslo Esports Cup. I have to say, it feels a little bit calm so far, this round 4. I mean, it's a dramatic round. So many games could be, so many matches could be decided. We could be heading to tie breaks. It's calm before the storm, maybe.
Yeah, it feels like, we're just kind of catching our breath before the excitement hits. And, well, a very critical decision made by Erik, who's just initiated a set of trades.
Yeah, it's kind of a double-edged sword here because Erik, in a way, the position demands that he wants to trade things off just to get rid of white's pawn centre, to get rid of white's space advantage. It makes a lot of sense on the board, but in the match situation, trading things off for Erik maybe guiding things towards a draw, that's not going to suit him. So I think he's objectively doing the right thing. He's not worrying about the match result too much. He's just happy to try and trade off those knights, which have disappeared, and now dark squared bishops. And actually, from my experience, I used to reach this position, this type of position, actually, a lot when I was young. I didn't feel comfortable at all for white, because black's rooks, once they do reach the central lines, I'm looking at the D line and the C line, once black's rooks go there, white has pawns that will come under pressure. So, okay, Jordan, meanwhile, happy to trade off everything, trading off the bishops too. And suddenly, I would choose black. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Eric's doing all the right things. I mean, we know he needs to win. And often you take too many risks in that position, but he's just as, well, you said earlier, Ivanka, playing the best moves. That's all you can do. Just play the best moves. In a game of chess, you often, nearly always, should I say, get an opportunity of some sort. And he's just got to hope that comes up later on. I mean, very comfortable position. You look at the pawn structure, because there's not really an attack now. White doesn't have enough pieces to attack black's king, which is a really good sign for black. He's not going to get checkmated. Commentator's curse, probably, but it won't happen shortly. And the pawn islands, this is one sort of thing you can say to discuss the structure, and David can probably point this out, that white has some bad pawns. Black's pawn structure is better.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Simon, one pawn island here, another pawn island in the center. That means pawns that connect and defend each other, and then another pawn island here. So 3 in total for white, whereas black only has 2 pawn islands. These pawns protect each other, and these pawns on the other flank as well protect each other. And it's always better to have, well, usually better to have fewer, especially with queens and rooks on the board. You have fewer weaknesses, basically. So this pawn is actually isolated. It's social distancing from the rest of its army. And yeah, these pawns actually as well, these are the biggest targets in the middle, because black's rooks are going to start lining up against them later in the game. Obviously not possible right now to use this square for the black rook, but this is the target for Eric.
So are they more targets than strengths, even if they are sort of keeping an eye on the center?
Definitely here. I think the center and space, all those things we talk about, it isn't so important because the knights have disappeared. There have been so many trades, and you're just left with weaknesses. If you compare white's rooks as well, this rook is just going to end up as a passive piece, stuck kind of defending its own pawn. And you never really want to push forward with your own pawns. You can't right now because this guy drops off, but this is what we call hanging pawns in the center. And in the middle game, they are fine. They can push forward, but here they are purely targets, and you just have too many weaknesses. These pawns are very, very weak. So it's all about the pawn structure, and definitely favours black right now. Eric is actually a very, very good strategic player as well. The reason he's so good at blitz and bullet chess is because he understands chess strategy so well. He can kind of play these positions by instinct purely. So yeah, Jordan, it's not his instinct. He wants to be attacking. He hasn't gone for the black king. And now he's begging for the trades. He's begging for the queens to come off. Eric can allow the queens to come off by defending his queen maybe, or if he's feeling extra ambitious, he can go and start attacking things. He can attack the pawn next to the queen, but also attack the bishop. And to me, this looks very tempting, actually. The white queen, you can kind of ignore it because it's attacking on its own. And next move, then you bring the rooks in.
If he wins this, Eric Hansen, which would be super impressive, and they do go to tie breaks with blitz, would he be... So Jordan is a favorite in this match just because he is a higher rated player. But would they be closer in blitz chess? Is Eric, you know, the less time you have, is Eric better?
I've got to say yes. And the momentum will be on his side as well.
Definitely, yeah.
Having won 2 games in a row, if he wins this one, I think he'd be the favourite in the blitz.
I have to say, Eric is, you know, this is what he's famous for. He's really good. You know, he was streaming and playing blitz chess way before anyone else was. And I have to say, Jordan's style is kind of very much suited to kind of classical chess. Of course, he won Tata Steel 2021. But having said that, we have seen a very interesting trend, and that is the person who's making the comeback often tends to fall at the last hurdle, because somehow the adrenaline has been pumping and they've been doing everything they can to get to that tiebreak situation, and then they kind of relax and they don't quite manage to adapt to the change.
It's true. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, we've definitely noticed that throughout the tour. And also, Jordan, I actually experienced these two playing blitz against each other last night at the Goodnight pub. And Jordan would often win the games, but normally Eric would be dictating them, and Eric maybe would just play one bad move and Jordan would pounce. But in general, Eric it felt like if he was at his best, he would be the better blitz player. I think Jordan prefers, he's said this in interviews in the past, he said this when he joined us for a podcast, he prefers having more time, just more time to calculate his creative ideas.
I love the fact that they were actually playing down the pub yesterday.
The night before they play each other.
They've got this massive day today, they're playing all day, they're rivals, and we just play some blitz down the pub, shall we? And they go and do that. It's great. It shows how close players are away from the battle, actually. You know, they can separate those things. And it's nice. It's nice to hear that.
And at a chess pub like the Good Night, were they like super popular? Were people coming over to them? Were people recognizing them, basically?
Yes. These guys are, I mean, very
celebrities.
Famous. Celebrities.
Yeah. Would you say you're, well known down there?
David, I've been with David at the Good Night. He gets recognized a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of selfies and signing and a lot of requests to play some blitz.
It's because I've got such a fragile ego. I need that kind of confidence boost of getting recognized, so I hang out there a bit too much.
I don't believe that for a second. You're way too modest.
These guys as well, very friendly, very sociable, just great guys. And we also, just a moment ago, the moves are coming, but not too much is changing. Black centralizing rooks, white pushing pawns. But just a few moments ago, when we had Jordan on the camera, he was shaking his head. So it's definitely turning in Black's favor. As we mentioned, it's the pawn structure. It's an end game, so it's fine margins, but Black's pawn structure is superior.
I think this G5 move is worth just mentioning why they manoeuvre about. I mean, it was English Grandmaster Keith Arkell, who's a real legend in the end game, legend in positional play. And he said that if you're ever able to play G5 as Black, you're doing well. And his point was such a move like G5 is very committal, and you can only do such a move if you've got a safe position or you're going for the attack. And we saw that Jordan played G5, got a great attack, and in this position, it's a great way to gain space. And I think Eric's showing great positional play at the moment. So again, I'd be quite excited if I was a chess bra at the moment, because there's chances here.
You mean if you're a chess bra?
You're
not a chess bra fan?
I'm a chess bra fan, of course I am, but for all the other fans out there, definitely.
And we see Anish Giri running back to his lounge. It's a draw, also in game 4 between himself and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. That means we're having tie breaks today. Woohoo!
That is I know, it's incredible actually, because actually the last time they played on the tour finals, I don't think it got the tie breaks. I think
in the tour,
Duda, in the tour final they were playing each other, and I think at the last game it was all equal, and then Duda won.
That's right.
And that
Great
one,
memory.
Yeah, it's not clear who the favourite is in the tie breaks, because Giri, we know, is just good at, in general, good at all time formats. Duda, great at blitz, but maybe slightly less consistent. So that one's going to be 50-50. I mean, it's hard to call a winner. It just depends who's quicker on the day.
And they're going to play 2 blitz games, 1 white game each. And if they're still tied after that, then Armageddon. And the first blitz games will start at 10 o'clock CET. So in 40 minutes, all the tie breaks will start. We definitely now will have 1. Will we have more? That depends if Erik Hansen is able to win this game, and if Liam Lea and Magnus Carlsen plays a draw in their game 4. And what is it looking like right now in that game? I mean, the bar is saying draw-ish.
I mean, the position looks anything like a draw. I think it's just chances for both sides, and it's just, it looks wild right now.
Every piece is on the board, and it's just about to come to life. So Magnus's risky opening, but he's got the position he aimed for, chaos. So yeah,
it's complete chaos. Yeah.
All right, we're definitely going to keep an eye on that as well. But we are following Jordan van Verriest against Erik Hansen, because Jordan, he only needs a draw in this game to win the match, and Erik Hansen is in a must-win situation, and he's doing good.
He's doing everything he can. I can't fault any one of Erik's moves throughout this whole game so far. Must-win situation. He's kept enough pieces on the board, the rooks, to have confidence going forward. But at the same time, he still has these kind of small, long-term advantages. So he's got to be careful not to trade off all the rooks. Then it would be a draw. But it's just not easy for Jordan to make that happen.
I'm kind of making a face at Jordan's last move, because is there a pawn up for grabs?
Okay, Ivanka, should we jump in?
Yeah, should we jump in? Because, I mean, can't Erik just attack the bishop and ask it where it's going?
It doesn't have many squares. If it steps to this square, then, as you mentioned, a pawn drops off the board. And this is also a nasty check. So the bishop has to drop back to maintain protection of this pawn.
And then I was guessing that you could line up your rooks
Okay.
Or maybe even...
Line up the rook.
Maybe even you can attack, actually. Yeah, it's complicated.
Okay, so your idea here, Jovanka, just to explain fully, is to attack this pawn, and if the king, for example, steps back to defend this pawn, then you want to continue advancing, utilizing a pin along this line. For example, now white's pawn cannot capture the black pawn because the white rook would drop. So this would make a lot of sense. I guess white's idea after this pawn push is maybe he can take this pawn with his bishop, so it's hanging together by a thread for white. But if this bishop move wasn't available, bishop takes pawn, then huge trouble for Jordan. So you're right, it does look really, really shaky. And I think starting with this move, pushing the pawn forward, is exactly what Erik wants to do, because he forces Jordan's bishop to a really bad square now on the edge of the board. But it just depends whether there's a follow-up now. Maybe you can make an argument for pushing forward first, because now this pawn is defended by black's bishop. But then maybe white could just kind of bypass you, and we kind of see this weird situation with black having nice pawns here, but potential weaknesses, and white's pawns maybe less weak than they were, and also mobile, stepping forward on the next turn.
Might even be some other pawn break there, like, you know, because white's pieces, after you play this move, I mean, b4 looks very logical. I'm just wondering if e5, you know, move the rook, switch the rook back to e8 and suddenly change to the center of the board, because white's king is temporarily, and the bishop and the rooks are temporarily a bit funny. So maybe some break like this could be, it would change the dynamics of the position, and maybe this is, well, it's unnatural to do so, but it could be very dangerous for white as well.
Could be, yeah. I like this a lot, Simon, actually, and you've also opened up your bishop maybe for later to try and stare down at this pawn. And white's king, we say kings in the endgame are pretty safe in the middle, but also under fire. This is a pin after all, and if you step back with the king, then you have to worry about some potential checks along the second rank from the black rook. Yeah, in this position, this pawn push, this might be the key, because if Erik, I mean, of course he'll spot the first move, kicking white's bishop back to a bad square, but if he doesn't spot this second move, and if he doesn't evaluate it, and if he's not 100% sure of the consequences, then he can't really play the first move maybe, because now the black pawns are fixed on light squares. So yeah, maybe it all comes down to whether this is strong. It's either very good and Erik is going to play it, or he's not sure and he'll just miss the opportunity. Here as well, I like that, just maybe stepping into the center and just playing up this pawn.
I guess if he doesn't find it, he's still very comfortable.
He's comfortable,
so but this could be the way to, you know, just try to transfer that slight, well, that comfortable position to an advantage, I feel, even. Because you're really going to be pushing Jordan then after this idea.
Yeah, so maybe a key moment, pushing this pawn forward, kicking the white bishop back, and then stepping forward again with your pawn in the center. Big opportunity, but as Simon said, it's still good for Erik. If he doesn't find it, it just means that there won't be anything concrete for a while. He'll still need to find an opportunity later in the game.
Yeah.
A critical moment. I love that pawn break, and it's also very unexpected as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
that'd be a huge shock for Jordan.
Jordan would not be thinking about it, because I mean, look at it. He can't play that pawn move.
Maybe his last move was a mistake. Then I mean, it's so natural to bring the king towards the center, but you know, that's, you know, just at this one opportunity. And it's like we said earlier, we said that I think Erik's doing the right thing. An opportunity will come up. It nearly always does in a game of chess if you play good moves. He's played good moves. This might be that opportunity now. Will he find it? I don't know. I don't even know if it's any good, but it looks like the right thing to do.
Feels right once you see it as well. And we just saw Erik a moment ago shake his head, now head in his hands. He is feeling the pressure of this one moment, and Erik is super talented. He's got great instincts, and I think the reason he paused at this one moment, now for nearly 5 minutes, he spent half his time on this one move. His kind of spidey senses are tingling. He feels that there's something right now, and he wants to play something like what you're suggesting there, Simon. But it's just plucking up the courage. That would involve a temporary pawn sacrifice. Yeah, if you miss this opportunity, maybe you won't get another one.
Do you think he's going to find it? This is the question. I'm going to say, oh, come on, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go for it. But
I think he's going to play the first move, kicking back the white bishop. The second one, yeah, I agree with you. I think he's likely to, but it's just the body language.
Still okay. It's still okay. I mean, he's certainly not worse, and he probably is better. But you know, it's a good move he played, but maybe it was slight opportunity missed.
Just a bit slow, the king move. And white now has, I saw you nodding your head, Jovanka, as soon as white's played this move, now the white bishop, it has a safe square to hide on. White has kind of put pawns on dark squares, a bishop on a light square. White has covered every square in his half. So I think this was the key move for Jordan, finding this pawn push, stopping black from advancing as well now. And maybe the moment has passed.
Yeah, he's got to play it a lot slower now, I think. And, you know, this king move's very OK. You can move the king to the centre. You can start using your pawns on both sides of the board to try and nibble some kind of, like, error in your opponent's position. But at some point, you have to break through. And that's the issue in such positions. Saying that, I wouldn't be comfortable if I was white. I'd still be uncomfortable here.
Yeah, I think it's not just the fact that he didn't find that move, Eric, but it's the fact that he spent about 5 minutes of his time.
Oh, but look at, sorry, I just saw the bar between Liam Le and Magnus Carlsen.
Wow.
Going all the way over to Liam's side. What's happening in that one?
Wow.
I'm just looking over. It's still complete chaos, Simon. I don't know what you think, but
chaos.
It does look, objectively, Liam is winning. That's for sure, but it's not easy. For a human, any result is still possible in that game. And both players getting a bit low on the clock as well in that clash. Could we see Magnus Carlsen lose his first match?
Oh, it's very possible, but yeah, I mean, I suppose we'll come to that. I'm sure we'll be able to see it a bit later. We have a very committal move played by Eric, pushing that pawn forwards, David.
Yeah, you love the Dutch defence, Simon, and he's pushed his pawn to the f5 square a bit later than you like. But
the problem with the Dutch is often moving that pawn back 2 squares is the best move. And I'm wondering now, I mean, you're giving away a very big square in the centre of the board, and I'm not sure I like that, actually. I mean, you have to do something, but I don't want to... I'm giving away this square, you know, which I can never attack now with that pawn, e5, if I can see it. I'm not sure
but,
I
you know,
like it.
the kind of pro of that move is that basically, you know, you have expanded on the right side, you can start pushing pawns, maybe kind of switch direction. You know, there is this famous principle in endgames where it's about creating 2 weaknesses. And, you know, saying it's not going to be sufficient if you have 1 weakness on every side, you know, it's just not going to be enough. So work on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, what if Jordan just moves that rook to the weakened square now? I mean, that would be a move I wouldn't need to think about. I mean, this is the problem I'd see, and then you can start thinking of, you know, playing some pawn break on the other side. The rook becomes very active, so I'm not totally... I mean, OK, you've got to do something, so he's taking risks, so it's not a terrible move, but maybe a bit more patience was advised there.
Yeah, and just to illustrate on the board, this rook now firmly entrenched in the centre, can never be removed. It's also backed up by this pawn. So, yeah, I agree with you in general, Simon. As white, I would be really happy to see that at least you have 1 strong square for your piece. Also, it's not just the fact it's a strong square. You eye up these pawns. You also may consider at least doubling up your rooks later and hitting black's backward pawn. So, yep, it looks like Eric, he's trying, he's doing what he has to, but maybe he missed the opportunity, and now Jordan's position has improved vastly. And, OK, we don't see that move. Instead, we see white just getting ready to maybe stack up his rooks in the centre, maybe clearing a path. It's just a very flexible move from Jordan, and it's going to be hard for Eric. Maybe he has to start pushing some of these pawns at some point just to create a second target. He's got one on this side of the board. He needs to start kind of overstretching white's army by playing on both flanks.
So I'm going to need your expert opinion now, you guys, because these players, they have okay amount of time left on their clocks. We know a draw is what Jordan is fighting for. And clocks are lower in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le. We usually have a principle to not switch games, but this seems like it's dramatic. The bar has now gone down to the middle. Should we now jump over to this game to get the drama here as well?
David and Simon are like, yes,
Should
yes,
we do
yes.
it first? Okay, we're going to do it. We're definitely going to keep an eye on Jordan and Eric as well, but we're going to jump over to the game between Liam Le and Magnus Carlsen. The bar is still over to Liam's side, but it has gone a little bit down, and you guys are saying it's a dramatic game, clocks are ticking. What's happening?
It's just been chaos from start to finish. We see the position now. We have to do a quick count, as we always do when we jump into a new position. Here, Liam is actually up on material, and he's up big time. He's up a rook and a pawn for just a bishop. So a rook and a pawn worth 6. Black only having a bishop. He's technically 3 points up on the board if we count. But the quality of Black's pieces is pretty decent. Black has a really strong bishop. Black's rook is great. Black's knight on a nice square. So Magnus isn't out of it, but it does feel like with best play, it should be a win for white. White just has a lot of pawns. The bad thing for white, however, is some weaknesses, and also white's knight is a pretty terrible piece right now. So Magnus, he's trying to fight, trying to make it complicated. A queen trade, who do we think that's going to help?
Well, I mean, you know, this is something that's certainly going to help White, and I think now that you know, Liam Lee has the chance of swapping the queens off at any moment, he's not going to get checkmated. And when you're not going to get checkmated, it comes down to the material very often. This is the only danger for White. This I would have thought this pass pawn coming down the board, the C pawn. So it's still a crazy position. Don't just look at the bar here, because it's so dynamic for humans short a time. It really could go a lot of ways. But I agree that I think White must be doing well, but not easy to
I think if both players had an hour on their clock, Liam would be a big favourite. But Liam down to 2 minutes against Magnus's 6, more than 6. Yeah, it's still anyone's game here.
I have to say, I think even if the players had 1 hour on the clock, it would still be incredibly difficult to figure out. It's that complex.
Ooh, and
he's kept the queens on.
Keeping the queens on. Yeah, so maybe Liam should have rushed to trade those queens while he had the opportunity, because the chance is gone, and suddenly that black queen has lined herself up with the white king. Ooh, whoa, playing with fire here,
So
advancing
brave.
his king.
Yeah, I mean, I hate move my king up the board when there's queens on in the position, but he wants to defend that pawn in some situations, and it's just any result here at all is possible. I mean, you can throw a coin and just well, could happen.
Yeah.
Normally, in those situations, Magnus always wins from experience. You know, so.
He kind of had a half smile on his face, Magnus. For the first time today, he was looking pretty happy with his position, and okay, dropping back with the black bishop. And we're going to see this a lot, the bar swing side to side. It's funny as well, White's king earlier kind of went up the board, then it kind of retreated, now it's going back up the board. And yeah, Liam missing some big opportunities earlier, but this is just because we're human. And it's such an irrational position with a weird material imbalance, but also with kind of strange pawn structures as well, both sides trying to attack.
Oh, what a game. And remember, if this is a draw, then we will head to tie breaks between these two. A win for either one will mean they win the match. And right now, I guess it's looking better for Liam than it is for Magnus, even though it's chaotic. Oh, well, maybe not.
That's the thing. It was looking better for him, but it could change in the course of one move. And
yeah.
With every move, the bar is just having a big reaction.
I think it's just because it's looking at the extra material that Liam has, and it's kind of going, oh, you know, White is winning. And then, of course, it looks...
Oh, but look at this reaction, though.
Yeah.
Is this a bad move by Magnus?
I don't think so. I don't see anything.
I'm really surprised he's put his king on this square, I must admit, because suddenly the black king is kind of cut off the black queen's access to the 7th rank. He's kind of locked in his own queen. And now Liam, he's switched his rook across, attacking some of the black pawns, and maybe the black king was safer in the corner. I mean, it still feels as if Magnus has some tricks up his sleeve, but...
I mean, this is crazy now, because if Magnus pushes the F pawn, it's just going to be tactics, because that pawn is so dangerous. But White's pieces will then jump into the position, and he has to calculate this. You know, moving Freddie towards the queening square, opening the bishop. Does it work or not?
We have to show this on the board, because this is definitely Magnus's idea. He's just basically distracting White with these two scary pawns, and then he wants to push forward with this pawn, Freddie the F pawn. But as you mentioned, Simon, it's a race. Can Black break through to the White king, or is he too slow? After Rook takes pawn, White does have this devastating threat of hitting the Black king and the queen behind it. That's why I think the Black king was safer in the corner. Maybe Magnus just missed a bit, lost a bit of time there. He could have put his king in the corner earlier, and suddenly, what to do? If you push this pawn again, then this is a nasty check, and White wins the black queen.
Still, every position is so hard, because even here, you have to give it another thought. I mean, I think this position is winning, but maybe Black could have stepped back with the king last time. There's so many possibilities to calculate, and the time. Well, you know. Black does have the extra time. That surely must help. What's happened?
Magnus says, no, you're not going to open up the line, and instead sacrifices a pawn just to close up the position. And we have the same kind of position, and now the Black king has stepped back into the corner.
Yeah, he's pushed this pawn forward, given up a pawn, pushed White's rook onto this square, and it does look very similar. But now I think the key difference is that after White takes this pawn, you cannot bring your rook up to the top of the board to this square to trade off Black's rook. If the White rook was on this square, on the C line where it previously stood, you could have come up and traded rooks, because this would have been protected by the White queen. So Magnus giving up a pawn, also blocking the White rook's connection on the 3rd rank.
Here it comes, the F pawn.
Wow, it's coming.
It's coming.
Yes, this pawn 2 squares away from promotion. Also, a square's opened up for the Black knight to jump into.
Such an exciting position. I mean, again, I'm looking at the evaluation. I can't work this out. I don't understand why it's completely winning for white, according to computer. Do the players? I would think it's very hard to find the winning move here if there is one.
The first move that kind of springs to mind is just like stop the f-pawn from advancing. You know, blockade it with a knight. And now I'm going to take it on a move-by-move basis.
Yeah, maybe this is just by process of elimination what Liam has to do under 1 minute now. Just block this black pawn, and black is actually a huge chunk of material down. So if there's no checkmate, he's played it. If there's no checkmate, black is down a rook and several pawns for just a bishop.
It's amazing here. I mean, like it's now black would love to play the rook all the way up the board. I mean, it's a nice line to show, because if it was black to move here, there's a beautiful checkmate with queen takes pawn. But it's white to move, and if you play this, then the white rook will get the first check in. So in such dynamic positions, it just comes down to tempo. And if you can't move the black rook up the board, I think you're right, Jovanka. What do you do? What do you do? You need to do something dynamic, but maybe it's nothing, there's just nothing there.
Yeah. And the knight check will simply be met by rook takes knight. Obviously, that's forced. And again, you can't play your desirable move, which is rook takes rook, because, as you say, the white rook gets in first.
Yeah, and I think this means white is just winning. White is just one move too quick. And, OK, Magnus, out of desperation, has planted his bishop on this square instead. But I'm not sure what threat this creates. If the knight wants to jump to the centre, white pawns will step forward.
If bishop takes pawn, I guess, is the only idea, but it's very slow.
Very slow.
Maybe it's not even, well, I don't know, probably not even a threat, but, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, maybe some ideas still for Magnus.
30 seconds.
He's fighting.
30 seconds.
Let's go back to the players, because it's still very, very dramatic. I think Magnus, well, I just don't understand why he put his king on the wrong square earlier. He could have put his king in the corner.
Jordan,
one move.
Sorry, I just had to say I was looking at the bar, and you know, just Jordan seems to have turned it around a bit there. So it's typical. As soon as we, but we can come back to that.
Yes. Yeah. Jordan van Forest. He only needs a draw in this game, and now the bar is saying he is winning it against Erik Hansen. That means it's looking very good for Jordan to win this match. Erik Hansen, he made a comeback in game 3. But if he's not able to win this game, then he will lose the match. So dramatic in that one as well. And definitely for Magnus as well. Is he losing now this match?
Yeah, I mean, Liam has just played a fantastic move. I mean, what a resource. He just took a pawn, and the whole point is that the knight is forced to stay on its square. Otherwise, the queen will drop back and give a check.
Look at Magnus there. He knows on his body language, he knows he's losing. Just everything is hanging for black. The black bishop is under fire, the black knight is loose, the black rook as well, very, very vulnerable. And OK, he moves his rook away, but now a rook trade, and black is running out of pieces.
I don't think black's got many moves available to him. Whatever black plays might lose material. Could be getting near the end of the match.
Wow.
And I think we're going to see a result. There we go.
It's over. Liam Le wins the match against world champion Magnus Carlsen on a bad day for Magnus, but a great day for Liam Le, winning 2 games here. And we're going to follow them out to the lounge. How impressed have you been with Liam today?
Very impressed. He got that gift, of course, in the first game of the day, but despite his defeat in game 3, he never looked too disturbed, and he deserves the win, Liam. Magnus, meanwhile, will be disappointed.
Yeah, let's head out to Sverige to see if Magnus stops for an interview.
Magnus Carlsen, you look a little under the weather today. How is it to play chess when you're not feeling 100%?
Well, it's been a struggle. So yeah, last game I didn't really want to play a tiebreak, so I tried to play very complicated, but he navigated it better than me. So that's okay. I'll try to sorry. Try to go back.
We're not going to keep you for too long on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Magnus that I think should better get some rest prior to tomorrow now. He's actually being a great sport and saying what he thought about the match today.
And Magnus loses that match, and Erik Hansen loses the match against Jordan van Forest. The final game ends with a draw. That was all Jordan needed, even if it was looking good for him. So that means 3 points for Jordan van Forest, and they're still there talking. So how impressed, Jovanka, have you been with Jordan today?
I've been very impressed by Jordan. You know, he's played some fantastic chess, and also just to compose himself and find the resourceful defense in that last game. Well, that really has impressed me quite substantially. And I have to say, there's a nice jovial atmosphere in the arena. We saw Magnus gives a thumbs up to Liam, you know, say well played. And here the two players are discussing amongst themselves. It's fantastic to see.
It's fantastic to see. So we only will have one tie break today then, but we will have tie breaks in the Oslo Arena starting in 18 minutes. Magnus Carlsen and Liam Le, they did eventually finish their match a win for Liam, and it was a chaotic final game, David. So I think we should take up the analysis board to take a look at that final win for Liam that decided the match.
Yeah, and I just want to show the closing moments of that game where Liam really secured the full point, because a lot of mere mortals would have panicked. A lot of people wouldn't have been so sure about the safety of White's king here. It does look like it's coming under fire. There's a huge trap as well. If you take Black's bishop off the board with the White rook, then you do get checkmated at the end. So here, just the move to secure the win was queen takes pawn, and it's just eyeing up all of Black's pieces. If the bishop moves out the way, then White's queen can come back and capture the Black knight, trading queens and winning. Meanwhile, if the Black knight takes the pawn, then suddenly we see the reason behind queen takes pawn, the Black rook would fall. So this move, queen takes pawn, secured the win for Liam.
And I'm joined by Liam Le. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What does this mean to you, Liam, winning the match against world champion Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah, it means a lot to me. I believe this is the first time I really beat him in a game and also in a match. And I think not too many people can manage to beat Magnus in a match. So that's a huge win for me.
What does it mean to you as a chess player?
Well, it gives me a lot of joy and fun and motivation to try to do better in the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. And what has been the highlight for you today? What are you most happy about?
So this last game, I think I played pretty decently. Okay, kudos to Magnus, who really tried to complicate the game and play as he was in a must-win situation. I think that was not really necessary of him. But okay, he got a very interesting position, and I managed to calculate some nice tactics in this game. One thing that I really felt that it was really unfortunate is the mouse slip in the first game. So it's really not the way I wanted to win, and if that was a draw, then we could have a tiebreak now.
Yeah, that's true. But still, you played some fantastic chess today to gain all 3 points in this match. So what is it like also to be in the arena, to play for the first time, I guess, for you as well, in one of these esports arenas? Are you liking it?
Yeah, very much. I think this is the way chess should be going forward in the future, and I'm very happy that the Play Magnus group and all of you here are making it possible.
Fantastic. And tomorrow, Liam, you're going to play young Pragnananda, and he's been on fire so far. He won his match in 3 games yesterday. He won his match in 3 games today. What are your expectations for that match?
So yeah, I saw his games. He has been extremely impressive, and definitely I have to try my best. I think he's showing a very high level of chess right now. So hopefully I can. Hopefully tomorrow he won't play as well as the last 2 days, and we will try to have a good fight.
Fantastic. And what do you do now after you finish? So you probably go back to your hotel. Is it all about now preparing and playing some chess, or do you enjoy Oslo, do something else? Yeah,
I'll take a quick break, have dinner, and call my wife and my parents and celebrate a little bit.
Yeah.
But okay, the fight continues tomorrow, so I have to prepare for that.
Absolutely. Well, you definitely deserve a celebration today, Liam. Congratulations on winning the match against Magnus.
Thank you. And I just would like to say that, I'm sorry for Magnus for, okay, he gifted me a really big win in the first game, and perhaps didn't have to be like that, but okay, mouse slip happened in online chess, and
it's a part of the game, right?
Yeah, like yesterday I also had a mouse slip in the game that I lost to Mamedjarov. So okay, it's part of the game, and really you cannot do much about it.
Absolutely, and a well-deserved victory for you today, Liam, winning 2 games. So congratulations
Thank you.
on that. And out in the lounge with Sverre, the players who have finished now game 4 is coming in. It's a loss for Erik Hansen, losing the match to Jordan van Voorhees.
Erik Hansen, you were very close for a while there to completing what would have been a massive comeback.
Yeah, but that's 2 days where I didn't get the job done. I was pretty lucky in this match. Jordan blundered in game 3, so it gave me some chances. And then psychologically, in this most recent game, I had a nice position because he's just trying to get a draw to win the match, and so I'm trying to play for a win. And I got a good position, and I'm just not playing good moves. My brain, I didn't deserve to win. I had a great position. I still couldn't find decent moves, and I got in time trouble and blundered everything, which has happened a few times so far.
But you are creating good positions. I mean, now you had the worst position you can have. You need to win with black, and still you have a playable position. So is it some positives to bring for tomorrow?
There's some positives. The last 2 games were a lot better than the first 2 games today, which were awful. But it does feel pretty bad to come home with 0 points still. So I'll try to take some of the positives and relax now. But very disappointing that I couldn't push more from this position that I just had.
Best luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All games in round 4 have now finished, and 3 matches has already also finished. Liam Lea, the winner of the match against Magnus Carlsen, winning 2 games and gaining 3 points there, Liam. And Pragnananda, after only 3 games, he won the match against Shakhriyar Mamadiarov. Jordan van Voorhees, he eventually won the match against Erik Hansen, a draw in that final game to gain all 3 points. Jordan van Voorhees, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Anish Giri, they will play tiebreak starting in 12 minutes after 4 draws. And joining me in the studio now is the winner of a match, Jordan van Voorhees. Congratulations!
Yes, thank you so much. It's been a tough match.
It's been a tough match, ups and downs. A comeback by Erik in game 3 there. How are you feeling in game 4?
Yeah, I was really not too happy to have to play game 4 because I knew I was doing very well in game 3, and I could have. I mean, maybe it wasn't winning easily, but I could have forced a draw in many ways. But I just completely blundered, and then I had to play game 4. I tried to look at it from the optimistic side because I knew I'm still playing with the white pieces and the match situation is still good for me, but it was tough.
And I know you have your second Norwegian here, Johan Sebastian Christiansen, here with you in the building, correct?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
So what did you do then in between game 3 and 4 to sort of maybe forget about game 3 and get ready for game 4?
We just made some jokes with each other, I guess. Nothing much in particular. But yeah, just didn't look at chess for like 20 minutes and then just went to the game, and that's it.
And I guess Johan Sebastian was also a part of something crazy that you guys invented today. Simon Williams actually called it one of the coolest moves you've seen in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. It was game 2, King D2, and David can also put it up on the analysis board. You have to take us through. What were you guys thinking of this move?
Yeah, since I won the first game, I figured that Erik might not play his usual repertoire and he would go for something a little bit more crazy, so he went for the Sicilian. And I kind of knew, because I'm a big fan of his stream, that he usually plays this line. And actually this King D2 move, it's, I wouldn't say it's very famous, but it's kind of typical in these positions. I've seen it more often, and I don't think it's the best move in this position here, but it's just very aesthetically pleasing to play this move, I would say, so I couldn't really refrain from playing it.
It's fantastic, and eventually, David, right? It basically won the game with that king being so active.
Yes, exactly. Well, the king is like sliding over to the queen side, but it's not doing it by castling, so it looks really strange. But the king is really well positioned there, so if I manage to get it there without being hurt in the process, it will be good. I don't think it was completely correct what I did there, but at least it worked in the game.
Is this a move that will inspire generations now, David?
I want to say it's a kind of move that you shouldn't try too much at home because it can go wrong. But when you're an expert like Jordan, and when you've worked it out beforehand, it can be very effective.
How pleasing is it to play a move like that and do it successfully, winning that game?
It's very pleasing. Yeah, that's kind of why I did it. It's such a pretty move to play. It looks like a mouse slip, basically. Like it doesn't look like the regular kind of move you would play, but. yeah, it's just very nice to play that kind of move, and then I think it worked out pretty well as well.
Definitely. And we've seen Magnus has also been creative with some 1F3 yesterday. Is it sort of the arena, the esports feel that is making you guys a little bit even more creative, I would say?
Well, I think Magnus's 1F3 is something a little bit different. I don't think I'm ready for that just yet, but yeah, King D2, I guess we're all trying to be creative here and put up a good show for the fans, and if we can do that, we're all happy, I think.
Definitely. We love the entertainment. And 3 points in this match. You lost yesterday's match. How happy are you now with the situation?
Yeah, very, very happy. I guess Brock is just a little bit too good for all of us.
Yes.
But I'm happy at least to win one match against my good friend Eric. And we'll see. Everything I can gain from here is just, I'm just happy with.
Absolutely. And tomorrow, I don't know if you're aware, but I checked. You're going to face you're about the same age, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Yeah? What will that be like?
I'm playing Jan-Chris. I thought I'm playing Anish somehow. Okay, so I'm playing. I probably mixed up.
Am I mistaken? No, I think it's Duda.
Yeah, I'm mistaken. So I haven't put in any thought about it, as you can clearly guess, I guess. But I don't have such a good score against Duda, so I'll try to improve upon that tomorrow then, I guess.
Because you guys are about the same age. Have you guys met each other many times, sort of from you were very young?
Surprisingly not, actually. I think he usually played one youth category higher than me in the youth championship. So I never played him, I think, until maybe we played in the World Juniors in 2015, but we already pretty, like we were 16 and 17, so not too young anymore. And we've played each other a variety of times after that, but he's usually gotten the better of me.
All right. Now, I know you have been enjoying Oslo a bit. You went to the good night yesterday. Great success for you coming in here, winning today. What is it like to be here on site in Oslo and playing with all these other players?
It's fantastic, actually. I wanted to go to Oslo, I think, 2 years ago, but then COVID just hit right in, and I wasn't able to go. So I've always wanted to go because I know it's very nice here, and I have a lot of friends here. So it's really just very nice to be here finally and get to experience the city and hang out with some of my friends and also play, of course, the tour here, the major. And
it's a Saturday. Will the fans in Oslo be able to see you at the good night tonight?
Possibly. We'll think about it.
Okay, very nice. Jordan, thank you so much for stopping by the studio. Best of luck tomorrow.
Okay,
as well.
thank you, Kaja. Thanks.
And congratulations as well. All right, you guys, we are getting ready for the first tie breaks here in the Oslo Esports Cup. It's going to be between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, starting in only 6 minutes. The arena getting ready for the very first tie breaks in this first major. And it's getting quite empty out in the lounge. 3 matches have finished. Only Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda is left to play. And we're switching up to tie breaks, Blitz, and potentially Armageddon. And David, in the Blitz chess, what will be the time control?
So the players will have 5 minutes on the clock for the whole game, but they do gain 3 seconds after every move. And it's 2 games, one with white, one with black for each player. And if things do go down to Armageddon, it's removing the increment. One player will have 5 minutes with white, one player will have 4 minutes with black. But remember, white will have to win a draw and black will win the match. So we start with Blitz, but we'll explain the Armageddon in more detail if it comes to it later.
And who'd you hold as a favorite in Blitz chess between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Simon?
I think it's going to be very close. They're both brilliant players. They're both very experienced in these battles. I'm going to go for... throw that coin. Anish. But I just hope they haven't eaten all the sushi as well. That's the other thing I'm quite, at the back of my brain. Leave us some sushi. I'm going to go for Anish. I don't know. You guys, who do you think?
Yeah, I would say Anish as well. There we see him just pacing in the shot. He just seems very relaxed here in Oslo. He's been to Oslo before, of course. So is Duda, but Duda, after yesterday, just felt a bit tense. Maybe not quite at his best, not quite feeling as confident as usual. So I will say Anish, but it's going to be close. Jovanka.
I was also going to say Anish.
Okay.
I was
seems
thinking
very
about
focused, right?
Yeah, he's very focused. He has a very dangerous but solid repertoire at the same time. And I'm just thinking maybe that Duda will be thinking about you know, his loss to Magnus Carlsen in the tie breaks. So
I do remember when they played, I think it was the Halloween special Chess 24 competition, and I think Duda pretty much crushed Anish in that, and that was also Blitz, Rapid and Blitz. So I think, you know, historically, I don't know, but I remember Duda doing very well against Anish there with his style of sort of mixing it up, and I think that's what Duda needs to do. He needs to try to get a bit unbalanced positions. I think if Anish gets some more safer attacking positions, he'll do very well, but it's just if Duda can mix it up a bit, I think it will favour him.
Yeah, Anish more classically trained, I guess, and Duda more of a maverick. So that clash of styles in Blitz often leads to fireworks, which is great for us, but it's not easy to predict the results too much. Anish, meanwhile, pacing up and down, getting in the zone before he sits down.
And Duda will have the white pieces. Who does this favour?
Starting with white. Actually, a lot of the top players prefer to start with white these days in the Blitz games. They try to win, take the lead, but if you don't win with white, then the pressure's on you in the next game with black. So I don't know. Personally, I prefer maybe starting with black in the first game. You see how you do, and then you know whether to gamble with white, whether to go all in. It's a matter of taste, right, Jovanka?
But it is Duda that chose to start with white as well. It is the player that is the highest ranked on the tour standings. Duda being in second place before the Oslo Esports Cup, chose to start with the white pieces. And here he comes, ready to fight. It's going to be exciting. Finally, we're going to have tie breaks. This is only the second time in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022 that we will see tie breaks. And the first time we saw it was also with Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the final of the Charity Cup. Yeah. He did eventually lose those tie breaks to Magnus Carlsen, but he has some experience.
He definitely has some experience. The problem is that they were bad memories.
Yeah.
You know, he got tricked in the first game, and then he went all out for an attack, and Magnus was just ready. And both sides, I see Anish pacing. I'm a pacer myself.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. When I play chess, I do my best chess when I'm like pacing, just to get rid of the nervous energy. Shake it off so that when you get to the board, you're focused, you're ready.
He looks pretty nervous, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Anish.
I think, yeah. I mean, just...
We're not used to it, right? We're used to the kind of smiley, jokey Anish. Duda, meanwhile, was that a sneeze?
That was a yawn.
Oh, yawn, maybe. Yeah, it's getting quite late for Jan-Krzysztof Duda as well. And remember, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he lost his match yesterday to Magnus Carlsen. He has 0 points. Now, the loser of this match in tiebreaks will get 1 point and $2,500. The winner will get 2 points and $5,000. Anish, he won his match yesterday, so he does have 3 points, and we're about to start Anish with the black pieces, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. The first Blitz game, the first tiebreak in the Oslo Esports Cup. What opening will we see Jan-Krzysztof Duda making that decision in a few seconds? It's very tense, these seconds before it all starts.
Very tense, and it's so hard to predict the result, hard to predict the opening. Both players as well, they won't know what to expect. Neither of them have been in this situation for a while at least. And okay, here we go. It's a Queen's Pawn opening, d4, and the moves are going to come super fast. It's a London system.
And I did not expect Anish to play a fianchetto system because that's very dynamic. And yeah, they're moving quick though, moving very quick.
Very quick, and this is great for some of the viewers at home. I know the London system's very, very popular at kind of the club level, at the amateur levels, and yeah, it can be a very effective opening, especially in Blitz, where the plans are very similar for white. You bring your bishop out, plant it on this square, and just let black do what he wants. Here we go, Anish trying to counter in the center already. Black's knight in the middle of the board. Will we see it get traded off? Will we see it maybe help to launch an attack? Anish playing very aggressively with black.
Very aggressive. I mean, he moved that knight into the middle. I'm wondering if he's going to push his f-pawn at some point. First of all, he stops white from expanding on the queen side, but he's playing one of the most aggressive systems you can against the London system here.
Yeah, I've played like this myself a few times as black, especially in Blitz games, and it can be very effective if your opponent as white can't find a plan. But Anish, wow, this is a move I haven't played myself. He must have studied it deeper. He's brought his knight back, trying to trade off one of white's best defenders. Trade off a set of knights to maybe just weaken the white king. But Duda reacts instantly. Will we see Anish push that pawn, Simon? push black f-pawn.
But I'm wondering at some point if you can develop the bishop with tempo. Black's got one undeveloped piece, that's the bishop, the light squared bishop. I'd love to get that in the game. If I go here, I might run into a blockading move. He's pushed up, that's even more aggressive. And Nish is going for it. He's really going for it with the black pieces here.
No safe, solid chess here. Yeah. This is pure fire already. And Duda on the defensive as white, maybe. And the evaluation bar not approving, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad for black. Black is upping the stakes here by going on the attack. And a trade of pawns, sensible.
It is sensible, and one thing that black must never ever forget is that there is a dark squared bishop for white lurking in the corner. It's so easy to forget about that piece and just consider it a pawn. And I say this is because often it's very tempting for black to actually push the e-pawn one square further, just attacking the knight. But that would be a huge, huge mistake. And Duda now applying pressure to the center by attacking, well, potentially attacking the black queen.
Yeah, and okay, the black king just hides in the corner. No more checks. I'm surprised the black queen didn't move. But okay, Duda, does he have an idea here? What can he try and attack the black queen, maybe?
Look at Duda's chessboard. He has a different design than all the other players. He likes his wooden design.
Classical.
Yeah.
Classical chessboard. And I mean, for myself, I always like having a space advantage with black, and it seems here that those two pawns, I play openings to get those two pawns that Anish has got next to each other coming towards white's king. So it might be personal preference, but I you know, the kind of position I'd love to have with black here.
This is a very Simon Williams type of position, and there we do see the board up close. In the Chess24 play zone, you can change the settings. I've even seen Magnus Carlsen in a banter blitz have a football chessboard with it's a football pitch, and the middle of the board is basically the center circle. Some cool designs there. So Duda, okay, he attacked the black knight stepping back, not allowing a trade there, attacking white's light squared bishop. There's a lot of tension here. There's a couple of knights looking at each other. There's a couple of minor pieces on the other flank looking at each other, and still this tension against the black queen. Okay, the bishop retreating. I'm expecting Anish maybe to bring his knight back where it came from, just to test Duda's intentions. And still very, very tense here. Simon, I agree with you. I love those black pawns in the center, but you need to keep them stable, right?
Yeah, I mean, one plan I often do in these positions, if I can get it in, it's probably not doable here, is go push the G pawn, Gary, and push the F pawn, because that bishop Jovanka mentioned, hiding in the corner, if you can shut that down and then swap all the pieces off, you're positionally winning. So you've got to be careful what pawn you push, again, as Jovanka pointed out, because he's pushed the pawn I did not expect.
No, not that
because
pawn.
that unleashes that bishop. So I'm very surprised that that pawn's gone there. I mean, was that the right thing? Okay, swapping the bishop off, but this seems peculiar to me.
Why swap off your opponent's bad piece?
Yeah,
activate it first of all,
and weaken your king. You're weakening your king massively. This seems like a peculiar way to play.
Yeah, it feels like Anish, he went on the attack. We were praising him for it. He built up this great position with lots of potential, and then now he's just trying to take the safety first approach. It's not consistent. And now after this trade of dark squared bishops, yes, black has a nice centralized queen, but if you look at the rest of black's pieces, black's light squared bishop not developed, like you highlighted earlier, Simon. Black's knight on the edge of the board, far inferior to white's knight in the center, and black's rooks yet to connect, yet to bring themselves to the center. Yes, black has a nice pawn chain, but it's only a pawn chain, and white's pieces are activating. It's turning in white's favor now.
Certainly, yeah. This is just not. I don't think it's the way to play the position, to swap that piece off. Also, you know, that knight, the white knight, is in a great square, but it can reroute itself, opening up the rook, black's knight. Look at black's knight. I don't like it.
Literally has no safe squares to jump to, and it's stuck on the rim on the side of the board.
It's not the only piece as well. That light squared bishop is also kind of stuck, guarding that d7 pawn, stopping a potential rook excursion to the 7th row. No, this is a dream for white.
Nice move there from Duda as well. Stepping forward with one rook, but that's to create a square for his other rook to join the action. White is going to stack up both of his rooks on the only open file, the d file, and once white's rooks get there, every single one of white's pieces is going to be superior to black's. And okay, Jovanka mentioned that bishop has to move at some point. Black's parked it on a square that's a bit loose. It just feels all wrong for black. But
it's certainly all Duda at the moment, I think, this game. Control. So, I mean, there's many ways that white can just improve a little bit, but taking the open file seems a logical first step. You can maybe put your pawns on the king side on some better squares to hold those dark squares as well. But Yeah, I think Duda's going to be very happy at the moment.
Yeah, and there's not even any nifty backward move to kind of like release the tension or set up some tactical trick. And now the bishop, you mentioned it on d7, it's so shaky. I mean, is there anything now?
White's knight has a few squares to jump to, potentially. If White's knight leaves that file, then the white rooks have opened up. We saw Anish a moment ago just shaking his leg, maybe slightly nervous. But clock times do favour him. So Duda down to 2 minutes, Anish at 3.5 minutes. Remember, they do gain 3 seconds after every move, but that's not that much. And it might come down to a time scale.
It's very hard to adjust the times. What I find when you're playing like a longer time limit, you suddenly play blitz, and if you get to an Armageddon, that's a whole different story. But I like this maneuver. I like that knight getting out of the way of the rook, but that knight has another position nearer to the black king, which could also be quite juicy later on. So this is just logical play. But I suppose you could say Nishi doesn't have too many structural weaknesses. He seems a bit overexposed on the king's side, but there's nothing too weak. There's no obvious pawns that White can pick up here.
Yeah, so if he survives this...
If he survives, it'd be okay.
Yeah.
He's about to move his bishop to a bit of a strange square. He was about to put it in front of his pawns over there. He was about to put his black bishop on the c6 square, but the black knight maybe needs that square. What is Anish going to do? He has to move his bishop. His mouse, you can see it hovering over that bishop right now. He has to move it. There's only really 3 safe squares. Either he can offer a trade, now he retreats the bishop. That's the safer option. And now, Simon, as you mentioned, White's knight is going to start springing forward. Black has 2 nice pawn chains on both sides of the board, but apart from that, it's all about the black knight being inactive and the white rooks dominating the only open line. Still in White's favour, but the clock time's in Anish's preference right now.
I mean, if I was White, I might even push the h-pawn 1 square, because I want to secure those dart squares on the king side for my
pieces. Do that in any position, Simon.
Yeah.
It's always a good idea.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it's rubbish. But in this case...
I think it makes a lot of sense.
I want to hold the black pawns, make sure they're... OK, he's gone for a tactical solution.
OK, Duda going very direct, going for the win. He attacked the black rook. The black rook has vacated the 8th rank, and now White is trying to take over this key 8th rank. But it's just a trade for now, and... the black king coming under some heavy fire. If the white rook comes across in front of the black king and checks it, black's king is going to have to step out into the open. But then again, Duda's losing a bit of time to do this. Maybe the attack isn't decisive yet.
Yeah, I mean, if White can get the knight somehow in as well, that seems like it could be the end. I mean, this rook check now behind the king, that must be the critical move, as you pointed out, David, because you force black king to come up again. He's calculating. This is where you want that extra time, though. He's under a minute.
He's given a check, and the king is hidden away in the corner. But this is kind of quite risky, because if you don't find the right path, then black will be the one taking the centre.
Bishop takes pawn, maybe. I mean, something like this, something tactical.
Bishop takes pawn, and then the knight jump in.
Yeah, or even something like this.
Or even you can just jump in with the knight.
Yeah, straight away. I mean, looks every white piece is near that king.
Duda shook his head for a moment. OK, he's about to bring his knight forward. He's about to click on the square, as you guys mentioned, bring that knight forward towards the king. And, OK, he's done it. And, OK, 30 seconds. Maybe that's why he's shaking his head. He has a great position on the board. Big attack incoming against the black king, but it's just about the clock. Does he have enough time to calculate those finishing touches?
Yeah, and also the queen can actually divert herself to the d1 square at the right time and kind of head to the right.
I love that move, because I was thinking black might have to push the g pawn here, and then that queen comes right around the angles there. It's a really nice idea. If that queen can get to the king side, it's finished.
Yeah, so if you can pick up that white queen and put it anywhere near the black king, it's just game over, right? If you could pick it up and put it on the h4 square, it's checkmate already.
But it's been those... Look at the black pieces on the queen side. This is the problem. That knight, that bishop...
They're without 2 pieces.
They're really not taking part. I think it's going to have to be... Anisha's still got a chance to strike back with the white pieces in the next game. Let's remember that. So it could still go to Armageddon, but this is a great... It looks like a great start for Duda. Not over, though. 30 seconds left. I'd be very nervous here with 30 seconds in any position.
Anisha's changing his mind, though. He was about to make a move with his queen. He didn't. Maybe he's realising how bad it is.
Yeah.
Big threat in the position of actually just playing bishop takes pawn.
Massive threat, take that pawn with the bishop, maybe even with the knight is also good, as your queen can come back around. But they both look terrifying to me, and I don't know how black is going to stop that.
Yeah, the black king just out on a limb. It's got no defenders around it, and as you guys say, any sacrifice to get rid of pawns around that black king is going to be decisive. I don't see a defence for Anish. I'm surprised the evaluation bar says only 0.8 in White's favour, because it looks super scary, and Anish has spent more than half his remaining time on this one move. It looks like it's almost game over. Black has to maybe even give up his queen to try and defend. Give up the queen for a rook and a piece or two. But, OK, he's about to bring his queen back. There we go, attacking White's bishop, and White's bishop is going to give itself up. Duda had the time there while Anish was thinking to calculate. And here we go, Black's queen gave herself up, but in return, Black now has a rook, a bishop, and a knight. Actually, that favours Black materially, but look at the bishop and knight, as Simon said. They're just useless pieces right now, and White has pawns.
Yeah, Harry, I'm looking at Harry. If he can advance, it's going to go all the way.
Here it comes. I mean, this reminds me very much of a Tau game. This is one of Tau's favourite material imbalances, where he had a queen against 3 pieces. When those pieces are not coordinating, the queen is just so strong. And yeah, that H-pawn's going to win the game here.
It's 3 squares away from promotion, and Black's knight is far more than 3 squares away from stopping it. So, yeah, this one looks game over. There's no way Black's pieces can combine in time to stop this white pawn from marauding forward.
Yeah, you're going to have to give up a lot of material.
Yeah, and there we go, 2 squares away from promotion. The Black bishop doing a desperate job of defending, but now the rest of the pawns are simply dropping. Look at that Black knight, it still can't really get in the game
Oh, and
safely.
here comes Gary.
God, they're all having fun.
Double trouble.
Yeah, all those pawns advancing, and the queen on a nice dominant square right now. Black's knight, Anish is finally going to reroute it, re-centralize it, but I think the cause of Black's defeat, other than earlier trading off some pieces in a bad situation, was putting his knight on the edge of the board. He didn't need to do that, and he never got his knight back into the game. OK, he changed his mind, moving his rook instead, but that Black knight still unhappy. And White can even give a check now and put the queen in the corner at some point. OK, there we go, the queen in one corner. Pawns are marching forward.
Time, though, 16th touch. You know, there's 20 seconds. You've got to still finish this correctly. I mean, you can make a mistake.
And White's queen centralises itself. This is what Duda didn't do against Magnus Carlsen yesterday. One of his losses, he didn't centralise his queen. He's learnt from that. Queens are so good in the centre, and actually Anish doesn't have many safe squares for his king right now.
Has to go back, and now the queen just wriggling its way in. At some point, that G-pawn will come down the board, and that will probably cost Black a piece to stop it.
Minimum. I think those 2 white pawns on the right side, they're going to cost Black at least a piece each, maybe.
Yeah.
And, OK, the Black king just desperately trying to find a safe square. Is now the moment maybe to push a pawn? Nope. First a check from Duda. And is he going to go into the corner and trap that Black knight?
Lovely move there. Beautiful move.
Why is that so beautiful?
Because the knight is trapped. It cannot move. And so therefore, it's ripe for the taking.
Yeah, and I thought Anish was actually going to resign and give up there because his knight did fall. But at least he's going active with his king, picking off some pawns. All White needs to do now is re-centralise the queen. And the Black rook, the Black bishop, they cannot keep everything together. I think this is going to be game over any moment now. Anish is going to resign. He's down to 15 seconds as well. It's desperate times.
It's no good way to defend the rook, so rook moves.
And there we go, a check, another pawn drops. The Black king now is actually a big target. White's queen is going to zigzag back and checkmate it. OK, ooh, jumping into the frying pan there, the Black king.
2 checkmates on the board.
Really? Yeah.
Well,
Bishop has to give a check. The White king steps to the centre. And, that's it. Game over.
It's a win for Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the first blitz game, and he is in the lead. That means Anish Giri, he has to win the next blitz game coming up in 5 minutes to take this to Armageddon. It's looking good for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And this game, what was the highlight, David?
A few highlights, actually, but I just want to pinpoint Anish's big mistake. He never fought back from it, and it was this position. He could have centralised his knight. He could have brought his knight back to the middle of the board. He's still got a great position, nice pawn centre, but having this extra space, having his nice pawns, he actually traded pieces, which is really illogical and inconsistent. He pushed his pawn forward, allowing White's knight to enter a really nice post in the middle of the board, dominating Black's knight, and suddenly after this bishop move, a trade, and it was all about White. White's pieces started to improve, and Black, as we saw, had one bad piece, and this piece eventually dropped off. It was all Duda after this point, and Anish couldn't fight back.
All right, and that means Anish Giri, he has to fight back in the next blitz game coming up in only a few minutes. And out in the lounge today, we've had some guests. Promoting partner Meltwater is in the building today, and they had a chat with Sverre.
I'm here with Zubair Timal. He's the vice president of Mia Meltwater. And Meltwater, the viewers have really gotten to know this name after a while now, but Meltwater is a company that can really identify with chess players, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, it's fantastic to be here, a live environment, so many chess players. You can just really feel the anticipation and the buzz. I think for us, really, the opportunity to collaborate with chess players is something that's really unique. So what we do is we help provide information and insights from the digital landscape so that they can make actionable decisions. And we do this both with PMG, but also chess players as well.
But this is something that a lot of viewers know about these days. I mean, with Instagram analytics and really insights in social media and things like that, it's becoming relevant. And that is really where you excel on a corporate scale.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think about it right now, there's trillions and trillions of different data points out there. What we help clients do, and actually players as well, is find that needle in the haystack. So what's important for you, what's the right demographic, and from there you can pivot towards decision making.
So you're really a chess player. You're taking the information available and you're creating the best possible answers.
Yes, absolutely. So what we love about this collaboration between Meltwater and chess is that, similar to chess, two players have different types of information or similar informations. It's what you do with it that actually has an impact. And so that's what we do on a global basis.
But I like the Magnus Carlsen relevance here, because he was a chess player that started out in Norway. Now he has pretty much world domination. You guys started out in Norway, and soon you're going to have world domination, right?
Absolutely. No, we love any type of analogy of Magnus, any affiliation with him. But yes, we're a Norwegian company by heritage. We started off here in Oslo. We're now global, so we have multiple offices across the globe, EMEA, APAC and Americas as well. And what we try to do is we actually try to create a community amongst our organization. And that's one of the other interesting parlays in terms of chess, is that we're trying to build and leverage that community of chess players and to actually help grow the sport of chess. So if you take a step back and if you look at where we're going right now, chess is something that's new, it's dynamic, and it's available to multiple different personalities. So whether you're female, whether you're a child, you can see over there in the corner, we've got someone that's roughly 9 years of age playing with a grand chess master. We think that's really fulfilling.
And with chess now building its social media base, we have Eric Hansen playing right here, really catching a follower. I recommend taking a trip over to those guys and maybe expand your base and try to get a little bit extra insight on what's going on out there.
Definitely. Meltwater, our presenting partner, such a great company analyzing everything going on in social media, in the media, and the reach for the broadcast. We're super thankful to Meltwater. Nice to have them in the building. And this is the Oslo Esports Arena Game 2 in the Blitz tiebreaks between Anish Giri and Jan-Krzysztof Duda is starting in only a few minutes, maybe even only a minute. Anish Giri, he has to win the game to take it to Armageddon. And he's going to have the white pieces. So, Ivanka, what do you expect from Anish in this must-win situation?
He just has to put Duda under pressure. I mean, that's the main thing. I don't think he should start the game off like in a crazy fashion, because that's just too risky. Instead, he just has to, you know, be ahead on the clock, keep playing good moves, and just forget about what happened with the black pieces just now.
Yeah, and he's going to have some great memories, actually, David, from this arena in Blitz tiebreaks. He won against the Blitz superstar Hikaru Nakamura in the tour finals last season.
That's right, and if I recall correctly as well, earlier in last season's tour, in the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, he won a few playoffs on his way to the title there. So, yeah, Anish Giri, he can pull things back, he can strike back. That memory against Nakamura, maybe giving him confidence, and it all comes down to the opening, I feel. If he can get a playable position, imbalanced, unclear, where he can put Duda under pressure on the clock, like he did in that last game, he stands a chance. But yeah, if he can't get out to the opening with that playable position or too chaotic, which favours Duda, then it will be an uphill struggle. The only thing I know he shouldn't do is play 1f3.
That's now that's definitely what he will play, right?
I doubt
You see Anish Giri getting into the Oslo Esports Arena. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's only a draw away now from winning this match in tiebreaks. If he does, he will gain 2 points and $5,000. Anish Giri, if he loses, will gain 1 point and $2,500. And Duda, he did lose the match yesterday. He has 0 points coming into today's match. Giri, he won yesterday's match, so he does have 3 points. And it could all be decided in the Blitz game. Coming up now, Anish Giri with the white pieces. This is tense, and let's see what happens. What do you expect, Simon? in a final blitz game like this?
I just think it's going to be very exciting. I mean, Anish in a must-win situation, I mean, we don't often see that. He often plays a bit of safety first in mind. So now that he has to win, what's he going to do? I think he should do his normal stuff, but he's just got to, as David Nuvanka said, keep the pressure on. And it's off. Knight to F3.
Okay, F3 we mentioned might be the square, but it's the knight, and it's the Reti opening. And Anish pushes this pawn. And Duda, okay, he normally tries to establish kind of a queen's gambit declined type of pawn structure. Anish fianchettoing now, creating a square for his light squared bishop. And this is one of my favorite positions where we see a queen check. There we go. And how will Duda react? He brings his knight out to block. Blocking with the bishop also possible, or with a pawn. Anish now, he captures. And here I'm expecting the white queen to retreat. This is still very, very much in the realms of theory.
Very logical way to play white because you keep all the pieces on the board. I mean, maybe there's not a big advantage, a big attack here, but you keep the pieces on the board. And again, it goes back to that saying that you just got to wait until you get an opportunity, you know, just be patient.
And it's a good strategy, I feel, because, you know, there is a lot of pressure on White's side. You know, the light square bishop is out, is on the perfect diagonal, and the position will kind of hinge on whether the black light square bishop manages to find a good square.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I was just going to say, while Duda was thinking of his last move, Anish had already pretty much been ready to push his pawn forward. So he's been expecting this position. He's ready to bring his bishop out to attack the black queen. This is still very well-known stuff. And black's queen now under fire. You could plant the black dark square bishop in the way to challenge here and block. And that happens. And Anish looks off to the side. He's looking to the left. That means he's trying to remember stuff. Often when players look up to the right, they're just trying to calculate. Apparently, that's just how the brain works.
Interesting. Left and right side of the brain.
Yeah.
I mean, Anish is one of the best prepared players in the world. He's got a great second, Erwin, who's here with him. Really, really good theoretical player. So he should know this position well.
Mm-hmm. And just by the speed of both players' moves, especially Anish, he's for sure within his opening preparation. The one problem for Anish is that there have been a few trades, and Duda doesn't seem too flustered so far. Duda playing relatively fast. If you follow mainline opening theory, the one bad thing about that is sometimes it does lead towards equal positions if your opponent knows his stuff. So that's why often top grandmasters, you see Magnus and a few others play sidelines, because you get an original position very, very early in the game. And Anish now stopping to think, I'm surprised he stopped, because this is still a pretty forcing variation. And okay, a trade of pawns there. White's queen is now going to move, and it's symmetrical almost. Both sides still need to spend a move castling their kings away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, I think in another situation, Anish might be happy to swap queens here, potentially move the queen one square to the left and go into an ending where you could be slightly better. And he's gone for it. He's gone one square forwards. But in a must-win situation, it just, as David says, is a little bit closer to a draw. You might have an advantage. You do. You have the better bishop. You have the better knight. But you've got to win this game. So is this the right strategy?
I'm a bit surprised by that. I mean, I would have thought the queen would be left on the board after all.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
I mean,
as well,
you need to keep the pieces on. I mean, here it feels like it's just equal. I mean once the black bishop is out and now it's been traded off, I think black doesn't really have too many problems.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's still theory. I mean,
it's not theory.
It's not theory?
It's not theory.
Well, it might be a niche theory. It could. I mean, rook c1, b4, there's a nibble, is there? Whoa.
Well...
Okay, castling queenside.
Didn't expect that. It's a bit late to start attacking with castling queenside here. The queens are off.
I think he just wants to get his rooks to open files as quickly as possible, and that was the kind of the only real way to do it. And now Duda just trying to eliminate everything.
You know what? I think you're right, Jovanka. Now I'm looking at this now after that last move. Is there anything here for white? I don't see it. I mean,
you're going to have to, if you want to keep the knights alive, you're going to have to retreat it, and that's not ideal.
Block your own rooks now.
Exactly. And honestly, that white king is on an open line a rook wants to be on.
Yeah, and it feels like Anish just chose the wrong opening. This is the type of opening you may be choosing a classical game where a draw is fine, but you want to put some pressure on. In a blitz game where you don't have time to calculate, you don't have time to work out the tiny little details, how are you ever going to win this position as white?
It's strange, Dave, because I remember Anish said for the candidates last time, he actually had a backup opening with black, a very aggressive one. So he does have backup openings in must-win situations, and it feels like it would have been time to play something like that in this game. I mean, it's very easy, again, in hindsight, but Duda's played brilliantly just to take the sting out of everything here.
Yeah, Duda looks very relaxed. He's maybe even listening to music, slightly moving his head back and forth. Duda also with a time advantage. It's so hard to imagine Anish winning this position now. There's still enough kind of sufficient material to create some imbalance, especially while both sets of rooks remain on the board, but Black's advancing, Black's improving his position. It's hard to imagine Anish doing that. Okay, he pushes a pawn forward. Maybe he's going to reroute the white knight shortly, but it's hard to play. This black knight is the one to activate itself first. It's turning in Black's favour, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, that the knight's going to jump in, like you mentioned, and if you try to control that knight, well, the knight just moves onto another circuit into the centre.
Yeah.
Finds great squares, and...
well,
he's shaking his head as well.
Yeah, you can see he realises it's going to be very, very hard to win. You need to hope your opponent makes a mistake, really.
But, you know, fair play to Duda.
He's played brilliantly,
He's
kept
played
his calm.
brilliantly, really kept his calm, and somehow managed to neutralise Anish's potential initiative.
We were all wrong. We
were
all
totally wrong.
We all said
you know?
we were picking Anish, and Duda has been the star quite massively, actually.
It goes to show that sometimes the experts, you should never trust an expert, as they say.
Don't listen to us. We don't know what we're going on about.
Oh, Anish shaking his head as well. Again there, you can see from behind. He wants to push Harry the H-pawn forward, but Black actually is starting to create some serious threats against the white king. And Anish, what's his idea now? His white knight lacking squares, the black knight combining with the black rooks is actually already creating those threats. And
Black has really some nice ideas, you know, start to advance his own pawns on the left side.
He is, yeah.
And, okay, so he's pushed the G-pawn one square forward, but, you know, if I were Black, I would just push my B-pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I think Black's quicker. You know, Black's got these rooks, the knight, and the pawns are more far advanced up the board. So, and he's just gone for this push you suggested, Jovanka, and, you know, there's some A3.
That's my idea.
Horrible idea, yeah.
I'm a very direct player.
I
see a pawn push, I play a pawn push.
You've crushed me by being direct in the past, so I have been on the receiving end.
In positions like this as well, being direct is the name of the game, because Anish has had to play kind of weird moves that don't really change the position because he needs to keep tension. Earlier, if he wanted a draw, he would have swapped rooks. It would have been a draw for sure, but Anish needs the win, remember, so now pushing pawns. But what is white even doing on this side of the board? It's going to take 5-6 moves to even create a weakness to target.
Yeah, Alice, she's going.
Well, Black only needed one move.
Yeah.
And now a knight capture looks good, a pawn capture looks good.
Everything looks good here. I mean, you know, there could be some, perpetuals even at some point.
White's king is even caught in a checkmating net. White's king is struggling to survive. And Anish has to play a desperate move like this one, putting his rook out the way because Black was threatening to bring his knight forward and fork the two rooks.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's some win here somewhere with the rooks and knight hanging around.
You can start off with a rook check, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of rook checks are available to Black. You can choose either rook. I'm not sure there's a big difference. You could double up your rooks there. What else is available? At least the black knight is kind of stuck defending Black's pawn, Black's A-pawn. It looks very nice, that pawn, keeping White's king in a cage, but it is tying down the black knight.
Yeah, maybe a rook check, at least forcing that king into the corner is just a good way to start. But, OK, maybe there's nothing completely clear here. Yeah. Nothing that's actually going to, you know, put the ball in the back of the net. We've seen these positions go wrong. They can go wrong. It is a blitz game, so...
Duda frowning as well. Maybe he has too many nice options. His position is just too good, and often that's where the mistakes happen.
Well, rook C, and also you start kicking yourself. You know, if you can't find a win, you get frustrated, and then you start, you know, making a couple of mistakes.
Duda just needs a draw.
He does,
I think he can also forget about the win at times and just kind of, OK, this line is forcing, it can repeat moves, maybe, go for that one.
Anish was about to push his central pawn forward there, 2 squares. OK, he does it, but that feels like it loosens White's position, if anything. Suddenly the white rook in the centre, a bit loose. Suddenly White's pawns vulnerable later to the black knight, kind of changing course, changing direction. As Jovanka mentions, even if the rooks come off, it's hard to imagine White ever winning that position. So White fighting for his life, but he needs the win.
I would be tempted just to give a check to the king, and then kind of once the king moves into the corner, go back to its original square, and then, you know, threaten mating ideas. But Duda is playing very calmly. He's
very patiently. I mean,
you don't have anything.
I agree. I'd be looking at the other side of the board, but he's played 2 moves there to just make sure that Anish can't really improve his position. I mean, the piece is still on the board. It's not completely over, and I think maybe Duda has missed something better. So things are improving for Anish, but they couldn't really get any worse, could they? So, you know,
I think Anish really just trying to find ideas to keep the game alive. But Duda, he was playing nice and quickly. He's still slightly ahead on the clock. But as you mentioned, he needs to make sure the momentum doesn't really change, because then psychologically in blitz, it can be hard. So, OK, a check, forcing the white king into the corner. The white rook couldn't have blocked because that would have walked into a knight check. Now white's king is really, really unhappy. But there's no way to get at it.
I mean, you have to be a bit careful. Maybe if the rook goes to the 7th rank, white can take the pawn, maybe. So you still have to, you know, there's still some tricks here.
Okay. And Duda offering a trade of 1 set of rooks, maybe with safety in mind, but also that white rook in the centre, a decent defender. So sensible move there from Duda. If Anish says no to this trade, then both of black's rooks are ready to enter the white position. So do you trade and play the safer move when you need to win? It's a dilemma for Anish.
Yeah,
Time's ticking.
I think the best thing to do is just like live by the sword, keep the rooks on.
Yeah, and he's done it.
And he's done it, yeah.
He's done
Will
it.
he die by the sword as well? That's the problem.
Wow.
Black rooks are coming in soon. Black's knight can move first.
It's a bad position, though.
Yeah, OK.
That knight. Yep, so now we're expecting maybe white's other rook to swing across. Not sure where, but you can't really move the white knight to a great square.
Could you try to
your pieces are a
reroute
bit
it?
stuck. Or maybe you can bring it back to the bottom of the board.
Yeah, and then try to...
Yeah, he's
Okay,
gone.
he does it.
Maybe nothing else to do there, Anish.
They're both now getting to the stage where they're under a minute. So it's hasn't been as clear for Duda as we thought, though. His position looked lovely. And
He's fighting well.
He's fighting very well. Yeah.
But yeah, Duda, if he can activate his rooks, he shouldn't be in too much trouble. It's just the clock situation. Maybe he'll start to panic. It's that frustration we mentioned earlier. Duda will know his position has been dominant for the last 15, 20 moves, but he hasn't improved it at all. So, OK, still some tension ahead, maybe.
And he's threatening checkmate now. So he's threatening to bring the rook down next to the king and give checkmate. So white has had to defend that one by bringing the knight out there. Hanging on.
Is definitely hanging on, and also that white knight is attacking the rook, which, of course, will give Anish a little bit of a thrill, you know. But the rook does drop a square back.
OK, so can you take the pawn? Is that possible? I mean, you know, you're going to live by the sword, die by the sword. Can you do it?
He was about to, Simon. He changed his mind.
He's got to decide soon.
The problem is that there is a knight on the 2nd row that's threatening white's pawn as well.
I think black's main idea, though, is to go for checkmate. Black's other rook wants to swing over to the B file and start threatening some real...
Oh, that's nasty.
OK.
Can he do it? So I think if he takes the pawn, white might be able to get his rooks into the position. And I would be getting a bit more hopeful, but this is a great move, I think.
Look at this, Anish, he's expected this move and he's about to give a check with his white rook because there's nothing else to do. If you don't, then black's rook is going to come down to the bottom of the board and checkmate you. And now white has to create some escape squares for his king. Is he going to push his pawn forward 1 square? He hasn't dropped the pawn yet. He can push it 1 square, 2 squares forward.
He's hanging on, though. He's hanging on.
1 square is good enough.
He's a pawn up.
Yeah.
You know? Hanging on.
I think Anish is feeling somewhat hopeful.
No.
He's just trying to survive.
Yeah. 30 seconds, under 30 seconds each as well now.
For the first time in ages, though, Anish is up on the clock. It's not by much, but he's a few seconds up.
I mean, I'd be more nervous if I was Duda because I've been winning. Now I'm getting short time and I'm like, right, I've got to find it. He's very cool, though, Duda. Very cool customer.
Yeah, and there he goes, attacking white's knight, destabilising it.
Look at the time.
Where to go?
Keep an eye on the clock here.
16 seconds, and the clock is ticking. What should he do? Move the knight, and he does.
Yeah.
OK, and now black at least can grab the pawn back. Black's knight or rook can go and grab one of white's pawns on the F file.
And 10 seconds for Duda. Gosh, is he going to take a pawn? Yes, he does.
Get that rook in. So if you're white here, if you can get that rook which is attacked, you might, for the first time in a game, get some attacking chances. Yeah. And he's going for it. Try to get the rook into the 7th rank.
Yeah. And I think Anish didn't lose on time there. Let's not trust that clock.
Yeah.
Looks like he went down to 0 seconds. No, but there we go. It's corrected itself. Both sides, though, under 10 seconds. It's just a scramble now.
Yeah.
And look how quick Anish is moving with his mouse. The black rook moved. And White's rook also shuffling across.
This must be when blunders happen. It's crazy on the clock.
You see a lot of blunders. Black, meanwhile, has grabbed a pawn. Black's a pawn up, but look at White's rook. Suddenly, White's rooks are dominant, taking over. And Anish, he's pretty much pre-moving at this stage. He's just using the mouse, putting pieces on squares, and ooh, maybe he missed this one. Black's knight jumping back to attack White's rook, and White's rook forced to retreat. Suddenly, White's knight on the edge of the board, on the top of the board, looked good, but stranded. And okay, Duda trying to repeat the position. Anish says no, a draw not good enough for White. And White's king running. This one is super fast.
Oh, Tay is just blitzing out the moves. What? Seconds on the clock.
Oh, it's over.
Okay.
Did he
Checkmate
resign?
ended the game.
Yeah. Was it checkmate?
It was checkmate.
First time.
Wow, and that means Anish Giri loses the match. He gains 1 point for losing it in tie breaks, 2 points for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, winning both of the blitz games. They're walking out of the arena into the lounge. Let's head out to Sverige. Maybe he gets a live reaction from the two players.
We're definitely going to try to see whether they're able. We see Anish coming by right now. And Anish, how would you summarize the blitz games?
Yeah, blitz didn't go my way. I played very badly in the opening of both games and got to a bad position. That was hard.
How do you refocus for the Magnus match tomorrow?
I play Magnus tomorrow?
Yes, you do.
That's great. Some interesting match coming up tomorrow for sure. I mean, I don't have to refocus. After every match, you have to look forward. No matter you win or lose, every day is a challenge.
Good luck.
Thanks.
And we're also going to have a chat here with Jan-Krzysztof, who's coming by. And congratulations on a very well-executed blitz match.
Thank you.
How would you summarize the day as a whole?
Yeah, it's been a very tough day, a long one for sure. I'm just happy, to play reasonably well, I would say. Maybe too solid, a little bit too solid for my taste, but yeah, I didn't commit too much errors, I think. And yeah, I'm also happy with my blitz game with white pieces. It was very, very nice.
You're saying you're too solid, but when you get into the blitz part of this match, you said in the interview before you consider yourself a favorite, and did it go as expected?
Yeah, I mean, I was creating command in blitz. Yeah, actually, I played, I think, very decent game with white pieces. Like, I was very satisfied. Yeah, I was a little bit low on time at the moment, but just couldn't figure out what to do after g5 at some point, and then realized there is queen d1 tactics, which was very important, actually, to see beforehand. Yeah, and apart of that, I mean, okay, my technique was maybe not so great, but I mean, good enough for a blitz game. So, and with black pieces, I mean, yeah, I got like the upper hand. I mean, I didn't have much problems. Actually, I was a bit surprised that I mean, he could have prolonged game so much. I mean, for so long. Like, I thought there. I mean, because I thought I was just better, but draw was enough for me, of course, and wanted to clinch it somehow. But I mean, I just couldn't have found a way. So that was pretty annoying actually, because it looked like, I mean, I was just attacking him for nothing, and I mean, and I just didn't see, I mean, any direct idea actually. So yeah, I perhaps, I mean, overestimated my chances. I mean, maybe a3 was just unnecessary, but yeah, part of that, I mean, it got a little bit like crazy at some point, but I think I was in control. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think so. And yeah, it was nice actually to deliver checkmate. He just blundered, I assume, but yeah, but I mean, I was in total control.
Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof, and good luck again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after 2 blitz games, the first tiebreaks in the Oslo Esports Cup, gains 2 points, and the final game. I heard rumors of a checkmate on the board. It was too fast for me, but I really want to see it, David.
It was fast and it was furious. And let's just show a slow motion action replay here, because at this moment, Black was in charge. Black does have an extra pawn, but Duda finished it off really nicely. He gave a check, hitting the white king here with his rook. The white king stepped forward. He gave another check, and if Anish needed a draw, then he would have stepped back to safety with his king. But of course, he needed to win, so he stepped up the board. But this just walked into the crossfire. Another check from the black rook, guarded by the black knight. Another check in a moment. And as we saw, Anish did blunder, going to the side of the board here. Would have ended the game anyway with another check, and the black knight coming across to deliver checkmate with the rooks at some point. But instead, Anish fall on his sword. And after this king move, rook takes pawn was checkmate. This is what we call the lawnmower mate. One rook cutting off the king, one rook delivering checkmate.
Brutal from Jan-Krzysztof Duda to win the match, and that was the final match to finish today. So let's take a look at the results from day 2 in the Oslo Esports Cup. Liam Le, impressive stuff. He won 2 games against Magnus Carlsen today to win that match and gain all 3 points. But the man of the moment, Pragnananda, in only 3 games today as well, won his match today against Shahryar Mamedyarov to gain all 3 points. Jordan van Foreest, in a dramatic match against Erik Hansen, eventually did win after the 4 rapid games to gain 3 points. And then Duda and Giri, they ended up in tie breaks, and Duda was dominant, winning both blitz games to gain 2 points in that one, 1 point for Anish. So these are now the standings after 2 rounds in the Oslo Esports Cup. In sole lead, not in sole lead, 2 players on 4, but no, in sole lead, sorry, Pragnananda. He's the only player on 6 points. I mean, Ivanka, what can we say? He's 16, he's the youngest player, he's so dominant.
Yeah, it's an incredible performance by him. And actually to defeat 2 elite players in just 3 games per match, that's just absolutely phenomenal.
And we do have Anish Giri in 2nd place with 4 points. And then we do have a bunch of players on 3 points. Magnus Carlsen is one of those players. Erik Hansen, he's played some good chess, but he still has 0 points. He needs to come fighting tomorrow, and these are the matches coming up tomorrow. Hansen tomorrow will play Shahryar Mamedyarov. Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen. Oh, David, that's a big one.
That's the big one. We will definitely be following some of those games, and we know there's some history there, but it's also going to be close. Magnus, of course, not at his best today. Anish hoping to bounce back from that tiebreak defeat.
And then Jordan van Foreest against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and of course Pragnananda against Liam Le. What do you expect from that one, Simon? Prag on fire.
He's on fire. I wonder if he can keep it up. I mean, he's playing so well. His confidence is getting higher and higher as well. So maybe he can, but obviously Liam is going to be pretty confident as well. So we'll have to wait and see.
We have to wait and see. Oh, it's going to be a fun day in the Oslo Esports Cup. Remember tomorrow as well, the Sunday study on Chess24 together with Chessable at 4 o'clock CET to improve your chess. So join that, and we hope to see you in the show tomorrow starting at 5:45 CET. We hope you have a good night or day wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.